Hokage starting with duel Rinnegan to marry Konan. Chapter 1, Time Travel. My name is Gu Xingzi and I am a young man who spends all his time. In addition to eating, drinking and sleeping every day, he also reads novels and plays Hokage. Updates. Because I was so obsessed with reading a novel about sucking furballs on the street that I didn't look at the road. I was hit by a truck and flew 2 miles away. My brains were all over the floor. Before I died, I heard that the host was about to die, which met the binding standards. 1%, 2%, 50%, 100%. The harem system has been successfully bound and is heading to the Hokage plane. Gu Xingzi, so this is how I got here. System, yes host. But this doesn't look like the Hokage. Look at the table that's ready to fall apart and the roof is leaking. Just after I finished speaking, the table lived up to expectations and fell apart. Gu Xingzi, I am star. System, this is the price you pay for cheating. Then tell me about my problem. System, don't worry, listen to me slowly. Host is currently an impure blood member of the Uchiha clan. What are the impure Uchiha clan? System, your grandfather is from the Uchiha clan, but your grandmother and your mother are not. Everything. System, why do you think you are Shirogane? The current timeline is on the eve of the Second Ninja War, and because you are not a pure Uchiha clan, you are excluded and treated the worst. Gu Xingzi, it's just a pure Tianbang start, right? Then where's my plug-in? System, this system has a name because the harem weapon master system. The host can gain points by finding a wife or incorporating other female ninjas into the harem, conduct lottery, or purchase items in the system store, and the weapons in it are all artifacts. If the sky collapses, then the sky will collapse. The system will give me a table of my physical condition. System, host Uchiha Gu Xingzi. Bloodstain limit, 9 Megatama Samsara I, 6 Megatama Samsara I, Eternal Manjiki, Manjiki Sharingan, 3 Megatama. Chakra attributes, Fire style, Lightning style, Wind escape. Weapons, none. Psychic beast, none at the moment. After listening to the system's narration, Gu Xingzi immediately slapped the broken table and shouted loudly, damn it, the 9 Megatama reincarnation eyes are not FG invincible. I don't care if the Uchiha clan is pure or not, just come to me Madara. Also let him know what nightmare haunting is. System, because the host's current physical fitness cannot bear the physical burden and strengthening brought by the 9 Megatama Samsara I and the 6 Megatama Samsara I, it cannot be turned on. Nanny? Give hope first and then despair, right? Wait and see if the Rinnegan and Manjiki can be opened. System, host smartness is indeed possible, but there are limitations. Why limit you to finish the sentence in one go? System, then don't interrupt. The opening time of the Samsara I is 1 minute, the Eternal Manjiki is 3 minutes, and the normal Manjiki is 5 minutes. Although it doesn't take long, with my 5-year-old physical fitness, the 3 Megatama can make those family elders take me seriously. Even if they don't take me seriously, at least I can protect myself. At worst, I will just use Izanaki and Izanami together, and then when your physical fitness is strong, you can directly exchange it for a permanent Manjiki. System, it's feasible, but have you ever thought that you don't know these 2 forbidden arts? Gu Xingzi. Before Gu Xingzi was speechless, 2 Uchiha tribesmen came outside the door. Uchiha A, Uchiha Gu Xingzi, right? Prepare to go to the battlefield as a genin of the Uchiha clan. The 2 of them left in a hurry before Gu Xingzi could ask. Gu Xingzi said to himself, the Second Ninja War on the battlefield is really starting to collapse, but it doesn't seem to have any harm. I can find my first wife Konan, he. Chapter 2, I was sad to meet the 3rd generation Kazekage at the beginning. Gu Xingzi packed up some things and gathered in front of the Hokage building. Although there is nothing to pack because I am poor and have nothing. The above is the passionate speech of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, talking about the will of fire. Anyway, the general meaning is that you are the village and hope that the village will be protected by you. I am a child who has not completed 6 years of compulsory education. It is crazy for me to protect the village. And why don't you go? You can see other people's film leaders fighting, but you are better off here as an MLM lecturer. Damn it, you uncle. The speech that lasted 2.5 years finally ended with Hiruzen Sarutobi's words of departure. On the way forward, Gu Xingzi thought to herself, Janin and Jiraiya were together at the back of the team, while Chinin and Jenin were in the front as cannon fodder. Who came up with this? Gu Xingzi looked around and there were almost all children aged 5, 6, 7, or 8 who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, but I didn't even go to the academy. I was so sad. Gu Xingzi and the 2 cannon fodder stayed at the border of Wano country with Hotaki Sakumo and did not go to the battlefield of Omegakure village. Gu Xingzi cursed in his heart, why do I need to find my Kyonin so I can open cheats? But the reality was not as expected. As soon as they arrived at the border, Hotaki Sakumo sent the 3 of them to the northeast and asked them to guard this area. Gu Xingzi stood on the tree and said, why don't you know that Hotaki Sakumo, the 6th child, has 3 children to guard such a large area, and I can't do anything except a 3 Magatama. System, it has been detected that the host may die, so the system store is opened for the host in advance and 1000 points are given to the host on credit. Gu Xingzi was shocked. Although it was a credit card, it was still better than death. Gu Xingzi opened the system store and found a lot of things, such as weapons, ninjutsu, everything. But Gu Xingzi skipped directly to the high mobility page and started flipping. After flipping for a minute, he found something good. Isn't the 3-dimensional mobile device used by the Survey Corps in Attack on Titan? Although it has high mobility, is it as fast as the teleportation technique? The system 3-dimensional mobile device requires 3000 points to upgrade to the full level. The blades and gas are unlimited and a thunder gun will be provided to the host every 5 minutes. The power of 1 thunder gun is equivalent to 3 detonating talismans, and the host you can control it with perseverance and don't need to aim. As long as you don't encounter a teleportation master like Shisui, you can escape. Gu Xingzi hesitated. Although the full level upgrade was perfect, excellent, and suitable for use now, 1000 points was a bit painful. When I was still hesitating, a person suddenly ran up in front of me. He was one of my cannon fodder teammates. He yelled, "Run! 3rd generation Kazekage is coming," as he ran. When Gu Xingzi heard what he said, she turned around and ran away without hesitation. As she ran, she scolded Zhen Tianbeng for starting the game, right? She encountered this thing at the beginning and was convinced. If his physical fitness is not good, then he can't outrun the 3rd generation Kazekage with sand iron floating in the air. Thinking of this, Gu Xingzi exchanged the 3-dimensional mobile device with tears and upgraded it to the full level. System, ding, the 3-dimensional mobile device has been redeemed and upgraded to the full level. It is being outfitted for host. 20%, 50%, 100% outfitting is completed. Host can use it. Before Gu Xingzi could use the 3-dimensional mobile device, he was blocked by sand and iron in front of him. 3rd generation Kazekage, is there anyone left in Konoha to let 3 children guard such a large area? Without hesitation, Gu Xingzi immediately threw the newly obtained thunder gun towards the 3rd generation Kazekage. The thunder gun flew towards the 3rd generation Kazekage and successfully attacked it, creating a large amount of smoke, but the law of smoke does not harm the 3rd generation Kazekage. 3rd generation Kazekage, you kid, you're looking for death. Gu Xingzi, oh, after taking Shitai, you will be automatically protected. Who else will be the assault force? As he spoke, he used his 3-dimensional mobile device to fly among the trees and quickly ran towards Hotaki Sakumo. 3rd generation Kazekage chased after him and shouted, "You kid, put down that flying device of yours and you can leave alive." Gu Xingzi turned around and threw another thunder gun with his backhand, shouting, FK your uncle, I just exchanged it, and then walked to the runway without looking back. Seeing that Gu Xingzi had no intention of stopping, third-generation Hokage directly attacked Gu Xingzi by controlling the sand iron to turn into a nail shape and attack Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi activated the 3 hooks and Sharingan dodged while gathering chakra into his throat and shouted, "Hatake Sakumo to save me." Third-generation Hokage heard Gu Xingzi start shouting and immediately stopped and walked back. This kid didn't shout until he got here. It seemed that they were not far from their base camp. It was not a loss to occupy several villages on the border of the country of fire. Gu Xingzi looked back and saw that third-generation Hokage had left and asked in doubt whether Hatake Sakumo's reputation had already been established at this time. Regardless, go to him first to report the situation here. If you can be transferred to the battlefield of Yuyin village, it is best to go to my KONAN. After saying that, he controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and flew to the base camp. Chapter 3: The First Revelation of Mangeki Sharingan. Over at the base camp, Hatake Sakumo was discussing military affairs with other clan Jainin when he suddenly heard someone calling him. "Hatake Sakumo, did someone call me just now?" Before the other Jainin could answer him, a sentient ninja from outside ran in and knelt on the ground and said, "Sir, it seems that there is a puppet of the Uchiha clan rushing towards our camp." After hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna took the initiative and said to Hatake Sakumo, "Since the Lord has been made into a puppet, he is also an Uchiha, so leave it to us." Seeing this, Hatake Sakumo could only agree. And our protagonist didn't know it yet and used a 3-dimensional maneuvering device to fly into the camp. When he was about to land, he found a bunch of people driving Sharingans looking at him below. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, "I'm so touched. Even though I'm an impure Uchiha tribesman, so many people came to support me. I'm so happy and touched." Before Gu Xingzi could say anything, ninjutsu flew over. Fire-style dragon flame singing technique. Countless fire dragons flew towards Gu Xingzi in the sky. Seeing so many fire dragons rushing towards him, Gu Xingzi fired the 4 stored thunder guns with his backhand, and immediately opened the 3 Megatama blood chakra eyes and flew back with the 3-dimensional maneuvering device. The thunder gun collided with the fire dragon and a large amount of smoke erupted. Gu Xingzi stood on the tree and shouted loudly, "It's me, why? Is the Megatama not red enough or my white hair is not white enough?" When the smoke dissipated, everyone at the foot discovered the 3 Megatama and concluded that it was not the puppet master of Hidden Sand Village. After all, at this time, there was no puppet master who could limit the puppet's use of blood stains. "Uchiha Setsuna, it's you. Come down here. I thought you were dead." Gu Xingzi. In this way, Gu Xingzi used a 3-dimensional motor device to be shocked by Uchiha. Uchiha thought for a moment, the speed of this ninja tool can be comparable to the teleportation technique. And Gu Xingzi did not talk to Uchiha Setsuna and the others, but went directly to the tent where Hatake Sakumo was. Gu Xingzi went in without paying attention to the 3 Seventama and scolded Hatake Sakumo, "I didn't call you, you couldn't hear me. Do you know that I almost died? Do you know that the Uchiha clan lost a 3 Megatama? How big?" Another Uchiha in the tent discovered Gu Xingzi's 3 Megatama Sharingan, and silently went out to summon the ninja cat to bring the news back to the Uchiha clan leader. "Hatake Sakumo, sorry, I'm too far away. I just heard you coming." At this point, Gu Xingzi did not make things difficult for him anymore but told everyone about the appearance of the 3rd-generation Hokage at the border of the Land of Fire. Hatake Sakumo confirmed the authenticity of the news and immediately prepared to send someone back to the village to report. Uchiha Setsuna said at this time, "Let Uchiha Gu Xingzi go, after all, he discovered it and the clan leader wanted to talk to him." Seeing Uchiha, Hatake, who said so, agreed that after all, the family's family could not inquire. In this way, Gu Xingzi did not hesitate to control the 3-dimensional motor device and directly flew out, and opened 2 holes in the tent. Hatake Sakumo thought to himself, This kid is very vindictive. Is that ninja so fast? Is there any chance he can get one for Kakashi? Guzingzi came out of the tent and thought to herself, what does that old guy want to do with me? He won't see my San Magatama change his mind. Guzingzi controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and came to a forest. Guzingzi opened the system, understood his Manjiki Sharingan ability, closed the system and observed no one around, then opened his Manjiki Sharingan. Two star-shaped patterns appeared in Guzingzi's eyes. When he activated his left eye ability, the space in front of him shattered and a portal appeared. Guzingzi walked in. Chapter 4 finally found Konan. The left eye of Guzingzi Manjiki Sharingan can be understood as a small version of Huangchuan Hira, named Space Avenue. It can teleport characters, absorb items, and protect the owner. It also has an independent space similar to the Kamui space. Although it is not instantaneous, it is successfully controlled by Guzingzi. When the 9 Megatama reincarnation eye is in sight, it can be understood as the advanced version of Hira Hira. Guzingzi sent instructions to the portal and went directly to Konan's residence in the Kingdom of Rain. That's the cave. And Konan was not in it. Guzingzi thought to herself that it would be impossible to make a mistake in the nearby teleportation gate. It didn't take long for Konan to run into the cave with a little food in his arms. Konan saw Guzingzi standing in front of the cave and asked doubtful, "Are you also wandering, brother?" Guzingzi, "No, I'm here to find you." Konan said in shock, "Looking for me?" Just finished speaking Guzingzi Manjiki Sharingan's right eye ability to launch Kaika Suijutsu. I just practiced Red Moon Crazy Linkage directly. Kaika Suijutsu Genjutsu skills can attack and brainwash the enemy, and the weak brainwashing ability is super strong. Guzingzi was controlled by Guzingzi in the illusion to open his big flicker. Guzingzi, "Konan, will you be my wife?" "Konan?" Guzingzi was not anxious about this, but said calmly, "If you agree to be my wife, you won't have to worry about food anymore, and I will teach you ninjutsu so that you can protect yourself." "Konan, really? If that's the case, I do. I want to learn ninjutsu so that the land of rain can have peace." System, congratulations to host for receiving his only wife, Konan. Host will be rewarded with 2 lucky draw opportunities and 3,000 points. Because he owes 1,000 points to the system, 3,000 points will become 2,000. Host will also be given a set of ninjutsu suitable for Konan to learn. Guzingzi thought to herself, "It can be awesome." Guzingzi took out the ninjutsu given by host and took a look at it. Sure enough, it was the dance of paper indication. Give ninjutsu to Konan and use genjutsu so that he can learn it immediately. After all, time in genjutsu space is controlled by Guzingzi. Guzingzi reluctantly spent 1,000 points to redeem a fully upgraded 3-dimensional mobile device for Konan to put on and taught him how to use it with genjutsu. Konan cried and hugged Guzingzi, "Thank you, brother." Guzingzi touched Konan's head and said, "Who made you my wife? You must take good care of the thunder gun and detonating talisman to avoid accidentally injuring others." Konan nodded and said he got it. In this way, Guzingzi untied Kaika Suijutsu and gave some food and detonating charms to Konan, then opened the time and space door and said goodbye to Konan. Guzingzi, "I'll come see you next time." Konan, "Okay brother, bye." It's not that Guzingzi doesn't want to stay with Konan for a while, it's because Manjiki Sharingan's time is coming and he can't leave if he doesn't leave. Just like that, Guzingzi said goodbye. Konan gave instructions to the time and space sect and came to a forest outside Konoha village. When he came out of Wanhua Sharingan, the time came just in time, and 2 lines of blood and tears shed from the corners of his eyes. Guzingzi, although the side effects are a lot smaller, there are also MMP systems. I wiped off Guzingzi with 2 lines of blood and tears, and walked to the village, registered the information at the village entrance, and reported to the Hokage office and 3rd Hokage to report the situation. The current 3rd Hokage is still a ninja hero, not a ninja bear. At least respect should be given to him. The third Hokage said angrily, "Well, third generation Kazekage, I will definitely make you pay the price. I will send people to Hatake Sakumo to support you. And you are a good person. You are the pillar of Konoha. First of all, go down and take a rest." After Guzingzi left, third Hokage said to himself, "It's not pure Uchiha blood. Try to cultivate it into the next Uchiha mirror." Guzingzi said goodbye to the third Hokage and arrived at the door of the Uchiha chief's house. Guzingzi thought to herself, "I want to see what this old man is going to do." Chapter 5. I haven't even gone to school, why should I take the graduation exam? The person Guzingzi came to receive at the door of the clan leader was none other than the current young clan leader, Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Fuyu invited Guzingzi in, and then left the room where Uchiha Uefu, now the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was staying. Guzingzi saluted and asked, "I wonder why the patriarch came to me." Uchiha Uefu said expressionlessly, "Have you opened the 3 Megatama?" "Yes, it has been open for 3 months." "That's great. I want you to go back to the Ninja Academy and take the Genin graduation exam." "Guzingzi, you mean to ask me to take the Genin graduation exam?" "Uchiha, Genin Uchiha. Guzingzi, do you want me to stand in a good team?" "Uchiha Uefu, you are very smart. Even though your bloodline is not very pure, it doesn't matter. As long as you stand in line, I will not treat you badly." Guzingzi lowered his head and said yes. "Uchiha Moon Father, go and get ready. I'll give you a new house in 2 days and give you some ninjutsu scrolls." Guzingzi thanked the clan leader and prepared to control the 3-dimensional mobile device to retreat. At this time, Father Uchiha suddenly stopped Guzingzi and said, "Can you contribute this device to the family?" Guzingzi was stunned for a moment but immediately recovered and said, "Then it depends on what the clan leader can give me in exchange." "Uchiha Moon Father, what do you want?" Guzingzi spread his hands and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it." After saying that, he controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and retreated. Uchiha Fuyu walked in and asked, "Father, does he agree?" Uchiha Yu's father shook his head and said, "He is not very smart. Dealing with him well will help you gain a foothold in the family in the future and fight against those old guys." Uchiha Fuyu retreated. Here Guzingzi came to his house, which was said to be a house but not even a house. "When I called the gate of opening, I found nothing, but I still went in and repaired the stool, but I could still sit on it. After finally fixing it, Guzingzi sat on it and opened the system to prepare for the lottery." Guzingzi, systems use the draw 2 times. System, received the lottery start, please host wait patiently. After a while, the wheel turned to the full range of fire-style reels. Guzingzi __ what Uchiha Uefu promised me is not as good as this. In this way, I am at a loss, regardless of the system opening for the second time. System, received that the second lottery is starting. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to the host for opening another medical treatment in the system store. Guzingzi, medical ninjutsu? Let me see what's inside. In this way, Guzingzi began to flip, and after a while, he fixed his eyes on an item. Guzingzi looked at it for a while and then shouted, "Steak is born with teeth." System, yes, the natural tooth healing blade. Guzingzi, but each person can only be saved once, and does he have the Ming Dao Waning Moon Po? System, yes, but you can choose to use Ming Dao Waning Yu Shao to replace Tianya to save people infinitely and repair broken limbs. Guzingzi, shit, I have to change it. I definitely have to change it. Isn't this a good thing to gain favors on the battlefield? I'll change it back later anyway. System, received and exchanged. After saying that, the tooth appeared in Guzingzi's hand. Before Guzingzi could take a closer look, 2 people from the Uchiha clan came into the yard. "Uchiha Yi, Uchiha Guzingzi, this is your registration list." Please come on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and this is your ninjutsu scroll. Gu Xingzi took the leaflets and scrolls in his hands and left. Gu Xingzi said to himself, it's not Anbu. It seems that third generation doesn't know this. At this time, the parents of the watermen and rope trees should be saved. Otherwise, how can my plan be carried out? Gu Xingzi weighed the fire-style scroll in his hand and said, it's a bit scratchy but not much. Chapter 6, Battle against Akamichi Dingzuo. Gu Xingzi, what's there to say after a single blow? Gu Xingzi compared the fire-style scrolls given by the system with those given by UFU. There were systems that were included in UFU, but there were also systems that were not included in UFU. Gu Xingzi, it really deceives me. So in this scroll in UFU, there is only one body tuning technique worth reading. I don't need to read the rest. There are some forbidden techniques given by the system, but I feel like I can spit it out with my mouth. It will burn my mouth. Because he spent 2,000 points to redeem Tian Shengye, Gu Xingzi now has no points at all. Gu Xingzi, the system will give me credit. Give me 10,000 and I want to exchange it for ninjutsu. System, received, the credit has been successfully completed, please host go to the system store to purchase. Gu Xingzi opened the system store and found lightning-style ninjutsu to watch. After looking for a while, her eyes were fixed on Chidori. Gu Xingzi, the system will redeem Chidori for me and upgrade it to the full level. System, received and successfully redeemed Chidori and mastered all the chakra changes of Chidori. After hearing this, Gu Xingzi immediately went outside and pulled out the blade to test whether it could withstand lightning style. If he couldn't bear it, he would have to buy another weapon. Put the lightning style chakra on the blade with the three-dimensional motorized device, and the blade will glow and squeak. When Gu Xingzi saw that he could, he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to fly towards the woods on the roadside, and chopped the tree in half with a knife. Gu Xingzi, oh, yes, Kakashi, your ninjutsu is so useful. It belongs to me. I will teach it to you when you grow up, and give you a good thing by the way. After saying that, Gu Xingzi controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to fly home and said to himself, Kakashi is only 2 years old now. When he got home, Gu Xingzi found the wooden board that looked like a bed and lay down on it to sleep for the night. Gu Xingzi didn't wake up until the next morning when someone knocked on the door. Gu Xingzi wore a gate of opening. Anbu, dresses, go to the ninja college to take the exam in a while. Gu Xingzi said she understood and left. Gu Xingzi thought while putting on clothes, these Anbu masks are all the same. How can they tell who is who? Jainin Manjiki. In this way, Gu Xingzi slowly came to the ninja school. Normally, the genin exam would have 3 stages, but because it was a war now, there was only one event, a battle between 2 sides. When Gu Xingzi arrived, the first game started with Little Taeyang Namamai Feng Shuman vs Senju Noten Tree. Gu Xingzi thought in his heart, shouldn't the rope tree graduate a long time ago? Why can I still get it with the water door, is it Tsunade? Following Judge Chin's order, the 2 sides began to fight. At this time, Minato didn't know how to fly the Thunder God technique, he was just a commoner who was good at teleportation. As Tsunade's younger brother, Senju no Jitsu was twice as good at ninjutsu as Minato. Senju Rope Tree, Water Style Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Senju Rope Tree made 3 seals and then summoned the Water Dragon Bullet and rushed towards Minato. The Water Gate summoned a shadow clone to avoid the Water Dragon Bomb with a instantaneous body and go to the close. Seeing the Water Gate, the Senju Rope was panicked and wanted to print ninjutsu again, but the Water Gate was on his face, and he also seal. As a result, I can imagine that the Water Gate has won. Senju Junjunmage is not good at melee combat. No wonder he was bombed to death by the detonating suit in Orochimaru's face. The second battle, Uchiha Gu Xingzi vs Akamichi Dingzao. As the judge's voice fell, Gu Xingzi directly used the 3-dimensional maneuvering device to fly down from the platform. Gu Xingzi thought to himself, Akamichi, the 15th generation leader of Akamichi D, does he know the super doubling technique at this time? If so, I will let him know how to kill the giant. With the sound of Judge Chin's voice, the two sides began to fight. Akamichi Dingza, super doubling technique. Then the body enlarged and turned into a small giant of 5 to 6 meters. Akamiki. First, he used the hook lock to hook his ankle and used the inertia to fly directly behind him, and slashed the back of his neck with a blade with lightning-style chakra properties. Gu Xingzi didn't think that ordinary blade could cut him to death, so he added chakra attributes. With just one strike, Akamichi Dingza lost his ability to fight and fainted. Gu Xingzi shouted, "In my heart, one sword for seconds." Nara Shikaku on the stage shouted, "Akamichi Dingza, surrender. Gu Xingzi, if you don't tell him, he will lose." After saying that, he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and flew out of the examination room. Nara Shikaku thought to himself, Uchiha is a proud family, but what is that device of his? It seems to be specially designed to restrain Ding Zhao. Chapter 7. Just ask which time traveler doesn't want to shout, "Ye Lai Kuei." Gu Xingzi walked out of the dual field and the voice of the system sounded in his mind. System, because host's performance just now made the women watching in the duel more fascinated with you, earning you 2,000 points. Since you owe the system 1,000, you only have 1,000 left now. Gu Xingzi, now that you know it, you can show off more. No wonder Urzhizi likes to show off. Gu Xingzi wanted to buy another thing in the system store, but she hadn't opened it yet. A yellow thing came towards Gu Xingzi. It was Minato at this time. Although Minato couldn't fly the Thunder God technique, he was still very fast with the teleportation technique. Minato came to Gu Xingzi and said, "Hello, I'm Minato Namikaze, can you lend me your device?" Gu Xingzi thought to herself, why are they all interested in my three-dimensional mobile device, but she still said hello to Minato to save face. "My name is Uchiha Gu Xingzi. This is a three-dimensional mobile device. You can see it if you want, but it's not easy to remove." Seeing what Gu Xingzi said, Minato quickly waved his hand and said, it's okay. I can see it this way." In this way, Minato observed the three-dimensional mobile device's hook, blade, and gas, and how they were connected together. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, it is true that Yellow Flash's observation ability is not very high, but for my plan you really need to die. There are still 12 years until the Nine Tails Rebellion. You can still live for 12 years, so in these 12 years I'll make it up to you. After Minato observed, he asked Gu Xingzi, can we form a team? Gu Xingzi, probably not possible, because the family has already found a member for me. After hearing this, Minato scratched the back of his head with his right hand and smiled awkwardly, that's it, okay, then we can still be friends. Gu Xingzi, Minato, you are determined to have a relationship with me, right? Although I don't want to, who told you to be with Kushina Uzumaki at this time? As a helper from Nine Tails, he must die and you, as her husband can't escape either. Gu Xingzi, of course, but I have some time to go beforehand. Bye. After saying that, he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and flew away. And Minato also went to find Kushina Uzumaki. Gu Xingzi came to a forest, found an open place and sat down, opened the system store and prepared to redeem the immortal human body. The immortal human body was very useful in the early stage, and it also had the power to fight in the later stage. But after searching for a long time, I didn't find it. Instead, I found Bai Qian, the god of Nine Tails and Fox King Kaiu. After finding out, Gu Xingzi asked in confusion, is this some kind of psychic beast in the system? System, yes, if the host redeems it, not only can he receive the chakra immortal body provided by Bai Qian, but he can also be summoned as a psychic beast. Gu Xingzi, holy shit, isn't this just Nine Tails in disguise? It's even more powerful than Nine Tails. The system will redeem it for me as soon as possible. System, received and in process of redemption. 1000 points have been consumed. The redemption has been successful. Please check the host. After listening to this, Gu Xingzi looked at his belly and saw 4 sealing talismans. Gu Xingzi, it seems like it's done. Then let me enter the consciousness space and take a look. After saying that, Gu Xingzi entered the consciousness space. It was all white and there was a white 9-tails fox in the distance. The tip of its tail and eyes were also a touch of red, which was very enchanting, but there was no cage here. Bai Qian, are you my contract owner this time? Gu Xingzi, yes, God. Bai Qian, you don't have to be so polite and call me Xiao Bai or my name. After hearing this, Gu Xingzi said without politeness, Xiao Bai, can you come out? Bai Qian, I can often appear as a little fox. If you summon me, it will be me in full size. Gu Xingzi, well, let's try it and let me see your body shape. After saying this, Gu Xingzi exited the space of consciousness, began to form seals and clap her fingers downwards. Gu Xingzi, yay like you tail. Only a puff of smoke appeared, and when the smoke dissipated, Bai Qian was fully revealed. Bai Qian, how about it? He's very tall, right? Gu Xingzi said in shock, it feels a little bigger than 9-tails when it's so big. When it's over, there will be a chakra similar to 9-tails. The sentient ninjas in the village will know it. The fact was just as Gu Xingzi thought. Anbu sensed such a huge chakra and immediately reported it to the 3rd Hokage. After learning about it, the 3rd Hokage immediately led people to come here. And the 9-tails in Kushina's belly sensed the whirlpool. 9-tails, how come chakra, a tailed beast, looks so much like me? 9-tails immediately told Kushina Uzumaki, who was shopping with Minato, that there were chakras from other tailed beasts in the village. Kushina thought it was other villagers who came to attack with help, so she immediately told Minato. After hearing this, Minato immediately came here with Kushina. Chapter 8 9-tails, why is there another 9-tails? Gu Xingzi is counting the time now, and there is not enough time to remove the psychic spell and immediately use the 3-dimensional mobile device to escape. What should I do? Oh, why didn't I think of this when I summoned him? Bai Qian, it can still be lifted now. Gu Xingzi touched his head, have you ever thought about what to do if they suspect me? Bai Qian, no. Gu Xingzi, 6, you can only act with me. Bai Qian asked in confusion, how to act? Gu Xingzi used the 3-dimensional mobile device to fly to Bai Qian's ear and prepared to teach him how to act. Before Gu Xingzi could speak, Bai Qian turned around and said, don't you know your hook is very painful? Seeing this, Gu Xingzi said awkwardly, I thought it wouldn't hurt because you were so hairy, haha, it won't be like this next time. Bai Qian, is there a next time? Gu Xingzi quickly waved her hand and said, no, let's talk about how to act first, first this way, then that, then this, then that. After hearing this, Bai Qian said, as long as there is no next time, it's okay to act like this. Just after talking to Bai Qian about 3rd Hokage, Anbu came here with a group of Anbu. As soon as they arrived, they saw Bai Qian and Gu Xingzi who were as tall as 9-tails, or even bigger than 9-tails. 3rd Hokage asked nervously, Gu Xingzi, what is this? Gu Xingzi coughed and started his deception method again, Master Hokage, this is God Bai Qian. He is the other god who possesses sage art in addition to the 3 holy places. He is more powerful than the immortals in the 3 holy places. After hearing this, the 3rd Hokage immediately said respectfully to Bai Qian, then I don't know why Lord Bai Qian came to our country of fire. Bai Qian, I was flying in the sky, and I sensed a person from a distance who was very suitable for practicing the sage art of my King Kaihu clan, so I came here to find this young man. I was going to sign a psychic contract with this young man. You guys are here before it even starts. 3rd Hokage, I'm sorry for disturbing Lord Bai Qian. I just sensed a powerful chakra and came over. I'm really sorry. Bai Qian, it's okay, after all, this is the Hokage of this generation. It's normal to want to protect the village. Don't worry, I'll leave after signing the psychic contract. After saying that, Bai Qian pretended to open a scroll, spread it on the ground, and wrote her name on it. Seeing this, Gu Xingzi also wrote her name on it and pressed a bloody fingerprint. Bai Qian, now that the psychic contract has been reached, I will leave. Gu Xingzi, goodbye, Lord Bai Qian. After saying that, Bai Qian flew into the sky, not far, but flew back to Gu Xingzi's body where no one could see her. But what Bai Qian and Gu Xingzi didn't expect was that Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki would see this scene. Uzumaki Kushina asked Minato to look up to the sky in surprise. Minato, who came back to his senses, also looked up at the sky and saw the scene where Bai Qian lifted the psychic spell and turned into white smoke. Minato asked Kushina Uzumaki in surprise, "Is that Nine Tails? Why is it white?" Uzumaki Kushina was also surprised and said, "Nine Tails is in my body, so why is it so similar to Nine Tails, but the color is different?" Nine Tails in Uzumaki Kushina's body was also shocked. He saw clearly in Uzumaki Kushina's body. He didn't recognize this white fox, but he knew the tailed beast's chakra. He now suspected that Sage of Six Paths was carrying 9 of them again. He secretly created another 9 tails that none of them knew about. 9 tails immediately wanted to control the body of Kushina Uzumaki to check. Although Uzumaki Kushina also wanted to know what it was, she knew she couldn't let 9 tails come out, so she ended 9 tails' thoughts after giving 9 tails a blow with the gold steel chain. 9 tails could only roar unwillingly, "If you don't Uzumaki Kushina, I will kill you." Chapter 9 Orochimaru, Contribute to Science. The third Hokage recovered from the shock and slowly said to Gu Xingzi, "Gu Xingzi, since you have been recognized by God, you must learn Sage Jutsu and serve Konoha, the country of fire, to become a Genin." Although Gu Xingzi was speechless, he still said, "Of course, as long as the will of fire continues, I will definitely become a Hokage." Senju Tobirama, it's impossible to say anything. It's definitely impossible. If you really become a Hokage, wait for me to resurrect later and use the Flying Thunder God to kill you. The third Hokage nodded in approval and left. On the way back, he saw Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina rushing here. "Third Hokage, why are you two here?" Minato bowed immediately when he saw the third Hokage and said, "Uzumaki Kushina and I sensed a chakra similar to 9 tails and came over." Uzumaki Kushina nodded and said, Yes, Grandpa, third generation," and then we saw the white 9 tails fox. At that time, 9 tails wanted to control my body to come out and have a look, but I stopped him. "Third Hokage, it's okay, it's just a fox god, not 9 tails. Go back." After saying that, third Hokage and Anbu left, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina followed. But 9 tails was not calm in Kushina's belly. "9 tails, it's impossible, you BD old man. Even though it's not 9 tails, it's a tailed beast." Uzumaki Kushina. "Let me go out. I want to see it myself. Don't listen to this BD old man." Uzumaki Kushina heard 9 tails words and simply said don't think about it and then ignored 9 tails. Back to Gu Xingzi, Bai Qian had transformed into the size of a small fox and stood on Gu Xingzi's shoulder. "Bai Qian, you acted pretty well, and you managed to trick him, but I sensed a golden chakra similar to mine." Gu Xingzi said nonchalantly, "That's the 9 tails yellow 9 tails fox. Don't worry, it's not as strong as you." This sentence is also true. After all, 9 tails doesn't know sage art. After saying that, Gu Xingzi controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and walked towards the Uchiha tribe's land. At this time, the Uchiha tribe was not outside the village, but a little bit in the middle of the village. After returning to the clan, Bai Qian returned to Gu Xingzi's body. When I returned to the tribe, I found that there were other ninjas there, mostly civilian ninjas, who seemed to be repairing something using earth style. Gu Xingzi thought in confusion, what's going on? Why are there still foreigners coming? And we know that the Uchiha clan rarely has civilians or even other ninjas coming. Gu Xingzi took one look and walked home without caring, but as she walked she noticed something was wrong. Gu Xingzi suddenly turned around, wait a minute, that seems to be my FG home, MMP. Gu Xingzi reacted and immediately stopped everyone. Gu Xingzi, it's not what you are doing. Who in my family allowed you to demolish this? At this time, Uchiha came over, Master UFO has found a new house for you. Your old house will be demolished for you, and a new one will be built here for other Uchiha tribesmen to use. I will put your things in this scroll. Well, I have to say that you are really poor. After saying this, Uchiha threw a sealing scroll towards Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi was speechless but still caught the scroll. After all, this was one of his few possessions. After saying that, Uchiha took Gu Xingzi towards the new house. When they arrived at the place, Gu Xingzi was almost so shocked that she shouted out FK on her eyes. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, damn it, it's so big. If I remember correctly, Janin's house should be this big. This old guy spent a lot of money on my three-dimensional mobile device. Walking into the house, there were 5 people talking in the courtyard, none other than the future son of Konoha, Uchiha Tsukifu, the head of the Uchiha clan, and Tsunade's younger brother Senju Nawaki. Gu Xingzi suddenly had an unpleasant feeling in his heart. These 3 people came back to prove that the battlefield is already short of people, and it's time for us cannon fodder. Several people talking saw Gu Xingzi stop communicating. Uchiha Moon Father, Uchiha Gu Xingzi, starting from tomorrow you will fight for the village as genin of the Uchiha clan, and Orochimaru will be your teacher. Gu Xingzi was shocked. What? Orochimaru, isn't it that Orochimaru has not turned black at this time? Isn't it enough to have a Senju rope tree? If it doesn't work, you can wait for Hongdu. When I have the strength, wouldn't it be better to come to me? The cooperative relationship between us was not as strong as it is now. Orochimaru, Xingzi-kun, please give me your advice. Can you show me your device? Your device can make a great contribution to science. Gu Xingzi definitely couldn't refuse Orochimaru at this time. After all, there were several other people standing next to him, but after listening to Orochimaru's words, the atmosphere suddenly surged into his heart. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, MMP damn wants to see my three-dimensional mobile device. Lao Z** is so anxious, I** will kill you with a thunder gun. But on the surface, he still said respectfully, of course, Master Orochimaru. Chapter 10 Damn Orochimaru, if it wasn't for your science, I would have FG killed you. After saying that, Gu Xingzi removed the three-dimensional mobile device and brought it to Orochimaru. Father Uchiha saw Gu Xingzi being so polite to Orochimaru and thought to himself, am I not as dignified as a junior? It's not surprising to think so. Orochimaru now only has 2 titles, one is the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and the other is the genius of the new generation. But only Gu Xingzi knows how terrifying Orochimaru is in the later period. He can't even die if you die. Orochimaru took the three-dimensional mobile device handed over by Gu Xingzi and began to observe it carefully. He observed the hook blade gas in a series of parts just like Minato. Before Orochimaru could say anything, Jiraiya, who was next to him, said first, Orochimaru, why are you taking a junior's ninja tool? You really accepted this Uchiha as your apprentice just because of this ninja tool. The old man will talk about you. When Tsunade saw Uchiha Tsuki's face turned black, she immediately punched Jiraiya to shut him up. The punch was so powerful that it knocked Jiraiya away. Senju thought in fear, my sister's strange power seems to be stronger than before. Tsunade, Fozuki-sama, you don't need to pay attention to Jiraiya's words. It's very abnormal. Don't worry about the words of a donkey and a horse. Uchiha Father Suki ignored Tsunade's words and just snorted and turned his head to Orochimaru, who was studying the three-dimensional mobile device. Orochimaru watched for a while and returned the three-dimensional mobile device to Guzingzi and said, "The jet behind your device and the blade need to be replaced. You are a fatherless Uchiha and your house is so broken. Then where did you get the resources or money?" Guzingzi was shocked in her heart. "Orochimaru, FK your MMP, UFK I am, right?" After hearing this, Uchiha's father also looked at Guzingzi to see how to answer. Guzingzi looked at the four pairs of eyes staring at her and said with great pressure, "Teacher Orochimaru, this is a three-dimensional mobile device that does not need to be replaced or replenished." Orochimaru put his chin on his hand and said playfully, "Oh, how did you do it? The material used for the jet behind you is not available in Konoha." Guzingzi lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Master Orochimaru, I can't say this." Just after Guzingzi finished speaking, Orochimaru's face darkened visibly. "Guzingzi, but I can give the teacher a new three-dimensional motor device." After hearing this, Orochimaru's face softened and he said, "I really hope you keep your promise, Zingzi-kun. Come to the woods in the northeast tomorrow and I will teach you and Nasha some ninjutsu tools and some information that need to be prepared for the ninjutsu Russia war." After listening, Senju said, "Teacher, you have to teach me in person. Last time you taught me for myself, it was a long time ago." Tsunade, seeing his younger brother is not calm, he said to his head and said, "How do you live like this on the battlefield?" Senju touched his head, gave Tsunade a roll of his eyes and ran out. Tsunade and Orochimaru said goodbye to Uchiha's father and left one after another. After the three of them had left, Uchiha's father said to Guzingzi, "Remember to contribute a share of your three-dimensional mobile device to the family." This time it was not a request but an order. Guzingzi had no choice but to agree. After a while, Uchiha and his father left, and Guzingzi looked around at his new house. Everything in the house is complete, and it seems that a lot of money has been spent on it. Guzingzi lay on the bed and complained, "Where can I get these 2,000 points? Even if it is not a full-level three-dimensional mobile device, it still needs 500 points. MMP is so annoying. I don't want to find the system again. Take it on credit. I want to save some for a weapon. System, can I pay on credit? Do I want to pay on credit? There is no interest and it is absolutely conscience." Guzingzi said speechlessly, "I'll tell you tomorrow because I'm tired." At this time, Bai Qian transformed into the form of a little fox and said to Guzingzi, "That snake seems to have sensed me, just for a moment." Guzingzi, "Damn it, Orochimaru is so fierce right now." Guzingzi touched Bai Qian's tail and said, "How can Xiao Bai activate the complete immortal human body?" "Bai Qian, it will be divided into 3 levels, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. At present, your physical fitness cannot even pass the elementary level. You should be able to enter the elementary level when you are almost 12 years old." Guzingzi, "Is it still acceptable after the age of 12 and 4 years? Can it be opened when the physical fitness is enough?" "Bai Qian, when you arrive, I will gather chakra for you and you will activate the unique King Kaiu 9-Tails Sage transformation. Depending on the length of time, the advanced immortal body will fall into a short sleep, but you can also borrow my chakra." Guzingzi looked like he suddenly realized, "Oh, that's it, okay, now we have to think about the war. The battlefield in Yuyan village is currently tight. It's almost time for the 3 Sunnins in Konoha to become famous, and they are waiting for the other side, Hitaki Sakumo. The war of killing parents is basically over. After that, I will think about the immortal body and forget about going to bed. Good night, Ziobai." After saying that, Guzingzi lay down on the tatami and started to sleep. Bai Qian found a suitable and comfortable position next to Guzingzi's pillow and said, "Good night," and started to sleep. Chapter 11 Bai Qian, 10,000 Snakes? One reptile. The next morning, Gu Xingzi woke up from bed, touched Bai Qian's tail and went to wash up. Bai Qian, my family, who knows? A pervert touched someone's tail while he was sleeping. He just ignored it and had to wake me up. Who knows? After Gu Xingzi washed up, she flew towards the woods Orochimaru mentioned yesterday. Gu Xingzi controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to fly in Konoha village, and people passing by looked over. Gu Xingzi, it's this feeling of being in the spotlight. Gu Xingzi arrived at the specified location and found that Orochimaru and Senjurashu had arrived. Orochimaru, where is my device? You won't forget it, right? Gu Xingzi reluctantly borrowed 500 points from the system and took out a three-dimensional mobile device that needed to replenish the blade gas. Gu Xingzi, of course there is no teacher Orochimaru, how could I forget it? After saying that, he gave Orochimaru the three-dimensional mobile device that he had just exchanged from the system store. Although Orochimaru wanted to know how Gu Xingzi conjured a three-dimensional mobile device out of thin air, he didn't care when he saw a three-dimensional mobile device that he could study. Orochimaru is currently thinking about how to study this three-dimensional mobile device. After all, who doesn't want to fly? Orochimaru put away the three-dimensional mobile device and said, now the Omegakure village and the Sand Hidden village have declared war on Konoha. I, Jiraiya, Tsunade Shimura, Danzo will be stationed on the battlefield of Omegakure village, and Senior Hotaki Sakumo will be in the east of the Land of Fire. Sitting on the battlefield of Sand Hidden village to guard against the third-generation Sand Shadows attack on the Land of Fire again, and we have to repel Rain Hidden village, and also guard against Sand Hidden village sending troops to attack us, and we also have to guard against Kumagakure and Iwagakure. Hanzo, the leader of Yuyan village, is very difficult to deal with, so you have to protect yourself, especially you, Nashu, on the battlefield. Senju, who was taking notes, was shocked. What's wrong with me, teacher? Orochimaru, your physical skills are too weak. If you can avoid being approached, don't be approached. Gu Xingzi has a three-dimensional maneuvering device that can fly, but you don't have one, so I want you to sign a psychic contract with Ryuji Dong. Senju immediately threw the notebook into Gu Xingzi's hand, rushed to Orochimaru, hugged his thigh and cried while saying, teacher, I knew you loved me. Orochimaru kicked the Senju rope tree aside with a black face and said, go ahead and sign the psychic contract. Orochimaru summoned a small white snake. The little white snake listened to Orochimaru's words and turned into a scroll. Orochimaru took the scroll and placed it in front of the Senju rope tree. Orochimaru, sign your name. After listening to the Senju rope tree, fill in your name and fingerprint. When Orochimaru saw that Shenshu had signed the psychic contract, he called Gu Xingzi to come and sign the contract as well. Before Gu Xingzi could think of how to reject Orochimaru, a burst of white smoke suddenly rose up. Orochimaru used wind release to blow away the smoke, and in the smoke were the Senju rope tree sitting on the ground, and the huge purple snake in the distance. Wan Shi, Orochimaru. Why are you looking for me? This time you have to give me 100 living sacrifices. Orochimaru, it's not me, I'm my disciple, and I didn't expect him to have such a huge chakra. Wan Shi, this white-haired one is still this black-haired mushroom head. Before Orochimaru could reply, Wan Shi suddenly felt a powerful murderous aura looking at him. It was Bai Qian who was standing on Gu Xingzi's shoulder. When Wan Shi was summoned just now, Bai Qian wanted to join in the fun, so she came out and stood on Gu Xingzi's shoulder to watch the fun. Wan Shi sensed the strong murderous aura and struck first, bypassing the Senju rope tree and rushing towards Gu Xingzi. Orochimaru didn't expect Wan Snake to suddenly go crazy, and immediately wanted to forcefully cancel the channeling and channel Wan Snake back. Before Orochimaru finished forming the seal, he also felt a powerful murderous aura, a murderous aura like that of a hunter staring at his prey. It was the gigantic Bai Qian one-tail that knocked Wan Shi into the ground. Wan Shi's head burrowed directly into the ground. Bai Qian used her claws to dig Wan Shi out of the ground and said with a mocking look on her face, "Reptile, why don't you continue your performance?" Gu Xingzi didn't expect Bai Qian to suddenly stop Wan Shi. He wanted to activate Manjiki and teleport Wan Shi away. Orochimaru and Senju were dumbfounded when a white nine-tails suddenly appeared and killed all snakes. Seeing this situation, Gu Xingzi quickly came out to rescue him. "Teacher Orochimaru, this is my psychic beast Xiao Bai, the clone of Lord Bai Qian." Orochimaru lowered his guard after hearing what Gu Xingzi said, and channeled the unconscious Wan Shi back. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat on his head and said, "It seems that you have a more powerful psychic beast. You guys go back and have a good rest today. Pack your things and go to the battlefield tomorrow." After that, he left without waiting for a response. When Gu Xingzi saw that Orochimaru was gone, he summoned Bai Qian back without any regrets and controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to fly home. And Senju Naoki sat up from the ground and touched his head and said, "I want to go back and let Kushina Uzumaki ask Nine-Tails if he has any relatives." Orochimaru went straight to the third Hokage office to report Bai Qian's situation and tell him the news that he had accepted Gu Xingzi as his disciple. Orochimaru did not tell the third Hokage before, but instead acted first and then announced. Chapter 12 Nishinami Ya Glass. Orochimaru came to the third Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo was in the land of rain due to the war, and the other two elders were also preparing for the war, so there was only the third Hokage in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was smoking and looking at the information sent by the frontline ninjas. Before Orochimaru could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. "Third Hokage, right now, supplies for Konoha's two-sided war are in short supply. Let this group of students who graduated from the Ninja Academy go to the battlefield. This is really a helpless move. Take more care of that boy Nezuki. After all, he is Tsunade. Only loved ones." "Orochimaru, I know, I made Uchiha Gu Xingzi my disciple, and he has a powerful psychic beast. When that psychic beast looked at me, I felt like I was going to die, and it looked like Nine-Tails but it was white." "Third Hokage, that should be the fox in King Kaiu, Lord Bai Qian." Orochimaru asked in confusion, "Who is Bai Qian?" The third Hokage told Orochimaru everything about Lord Shiro. "Third Hokage, you can accept it if you accept it. That child is not weak. He got the sage art of Lord Bai Qian and the flying device, and he has activated the three Megatama Sharingan at a young age. If he cultivates it well, it might also be the next Uchiha Mirror." Orochimaru nodded and said, "I know that as long as they are in the Hidden Rain Village, I will not let anything happen to them." The third Hokage nodded and said, "This is best." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya climbed in through the window. Jiraiya saw what Orochimaru and the third Hokage were talking about and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Orochimaru, about going to the battlefield. By the way, didn't you accept a few disciples?" The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya in confusion. "Don't you want to be the leader Jainin? Why did you accept a disciple?" Jiraiya smiled and said, "Didn't I just tell you that I took over the civilian genius Namikaze Minato and recruited two family ninjas?" "Orochimaru, which two families dared to give you their address?" Jiraiya shouted loudly, "Hey Orochimaru, who do you look down on? One is from the Akamichi clan and the other is from the Aberame clan." "Orochimaru, a scholar." Jiraiya said angrily, "Who wants to learn from you? I just want to recruit some disciples." Orochimaru replied perfunctorily, "Ah, yes, you are right." The third Hokage just smiled knowingly and said, "As long as you are happy, these ninjas who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy will all go to the battlefield. You have to take good care of the three disciples you have accepted." Jiraiya patted his chest and replied confidently, "Don't trust me yet." Orochimaru walked up to Jiraiya and patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, you won't go peek at the women's bathhouse." Jiraiya punched Orochimaru in anger, but Orochimaru had escaped with the teleportation technique when he finished saying that. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, don't leave. After saying that, he hit the gate of opening and chased after him. Third Hokage, it would be nice to have a peaceful life like this. It would be nice if there was no war. After saying this, he continued to grade papers. And Gu Xingzi used the three-dimensional mobile device to return to the family and found that everyone looked at her differently. Gu Xingzi scratched his head. What's going on with that look? A little 8 trigrams, a little hatred and a little jealous. Are you jealous that I went to the battlefield or that I have 3 megatama? After thinking for a while, Gu Xingzi stopped caring and returned to his house. As soon as he arrived in the yard, he found 4 people sitting in the house, the patriarch, the elder, and Uchiha Fuyu Uchiha Mikoto. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, why did you 4 come to my place because you fancy a house? Gu Xingzi walked into the room to greet the clan leader and elders. Uchiha Uefu, sit down without further ado, I have something to discuss with you. Gu Xingzi's doubts became more serious but she still sat down obediently. Gu Xingzi, I wonder if the elders and clan leaders have anything to do with me. At this time Uchiha Mikoto said, please take good care of my sister. Gu Xingzi was even more confused, where did the sister come from? Do you, Uchiha Mikoto, have a sister? Great Elder, I will marry my second daughter Uchiha to you. Neither of you are pure Uchiha. It is suitable. Gu Xingzi, you belittled me, right? And who is the pin? Uchiha Moonfather, yes, that's right. The Great Elder shouted to a room inside, come out, Pinzi. Gu Xingzi, you stuffed it into my house before you agreed. At this time, a pink-haired woman came out of the house. Before the woman could speak, Gu Xingzi immediately shouted with red eyes, Nishimiya Glass. Chapter 13 I need the strength to protect the people I cherish. Gu Xingzi's red eyes shouted loudly to everyone present. Uchiha Glass said in confusion, Mr. Gu Xingzi, my name is not Nishimiya. Gu Xingzi, why are you still so gentle? Can't you be so gentle? As he spoke, a few tears shed from the corners of Gu Xingzi's eyes. It seemed to outsiders that Gu Xingzi had met his wife whom he had not seen for a long time. Great Elder, it turns out that he has no surname and only knows his name is Pinzi. He picked her up in a village in the country of fire when he was out on a mission and gave him the surname of Uchiha. She is only 1 year younger than you. I like this look. Did she or you think he was someone else? When Gu Xingzi heard what the elder said, he immediately wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, I like it very much. Great Elder, then this is best. Uchiha Moonfather, then let's go and leave the 2 of them some space alone. After speaking, the elderly left, and before leaving, Uchiha Mikoto told some concerns to the nitrate. After all gone, Gu Xingzi couldn't hold back, rushing over and hugging the nitrix to start crying. Glass was so overwhelmed by this scene that he could only hug Gu Xingzi with his backhand. Gu Xingzi cried and said, Jiazi, you don't have to be so gentle, you can be selfish. In order to appease Gu Xingzi's mood, Glass could only say, okay. Gu Xingzi cried for about 5 minutes before letting go of Glass and observing his face carefully. He looks exactly the same as Nishimiya Glass, with the same pink hair and face. If he insists on finding a difference, it is only in his clothes. Being stared at by Gu Xingzi, Jiazi was a little embarrassed and turned his gaze aside. After regaining consciousness, Gu Xingzi immediately asked Pinzi, do you have any hearing problems? Glass quickly waved his hand and said, there is no problem with my hearing. Gu Xingzi felt a stone fall in his heart. He thought that even if he changed to World Glass, he would still have hearing problems, but he was so gentle, I cried to death. Gu Xingzi wiped her tears and asked Pinzi, are you willing to change my name? Although Glass had doubts, he still said, you can do it if you want, sir. Gu Xingzi, Nishinami-ya Glass, Uchiha Glass. Glass, it's a nice name. Gu Xingzi, as long as you like it. If you don't like it, don't force it. Before Jiazi could answer, Gu Xingzi grabbed Jiazi's hand and said, will you be my wife? Nishimiya Glass blushed and said, I do. System, congratulations to host for accepting his second wife, Nishimiya Glass. He will be rewarded with 3,000 points and 2 lottery opportunities. Since host's credit system deducted 500 points from 500 points, it becomes 2,500 points. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, I will accept Xi Gong without any reward. I want to protect her and prevent her from getting hurt anymore. Nishimiya Glass took his hand out of Gu Xingzi's and took out the letter in his pocket. Nishimiya Glass, my father asked me to give this to you. Xin, Uchiha Gu Xingzi, don't think that I don't love Glass. I love her more than anyone else. Why do you let the two of you get married together? Because neither of you are pure Uchiha. Although I am a little bit disparaging to you, there is no doubt that you two are the most suitable ones. If I hand him over to other tribesmen, I won't worry if the tribesmen are not happy with it. And even less likely to be outsiders, so I can only leave him to you. Please protect him on the battlefield. After reading the letter, Gu Xingzi said to Nishimiya Glass, I will not let you get hurt at all, even if it costs my life, I will not hesitate. Nishimiya Glass nodded excitedly, okay. Gu Xingzi, if someone asks you when you go to the battlefield tomorrow, just say that you are Orochimaru's apprentice. His name is more useful than the Uchiha clan on the battlefield. You stay at home and I will tell Orochimaru this. Nishimiya Glass nodded and said okay. Gu Xingzi used the 3-dimensional mobile device to leave the house and cut a shadow clone seal outside the house. A burst of smoke dissipated and an identical Gu Xingzi stayed to protect Glass. Then he used the 3-dimensional mobile device again to rush towards Orochimaru. On the way, Gu Xingzi said to the system will start 2 draws. As long as there are no special circumstances, Gu Xingzi will not use points again. He needs points to exchange for permanent time Mangeki or even eternal reincarnation. He needs strength to protect Konan and Nishimiya Glass. System, do you want to draw host directly? Gu Xingzi, yes. System, good hosting is starting the lottery, 50% 100% host draws, please check your rewards. Gu Xingzi stopped moving forward and started to check the rewards, 2 sunwheel knives. System, yes host, one of the Nichiren swords used by Anikitsukuni can use the breath of the sun, and the other one can use the breath of the moon and the breath of the Sunday. Gu Xingzi, damn, you're such a DK, then I'll give the first one to Kakashi and keep the other one for myself. After checking, Gu Xingzi used the 3-dimensional mobile device to go to Orochimaru's mansion. Gu Xingzi, I wonder if Kakashi will say something like what do you think of your life? Chapter 14 Learning the Double Breathing Technique. Gu Xingzi came to Orochimaru's mansion and saw Jiraiya and Orochimaru scolding each other in the house. Orochimaru, Gu Xingzi, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back and have a good rest so that you can go to the battlefield tomorrow? Gu Xingzi bowed and said, Teacher, I hope you can say on the battlefield that my wife Uchiha Glass is your disciple. Jiraiya looked confused and shocked and said, FKU, you have a wife at the age of 8. Gu Xingzi said without changing her expression, yes, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya, 6. Orochimaru, okay, but I need you to give me some materials. Gu Xingzi asked with a puzzled look, Teacher, what materials do you need from me? Is it a 3-dimensional mobile device? Orochimaru nodded, I have successfully copied an exactly the same, but there is no gas. Gu Xingzi, what the hell are you arguing with me? How long has it been? It's only been 5 FG hours and you've made one exactly the same. Although Gu Xingzi complained in his heart, he still gave the gas of his 3-dimensional mobile device to Orochimaru. After all, his meeting would be replenished later. Orochimaru, thank you Xingzi-kun. Gu Xingzi, Teacher Orochimaru, if you don't have the ultimate vision and sense of balance, you won't be able to use the 3-dimensional mobile device. Orochimaru, really? Then I have to train hard. Jiraiya complained, why are you so sinister, like a snake? Orochimaru also responded, it's better than a toad like you. Jiraiya shouted angrily to Orochimaru, what do you mean? Be careful, I tell Tsunade that time you watched Tsunade take a bath. Orochimaru immediately darkened his face, it was obviously because I saw you squatting there. I was curious about what you were looking at, so I looked at it. Gu Xingzi saw that the two of them flew away from the three-dimensional motor device. Gu Xingzi, at this time, Uncle Snake is not interested in immortality, but he is still very interested in technology, and his character before turning black is still very good. When Gu Xingzi returned home, he removed the shadow clone, took a shower, and prepared to cook. Nishimiya Glass, just leave Mr. Gu Xingzi to me. Gu Xingzi said to Glass with a dark face, don't call me sir, just call me Xingzi. Glass nodded and said, okay, but it's up to me to do the cooking. When Gu Xingzi heard that Jiazi agreed, she no longer looked grim and forcefully drove Jiazi out of the kitchen. Gu Xingzi, I'll let you try my skills and sit there. Glass sat obediently at the table and thought, Xingzi is really a strange person. When we met for the first time, we felt like a couple. Oh, what was I thinking? Really, but I feel like he really likes me. He thought. Glass's face turned red here. After a while, Gu Xingzi came out of the kitchen. 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish were fried, and a fish soup was made for the Glass. After all, Japanese people like to eat fish. The fish soup was made specially by Gu Xingzi. After all, Gu Xingzi also served as a chef apprentice in his previous life. You can still stew tofu and cabbage in a whole fish soup. Glass took a sip and said to Gu Xingzi, this fish soup is so delicious, you can still make this. Gu Xingzi, I'm used to being alone. Glass, then I'll accompany you. Gu Xingzi, okay. After finishing the meal and washing the dishes, Gu Xingzi went outside to try the sun breath and moon breath of the sun wheel knife. Gu Xingzi, system, I don't know how to breathe the sun and the breath of the moon. System, it only takes 500 points to upgrade the breathing technique to the full level. Gu Xingzi, what the hell, you're cheating on me, aren't you? Piece replacement. System, the breathing technique has been successfully upgraded to the full level. Host has 2000 points left, please use them with caution. After speaking systematically, all the forms, movements, details and techniques of breath of the sun and breath of the moon appeared in Gu Xingzi's mind. Gu Xingzi didn't care what the system said and immediately tried the moon breath. After all, the moon breath was transformed into a pure breathing method suitable for ghosts in Hizamao. Gu Xingzi was afraid that his body wouldn't be able to use it, but after trying it, he found out it can be used. However, the shapes after the 5 shapes require the blade to be longer and grow additional blades. But fortunately, when using the breath of the moon, the blade is purple and not all the eyes are. This is a great blessing to Gu Xingzi who has trypophobia. The breath of the sun blade is red or the color of the sword. If you talk about intuitive feelings, the breath of the sun is purple. The breath becomes a warrior, the breath of the moon becomes a mage. Gu Xingzi, that's good, as long as you don't encounter that perverted thing called third rakage. If Buddha stands in his way, he will kill Buddha, and if demon stands in his way, he will kill Buddha. In other words, whoever comes will die. Chapter 15 Heading to the Battlefield. The next morning, Third Hokage started his speech again. I'm too lazy to write it anyway. The last sentence is, you are the hope of the Fire Nation. Let's go. Just like that, we started heading to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. Gu Xingzi did not follow the Uchiha clan, but followed Orochimaru, followed by Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kato Dan, and behind, the Minato team and Senju Nishimiya Glass. Gu Xingzi prepared a very sufficient 3-dimensional mobile device, the Tenga double-breathing Sunren knife, and put the Yuanyi one at home to give to the 4-year-old Kakashi after World War II. While protecting Nishimiya himself, he took a look at it. Look at Konan. It started to rain as soon as they arrived in the Kingdom of Rain, and Gu Xingzi quickly put her clothes on Nishimiya Glass. Glass took the clothes and said thank you. Next to him, Senju Nawaki wanted to ask his sister for some clothes, but what he saw was Kato Dan put his own clothes on Tsunade. Senju rope tree, all lovers must die. Arriving at the camp, everyone in Orochimaru went to Danzo to report the situation, while Gu Xingzi and others came to their tent. Glass and Gu Xingzi were in a tent. We are already engaged. What happened in a tent? Gu Xingzi thought to herself, now the Third Ninja War broke out in Konoha in 46 and ended in 49. In 49, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade and the other three had the title of Konoha Sunin, and Hitaki Sakumo also killed Scorpion's parents. As a result, Konoha White Fang became famous, and in 49 years, Kato broke the Senju rope tree and died. This was the main event of the Second Ninja World War. Gu Xingzi was upset when he thought of this. He has to stay in this place where it rains every day for 2 years. If Konan hadn't been here, he would have left Nishinamiya in the village. Before Gu Xingzi could think again, the alarm bell rang in the camp, which was the sound representing the enemy's attack. Gu Xingzi scolded her mother, "You were blanched like this when you first came here." The ninjas immediately assembled and the charge was led by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Gu Xingzi summoned a shadow clone to protect the safety of Zigong, and then rushed forward. At this time, Sanshou Ayu Hanzo shouted, "Combined ninjutsu." After saying this, the ninjas behind him formed seals and shouted water-style water dragon bullet jutsu. Countless water dragons came towards the Konoha ninjas. Orochimaru commanded, "Release the earth-style wall to block the attack." Konoha's ninjas also formed countless earth-style walls to block the water dragon bombs. After that, the ninjas from both sides began to charge. Gu Xingzi activated the 3 Megatama Sharingan and used the 3-dimensional maneuvering device to use the remaining earth flow wall to fly directly into the enemy crowd. Gu Xingzi's right hand burst out with dazzling thunder and lightning, accompanied by the sound of birds chirping. It was Chidori. Gu Xingzi controlled the nature of the Chidori chakra to change, transforming into Chidori flowing in all directions to attack. The ninjas of Yuyan village who were close to Gu Xingzi were directly stabbed, so stay away. There are also minor scratches. Hanzo saw Gu Xingzi flying directly into the crowd and killing everyone and shouted angrily, "Little Uchiha, don't be so presumptuous." After saying that, he slapped the ground with one hand and said psychic technique. A huge Sanshou fish appeared on the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Tsunade immediately used her psychic skills to summon Katsuyu, and shouted to the ninja behind her, "That Sanshou fish is poisonous, please avoid it." The information about Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, has long been known to all major countries, and the information about the poisonous nature of his psychic beast has also been known for a long time. When Gu Xingzi saw Hanzo controlling the Sanshou fish to rush towards him, he immediately used the flexibility of the 3-dimensional maneuvering device to get behind Hanzo. Gu Xingzi, fire-style great fireball. A fireball rushed straight into the half-hid, and half-hid just gently waved the fireball with a sickle. Gu Xingzi used the cover of the great fireball technique to get close and drew the blade, just like Hanzo slashing at him, but Hanzo used the instant technique to avoid it. "Hanzo, you are very brave, kid." But Gu Xingzi ignored it. He didn't expect this move to attack him. He just wanted to force him back and kill the Sanjita fish. If he didn't die, his poison would be very threatening to Nishinamiya. Gu Xingzi immediately swung his 2 knives and slashed at Sanjiayu's neck, making dozens of cuts at such a fast speed. Hanzo noticed something was wrong and immediately rushed towards Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi also noticed that he immediately retreated and fired another fire style, but then attacked the Sanjiao. After withstanding this attack, Sanshou turned into smoke and released its channeling. Hanzo glared at Gu Xingzi and said, I'm going to kill you, kid. Orochimaru, who was cleaning up the soldiers below, saw that Gu Xingzi was in danger and immediately summoned 10,000 snakes to rush towards Hanzo. One snake, thank you Orochimaru for preparing so many sacrifices for me. One snake opened his mouth and rushed towards Hanzo. Seeing this, Hanzo had to use the teleportation technique again to avoid the attack. Gu Xingzi also used the three-dimensional maneuvering device to withdraw. Jiraiya, boy, you are very brave, but I have to say that you are very strong. Let us leave him to us. Tsunade, take care of my brother. After speaking, Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta and Tsunade to attack Hanzo together. Gu Xingzi, it won't take long for me to survive this war. Putting the blade back into the scabbard, Gu Xingzi took out the thunder gun that he had stored for so long, and used 5 three-dimensional mobile devices in each hand to fly into the sky and shoot them all. To the rear of Hidden Rain Village, there are basically all medical ninjas in the rear. The explosion sounded, killing almost all the medical ninjas, and also killed a group of genin. Minato looked over and said, Gu Xingzi is really strong, but what is that long thing that looks like a detonating talisman? Gu Xingzi shouted loudly, it's not over yet. After saying that, he pulled out the sun sword. The color of the sun sword blade changed from black to completely purple. Breath of the Moon. Chapter 16 White Moon Goddess. Gu Xingzi, the Breath of the Moon 6 types, the lonely moon in the long night infinite. Gu Xingzi used the sun blade to throw out the 6 paths large moon blade, which also contained a small moon blade to attack the ninjas of the rain country. Because Gu Xingzi is in the air using a three-dimensional mobile device, the moon blade will not attack our ninjas. Some ninjas wanted to use the earth flow wall to defend the moon blade, but he was able to defend the small moon blade, but the large moon blade went directly through the middle of the earth flow wall and attacked the ninja. Some rain country ninjas shouted loudly, what kind of earth flow wall is this? It's like paper in front of him. Hanzo-sama, help me. Hanzo, who was fighting the Konoha Sunin in the distance, heard the call and looked over. It didn't matter whether he looked there or not. He saw an experience he would never forget. The large moon blade and the small moon blade are harvesting the lives of the ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village. Seeing this scene, Hanzo immediately got rid of the 3 people and rushed towards his own ninja to save everyone he could. After all, there were not many people in Yuyin village. Hanzo blocked all the large moon blades and some small moon blades, but there were still small moon blades that harvested the lives of ninjas. Looking back, there were heavy casualties, and the medical ninjas were basically wiped out. Hanzo stared at Gu Xingzi angrily, but his anger did not make him lose his mind. He found that the moon blade was very tough and aggressive. He couldn't believe that it was used by an 8-year-old child, and it was not like ninjutsu. Hanzo said fiercely, kid, I will definitely kill you. Remember that. After saying that, he shouted loudly, the whole army retreats. After hearing the order, the ninjas of Yuyin village immediately retreated. On the Konoha side, morale was high and they cheered loudly, winning the first game belongs to Konoha. As for Gu Xingzi, the main person who caused this situation, he was surrounded and thrown upwards by everyone cheering loudly. And the title of White Moon God was spread. From then on, Gu Xingzi's name spread throughout the ninja world. Danzo Shimura, who was sitting at the base camp, received intelligence and learned that Gu Xingzi was a member of the Uchiha clan. His face was so black that he could bleed. Shimura Danzo, this man cannot be kept, either for my path to the Hokage or to prevent it from becoming the next Uchiha Madara. He has to die. On the contrary, Yuyin village suffered heavy casualties and had low morale. Han Zhangzi was so angry that he wanted to liven up Gu Xingzi. Basically all the medical ninjas were dead, and so many genin and chunin also died, which made the already poor Yuyin village even worse. Hanzo, Uchiha clan, superb and weird sword skills, 3 Megatama, Sharingan, a flying device. The White Moon Goddess wrote these in a letter to be sent to the black market to announce the reward list. On the battlefield, Gu Xingzi didn't know anything except that she had a new title. First, I checked Nishinamiya for any injuries. Fortunately, there were only some minor scratches and nothing major. Orochimaru walked up to Gu Xingzi and said, "You have many secrets that I don't know. Can I know these secrets?" Gu Xingzi, "Of course." Orochimaru-sama, "What do you want to know?" Orochimaru, "Let's tell it when we go back to the camp for the meeting." Gu Xingzi, "Okay." Since Gu Xingzi dares to use it without fear of exposure, Shimura Danzo must be a singer. Returning to the camp, a meeting was held. Sitting in the meeting room were Shimura Danzo and Nara Lohi, the current leader of the Nara clan, as well as Jainin Konoha-san and Kato Dan and others. Shimura Danzo, Uchiha, Gu Xingzi, report all the weapons you used, ninjutsu and that strange moon blade to me without any secrets. Otherwise. Gu Xingzi, Elder, I am a hero who has won the battle, so why don't you threaten me now? Chapter 17 Targeting me. Shimura Danzo slammed the table and said angrily, "Don't think that you are a hero just because you repelled the enemy once." Gu Xingzi said nonchalantly, "Then go up yourself." Shimura Danzo, "Okay, okay." Uchiha Setsuna, this is the genin of your Uchiha clan. Are you Uchiha going to rebel? Uchiha, who was thrown into the blame, was confused for a moment but still said, "No elder, Gu Xingzi has never been to the ninja academy. Please forgive me for not understanding some knowledge." Gu Xingzi, check and left the tent. Shimura Danzo, did he never go to a ninja academy? This is disrespectful. He is looking down on me. Let's break up the meeting. After saying that, everyone left, leaving Shimura Danzo here alone. He waved his right hand to the right and someone came immediately. Shimura Danzo, tell Third Hokage everything Gu Xingzi did on the battlefield and in the conference room today, and tell him that this person cannot be retained. Root, yes, Danzo-sama. The person who came was none other than Danzo's root. Shimura Danzo, the fourth Hokage of Konoha can only be me. Orochimaru left the tent and went directly to the tent where Gu Xingzi and Glass were. Gu Xingzi was talking to Glass about the contents of the meeting when Orochimaru came in. Orochimaru, I didn't bother you, Xingzi. Gu Xingzi, there is no Orochimaru-sama. Glass also walked out wisely. Orochimaru, what is that thing you have that looks like a detonator? Gu Xingzi summoned 2 thunder guns and handed them to Orochimaru and said, this is used in conjunction with the 3-dimensional mobile device. It allows the 3-dimensional mobile device to have high maneuverability and high damage. Orochimaru, the 3-dimensional mobile device you gave me doesn't seem to have this thing. Gu Xingzi rubbed his head in embarrassment and said, Master Orochimaru, do you believe me when I say I forgot? Orochimaru, I believe you, but what can you say about your sword that can wield a moon blade? Gu Xingzi pulled out the ninjutsu sword and told Orochimaru, this was given to me by Lord Bai Qian. That moon blade is exclusive to ninjutsu. Bai Qian, who was sleeping inside Gu Xingzi's body, don't push everything on me. Gu Xingzi ignored him and continued to stare at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, can you give me one? I'll trade it with you. Gu Xingzi, there is only one handful left. Orochimaru, okay, just lend me these 2 thunder guns for study, and be careful with that old Shimura Danzo. After that, he left. Gu Xingzi thought to himself, at this period, Orochimaru had a good temper. After all, the 2 people who caused him to completely become black were not dead yet. On the other side, a piece of information was placed in front of the table of the cage from all the major countries. It was Uchiha Gu Xingzi. After all, the speed of transmitting information on the black market was very fast. 3rd generation Kazekage also recognized that this was the white-haired Uchiha who escaped from his hands. 3rd generation Kazekage, his strength has increased so much in such a short time. I should have killed him if I had known. 3rd generation Kazekage thought for a while and then called Zhang Laohai over. Zhang Laohai came after a while. I wonder why Kazekage came to see me. Third generation Kazekage, you take a troop to the rain hidden village and kill this Uchiha Gu Xingzi. Killing him will kill two birds with one stone. Not only can you kill a genius in Konoha, but you can also donate his bounty to the village. The village's finances have eased a bit, and Cho and I are here to guard it, so I'll leave it to you. Zhang Laohai, then I'll say goodbye to my sister and then set off. After that, he left. Third generation Kazekage, the genius of White Moon Konoha, ha ha ha, the one who survives is the genius. The third Hokage also received a letter from Danzo. After reading the content of the letter, the third Hokage was furious. Third Hokage, how could he act so recklessly? This is a time of war. If Uchiha is pushed too hard, there will be no good results. The third Hokage pinched his eyebrows and called Anbu. Third Hokage, tell Shimura Danzo that he cannot touch Gu Xingzi at the moment. Anbu replied and started sending the message. But third Hokage didn't know that Sheian village's targeting of Gu Xingzi had already begun. Chapter 18 Tsunade stole my wife. Since you are like this, I will take you as my wife. After coming out, Glass walked around the camp and came to the tent of the healing ninja. In the tent, the steel hands were busy treating the ninja. Glass saw this and stepped forward to help. Put your hand on a patient's leg and a green chakra will appear in your palm, and the patient's leg will be healed after a while. Seeing this scene, Tsunade asked in confusion, "You are so good at medical ninjutsu, and this is sage jutsu, right?" Glass nodded and said, "Yes, Tsunade-sama, I can only control sage jutsu. The rest are treated using chakra to stimulate cells." After hearing this, Tsunade was greatly shocked. "Damn, a good young man is right next to me." After saying that, he took Glass's hand and said, "You can be my apprentice from now on, and follow me to enjoy the hot and spicy food." Before Glass agreed to come out of Gu Xingzi's tent, Orochimaru heard and came over. "Orochimaru, it's not good for Tsunade to pry off someone's apprentice like this." Tsunade said disdainfully, "Don't think that I don't know the purpose of accepting him as your apprentice. I'll go to Gu Xingzi and tell him that this apprentice won't work for anyone I accept." Glass was embarrassed by this scene and thought, "Xingzi, come and save me." Gu Xingzi, who was in the tent, thought that Glass had not returned yet and went out to look for them. He saw Orochimaru and Tsunade confronting each other, as well as a very embarrassed Glass. "Gu Xingzi, hey, what are you three doing?" "Tsunade, Glass will be my apprentice from now on." "Gu Xingzi, what? I remember that Glass is not very strong. Why does Tsunade-sama want to accept Glass as her disciple?" "Tsunade, you two are not engaged, but you don't know that he is so good at medical ninjutsu." Gu Xingzi was even more confused and looked at Glass, wanting him to give an answer. And Glass nodded, proving that what Tsunade said was right. "Gu Xingzi, damn it, ninjutsu, you didn't tell me earlier. If you told me that your medical treatment was very good, I would have gone directly to Tsunade-sama. It would be better for you to follow her than follow Orochimaru." "Orochimaru, oh? Why did Xingzi-kun say that? Could it be that I didn't teach him well?" Gu Xingzi smiled and said, "Of course not, Mr. Orochimaru, you have to work with the right person. Glass is not suitable for your education style. You see, Senju and I are very suitable." Tsunade laughed and came over and hugged Gu Xingzi and said, "You are really sensible. If anyone troubles you in the future, just mention my name. My name is much better than Orochimaru's, ha 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 ha." Orochimaru shook off the two thunder guns in his hand. "6 Then you guys talk slowly and I will study the thunder guns." What Gu Xingzi was thinking was, Tsunade already had D at this time, but in terms of face, "Tsunade-sama, please let go, you are going to run out of energy." After hearing this, Tsunade let go of Gu Xingzi and said, "You brat got an advantage and acted like a good boy." Gu Xingzi, _. Tsunade, I took that glass with me first and let her stay in the camp when we go to the battlefield. Everyone on the battlefield knows to kill the medical ninja first. Gu Xingzi held her hands and said, "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." "Tsunade, why don't you call me, sir? Just call me Tsunade." "Glass, master, can I really do this?" "Tsunade, you have a good foundation, don't be afraid to sign the Shimagu Forest psychic contract with me. You will only be a master in the future and become the second Princess Katsuyu." After saying this, Tsunade channeled a little Katsuyu. After Katsuyu knew the cause and effect, he spit out a scroll. "Tsunade, glass, hurry up and sign. After you sign, I will give you the art of hundreds of heroes, so that you can stay young forever like me." After hearing what Tsunade said, Glass said thank you and signed the contract for the psychic technique. After Tsunade made sure there was nothing wrong, she channeled the scroll back. Tsunade hugged Glass and said, "Don't sleep in a tent with Gu Xingzi tonight. Come to a tent with me and I will teach you the art of hundreds of heroes." Gu Xingzi, 6 thought to herself, "Just wait, Tsunade, when Senju Rope Tree dies, I will use the natural tooth to save him, the price is to let you be my wife, you wait." At this time, Jiraiya came here and said, "Tsunade, you live with me, why are you robbing someone else's wife?" "Tsunade, if you don't want to break 2 ribs on the battlefield, get out of here." Jiraiya smiled and touched his head and said, "Ha ha ha, stop making trouble. I got the news that Gu Xingzi's information has been offered a reward of 200 million on the black market, and Zhang Laohai of Cheyenne Village has brought some elites to cooperate with Hanzhou to attack Come Over." Gu Xingzi said confusedly, "It can't be Hanzhou who is offering the reward, right?" Jiraiya nodded and said, "If the news is correct, yes," and he took the initiative to contact Zhang Laohai to cooperate. "Gu Xingzi, if you hate me so much, then play with him. After all, my ninjutsu is all large scale, so I am not afraid of large numbers of people." Chapter 19 This is the price you pay for being the enemy of Konoha. Gu Xingzi summoned a shadow clone to arrange the glass, and he followed the large army to the front line. The other party is Hanzhou and Zhang Laohai who have already joined forces. Hanzhou said to Zhang Laohai beside him, "I am responsible for dealing with the people of Konoha and you must kill that brat Gu Xingzi." Zhang Laohai, "You don't need to tell me, I know. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Orochimaru, you two are going to discuss how to kill my apprentice in front of me. You two are ready to combine ninjutsu and blast me. Konoha, Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. Omega-kure, Water Style Water Barrier." Suddenly a large amount of smoke appeared on the battlefield. "Orochimaru, use wind release to blow away the smoke and don't let those annoying puppets rush towards you." Orochimaru just wanted to form a seal but it was too late. Hanzhou had already summoned the Sanshou and the puppets of Sand Hidden Village in the smoke and rushed towards Konoha. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you two come and stop Hanzhou while I deal with these puppets." After Tsunade finished speaking, she summoned the psychic Katsuyu. The summoned Katsuyu understood the situation and immediately dispersed into small Katsuyu to heal the ninja. "Zhang Laohai, my only target is Gu Xingzi. Tsunade, when you get old, go back to farming." After saying that, the two started fighting. Zhang Laohai controlled the puppet and rushed towards Tsunade, but Tsunade punched the puppet into pieces. The only thing to blame is that Zhang Laohai didn't know that Tsunade has very strong monster power, and the puppet master is afraid of close combat ninjas like Tsunade Reikage. Seeing that the puppet was smashed, Zhang Laohai immediately started to poison him. When Tsunade saw this scene, she was not used to it and directly hit the ground with her sky kick, making a big hole in the ground, and the smoke caused also blew away the poison. While Gu Xingzi was cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers, he knew that the puppet master was afraid of reckless people like Tsunade Reikage. The puppet would break at a touch and was rough-skinned and fleshy, so the puppet master would be defeated. Moreover, he cannot use the three-dimensional mobile device thunder gun and breathing method to the maximum extent in the crowd. These are large-scale attacks. If he is not careful, he can accidentally injure his own people, which is equivalent to damaging the enemy by 1000 and damaging himself by 800. But he is in the crowd. Waiting for an opportunity for Tsunade to break up their puppet master camp alone, he used the three-dimensional mobile device to rush to the enemy's rear and massacre the enemy on a large scale. But now he can only use lightning style to attach the Nichiren sword and fight Chidori in the crowd. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have not reached the peak of their strength. It is really difficult to fight Hanzo now, and they will fall behind after a while. Orochimaru and Jiraiya each summoned their own psychic beasts to fight Hanzo. But how can Hanzo be so easy to deal with? Jiraiya and the three of them can't defeat him, let alone one less Tsunade. When Gu Xingzi saw that Tsunade had rushed into the crowd, she no longer hesitated and immediately formed the Earth-style Earth Spear technique. The question why is of course using Sharingan to copy. The Earth Spear technique was not released at the enemy but at a 45-degree angle to the sky. Gu Xingzi used the Earth Spear technique released to hook the hook of the three-dimensional maneuvering device on it and swung it hard to use inertia to come directly to Tsunade. Gu Xingzi immediately summoned 6 thunder guns and fired them around Tsunade. The puppet master who was fighting Tsunade did not expect the attack from the sky. Although he had reacted, it was already too late. The explosion of the thunder gun resounded through the sky, causing a large amount of smoke. Although there is a law of smoke and no harm, many people were not injured, but basically all their puppets were gone. Tsunade, you kid is so supportive. Gu Xingzi used the chakra to gather in her throat and shouted loudly, stay back to avoid accidentally hurting you. The Tsunade and Wei who heard it immediately farther away from the ninja and Gu Xingzi of Shang village. After all, they also knew how large his ninjutsu was. Zhang Laohai also discovered something was wrong at this time, and immediately ordered the entire army to retreat, regardless of the life and death of Yuyan village. Gu Xingzi, it's too late to leave now. Breath of the Moon 5-type Moon Soul Catastrophe Vortex. 3 huge moon blades accompanied by small moon blades rushed towards the retreating Cheyenne village ninjas. The puppet army without a puppet master was like a piece of paper, without any resistance. Even Zhang Laohai had one of his arms cut off. But Gu Xingzi didn't want to let him go, and killing him would pave the way for his future plans. Gu Xingzi immediately operated the three-dimensional mobile device to chase Zhang Laohai. Everyone in Konoha waited for all the small moon blades to disappear before rushing towards the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village. Hanzo stood on top of Sanshao Ayu's head and saw this scene in his eyes. Hanzo, why is Chiyo's brother so weak? After Hanzo said this, he started to fight against Konoha Sunan. And Gu Xingzi was still chasing after Zhang Laohai, shouting, you didn't want to kill me for my huge bonus, why did you run away? Zhang Laohai scolded third-generation Kazekage in his heart, this guy is so strong and only allows me to lead so many people. Gu Xingzi, Zhang Laohai today is the price for your Cheyenne village and me to be enemies of Konoha. Chapter 20 Kill Zhang Laohai. One of Zhang Laohai's arms has been chopped off by Gu Xingzi using the breath of the moon, and the other one was modified into a puppet arm, but it was scrapped because the part was stuck in a small moon blade, and there is no puppet in his hand. Zhang Laohai's current strength can even handle a freshly graduated genin. Gu Xingzi was too lazy to play with him. He wanted to go back to the main battlefield to help. Gu Xingzi accelerated the release of the three-dimensional mobile device, and we were behind him in a moment. At this time, Zhang Laohai also panicked and shouted, if you dare to kill me, my sister third-generation Kazekage and even Sand Hidden Village will not let you go. Gu Xingzi, haha, why didn't you think about this when you came to kill me? Now it's too late to be afraid. Third generation's Kazekage will also go down to accompany you. Gu Xingzi pulled out the sun wheel knife and said, breath of the sun one shape, round dance toward the court. A long flame struck towards Zhang Laohai. Even if he used the substitute technique, he was burned by this attack and could not stand up or move. Zhang Laohai, you still retain your strength. Gu Xingzi was not afraid to talk more to this dying man. Of course the sun and the moon breathe, how can a mere ant compete with the sun and the moon for its glory? After saying that, he sent Zhang Laohai to the northwest with a knife. The body still plays a big role. If Zhou wants, he can blackmail him for some money. Even if he doesn't want it, he can keep it and give it to the black market to earn some money. Gu Xingzi took out the sealing scroll, sealed Zhang Laohai's body, and then hurried back and used the three-dimensional mobile device to quickly shuttle through the woods and quickly return to the battlefield. The battlefield has also entered a white-hot Konoha. Sunan and others are panting and it seems that they have reached their limit. Hanzo is not that embarrassed when he is standing on top of San Xiaoyu's head, but it can be seen from the marks on his body that he is also injured. When Hanzo wanted to control San Xiaoyu to attack Konoha Sunan and others again, Gu Xingzi immediately used fire style to extinguish the attack. Hanzo discovered that he immediately used the teleportation technique to leave the head of the Sansuyu to avoid the attack. Although Hanzo dodged, the Sansuyu was not so lucky and was directly released from the channel by Gu Xingzi's attack. Gu Xingzi used the three-dimensional mobile device to quickly rush towards Hanzo, and Chidori with her right hand attacked Hanzo. Hanzo immediately spun the scythe quickly in order to stop Gu Xingzi who was rushing towards him. Gu Xingzi took out the sun blade with his left hand and deflected the sickle that was attacking him. The Chidori in his right hand immediately changed, turning into a Chidori and stabbing Hanzo in a straight line. Hanzo was unable to dodge and was directly stabbed in the shoulder by this attack. Hanzo immediately used the teleportation technique to distance himself and said, "Kid, just wait for me." Gu Xingzi took out Zhang Laohai's body from the seal scroll and said, "I'm waiting for you. I hope you won't end up like this old man." When Hanzo saw that Zhang Laohai was killed, he didn't have much emotional ups and downs, but directly ordered the entire army of ninjas in Yuyan village to retreat. When Konoha saw the retreat of the Hidden Rain village, they began to clean up the battlefield, took back some usable ninja tools and detonating charms, put the bodies into ninjutsu scrolls, and brought them back to the village for a proper burial, while the corpses of enemy ninjas were gathered together. Together, one shot of fire style will burn them all. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade and the three of them were in an extremely embarrassed state. Gu Xingzi, if I don't come back soon, you won't die, right? Jiraiya, maybe. Tsunade, I don't have so much time to chat with you. There are a lot of injured people in the camp waiting for me to treat them. After that, he went back. Jiraiya, I was also seriously injured. I went back here to hand over Orochimaru to you. After that, he followed Tsunade back. Gu Xingzi, are you interested in Mr. Orochimaru hiding Lao Ha's body? Orochimaru, oh, you can give it to me if you don't want it. Gu Xingzi, I knew you were interested in this stuff. Gu Xingzi, let's see if Cheyenne village still wants it. If not, I'll give it to you as a tribute. Orochimaru, okay, this challenge will be included in your ninja file, go back. After that, he walked back. Gu Xingzi said hello and went back. On the other side, Cho of Cheyenne village wanted to rush to Yuyan village and skin Gu Xingzi alive after learning that Gu Xingzi had killed his younger brother. Third generation Hokage said, it's too much to bully others. Cho immediately ordered people to go to the Hidden Rain village to find Hanzo and form an alliance with him. Leave this place to me. Cho nodded and said, okay, I'll send people right now. I'll personally lead them to the battlefield in Yuyan village. Chapter 21 The Alliance of Cheyenne and Yuyan. Back in the camp, Gu Xingzi came to the tent where the injured were treated and saw many familiar people here. Glass and Tsunade were there to treat everyone, while Namikaze Minato and Senju were actually lying on the hospital bed. Gu Xingzi came to Shimen and asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Before Minato could say anything, Senju Naoki spoke first, no, Gu Xingzi and we are teammates. You care about him first but not me. I'm really sad. Gu Xingzi said angrily, if you want to die, you can't die now. Senju Shensha didn't understand what Gu Xingzi meant, and Gu Xingzi didn't respond to him. Minato smiled awkwardly and rubbed his head and said, my 2 teammates and I met a Jainin from the Hidden Rain village. The 3 of us worked together to kill him, but I was seriously injured and my other 2 teammates died. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, I knew it would be no good for Minato to be lying here. It would be so miserable for the original Class 7 to have a teacher like Jiraiya just to have Minato like this. After receiving the treatment, Jiraiya came over and said, Minato, it's not your fault. It was my fault that I didn't protect you well. When I return to the village, I'll find the old man and give it to you in exchange for an awesome ninjutsu. Gu Xingzi, oh, so this is how Minato's Flying Thunder God was created. On the other side, the ninjas in Hidden Sand Village couldn't find Hanzo to seek cooperation. Hanzo, who will be your leader this time? Is he someone like Zhang Laohai again? Anbu from Hidden Sand Village, it's our Lord Cho. We will fight against Konoha with you. The only requirement is to kill Gu Xingzi and take back the body of our Lord Zhang Laohai. Hanzo, so familiar. Okay, after all, I want to kill that kid, but I also have a condition. Anbu, Hidden Sand Village, you tell me the conditions you mentioned, and the Hidden Sand Village will agree to them. Hanzo, it seems that Mrs. Cho is so sincere. That means you are going to send a large number of troops. The Omegakure village is short of manpower due to the failure of the first 2 games. Hidden Sand Village. Anbu, okay. Hanzo, it's so refreshing. After discussing the cooperation in Sand Hidden Village, Anbu returned to Cho and told Cho everything. After hearing this, Cho said angrily, well, you Hanzo wants to use us as cannon fodder. At this time Anbu said, what should we do, Cho-sama? Cho, let him fight the frontal battlefield by himself, let's stay behind. Shimura Danzo immediately wrote to 3rd Hokage after learning that Gu Xingzi had killed Zhang Laohai. Nobu, Hiruzen can't let this Uchiha continue on the battlefield, otherwise what will happen if the Uchiha family becomes so powerful that they won't listen to it? According to what I saw, he was transferred back to the village to hide his attack, and he also killed Zhang Lao. Hidden Sea Village will not give up. The 3rd Hokage also knows this truth and is afraid that a second Uchiha Madara will appear in the village, but he has no legitimate reason to recall Gu Xingzi from the battlefield. If he is recalled for no reason, the 3 Tsunade men will definitely not let him go. 3rd Hokage immediately wrote a letter, I also know that now is not the time, please be patient and don't touch him without my order. After receiving the reply, Danzo Shimura was furious. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others just ignored him. Uchiha did the same, and Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't understand that he was really deceiving others. At this time, someone came to report, Danzo-sama has received reliable information that Cho and Sancho Hanzo of Sand Hidden Village have formed an alliance to attack us. There are about 2,000 people. Shimura Danzo, well, Cho, send me the news. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade also led 2,000 people to fight against the enemy. The person who came to report said what he was doing and left. Shimura Danzo, as long as I win this war, I will be the 4th Hokage. Anbu came to the tent where the injured were treated and found Konoha Sunan and others to report the situation. Tsunade, is it over yet? It's only been a damn long time. It can't even last a year. Jiraiya, I'll complain later, Tsunade. That guy Cho is very good at poison. We need you on the battlefield. Tsunade, I know, let's go. After saying that, the 2 of them ran to the front line. Orochimaru, come with me, Xingzi-kun, your prestige on the battlefield is no less than the 3 of us. After saying that, he left. Gu Xingzi, I understand, Mr. Orochimaru. Senju Rope Tree, Gu Xingzi, you go. When the war is over, Minato and I will go with you to clean up the battlefield. Gu Xingzi, you'd better stay well in the ward. Glass is optimistic about the 2 of them. After saying that, he summoned a shadow clone to guard glass and ran to the front line. Gu Xingzi, I always feel like something is wrong, something big is about to happen. Chapter 22 Senju Rope Tree I Love Lottery. Because Gu Xingzi joined Sheyan village, they did not start fighting with Yuyan village but fought against Konoha together. Yanyan village did not launch an offense against Muye because Gu Xingzi's White Moon God was launched on the same mountain. Gu Xingzi, who was rushing to the battlefield, thought to himself, it is now the year 37 of Konoha. It should be at the end of 37 when Jiraiya and the other three received the title. At this time, Hitoki Sakumo should also have killed Scorpion's parents. Alas, the number one who just came to Hokage. Not even the New Year's Eve. When Kyandai came to the battlefield and saw Gu Xingzi, she wanted to kill him now. Cho, Gu Xingzi returned the body that my brother had hidden in his mind to me. Gu Xingzi, if you want it, give me money, and I'll pay you back. Seeing this situation, Cho knew that the conversation could no longer continue, and immediately issued an order to charge and kill Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi, I really can't keep my temper. At this time, Orochimaru began to command, Tsunade, you are responsible for stopping Cho, Jiraiya, and I will hold Hanzo down. You have to fight quickly and smash all his puppets before helping us too. Tsunade, I understand. After saying that, the two sides began to charge, and Tsunade began to fight against Cho. Cho summons Chikamatsu Ten, while Tsunade summons Katsuyu. Katsuyu splits into small bodies to heal Tsunade and those who fight against the puppet army of Hidden Sand Village. Cho controlled the puppet to attack Tsunade, and Tsunade smashed the puppet into pieces with one punch. This shocked Cho and understood why his brother was so embarrassed against Tsunade. On the other side, Gu Xingzi came to Orochimaru to help the two of them fight Hanzo. Hanzo's psychic Sanshouai wanted to reduce the number of people in Konoha while Tsunade was not spraying poison on a large scale. Gu Xingzi saw his intention, and the moment Sanjiayu opened his mouth, 8 thunder guns immediately sprayed into his mouth. A huge explosion occurred in the mouth of the Sanshou fish, and soon it turned into a cloud of smoke and the channeling was released. Hanzo, you damn brat, I'll kill you. Hanzo immediately controlled the sickle to attack Gu Xingzi, but was blocked by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, go and help Tsunade. Your large-scale ninjutsu is very suitable for dealing with puppets. After hearing this, Gu Xingzi didn't hesitate anymore and directly used the three-dimensional mobile device to run towards Tsunade. Orochimaru couldn't help but blush, you are so brave. He and Jiraiya fought Hanzo together. On the other side, on the battlefield between Cho and Tsunade, everyone in Konoha who fought against the puppet troops with Tsunade was killed because of Chiyo's terrifying poison. Tsunade also relied on herself to restrain the puppet master's strange power and pull back and forth with Chiyo's puppet army. But the arrival of Gu Xingzi broke the deadlock. Gu Xingzi pulled out the Sun Blade, Breath of the Moon 1 type, Night Palace. A huge moon blade accompanied by a small moon blade rushed towards Chiyo's puppet army. This attack directly damaged Chiyo's 2 puppets, and nearly half of the elite puppet master's health he brought with him. Gu Xingzi used the three-dimensional mobile device to come behind the remaining puppet masters and waved the Sun Blade again. Breath of the Moon 2 types of pearls and the moon. He waved 3 moon blades and the attached small moon blade to kill the remaining elites. The puppets are all killed. Cho wanted to kill Gu Xingzi when he saw all his men died in the battle, but he only had 2 puppets left in his hands. Those puppets were all destroyed by Tsunade. He also knew that even if all the remaining ninjas from Hidden Sand Village came over, supporting him in the fight against Gu Xingzi and Tsunade can't be defeated, because Gu Xingzi's unstoppable large-scale melee attack power is the nemesis of all melee ninjas. Cho, the whole army retreats, Hanzo can take care of it himself. After saying that, he immediately began to retreat. Hanzo was not surprised to see Cho retreat, because 1,800 of the 2,000 people this time were from Sand Hidden Village, so he would not feel any physical pain. Among them, Gu Xingzi and Tsunade killed 1,000 people. Hanzo threw away Jiraiya and Orochimaru with a sword and began to retreat. Before leaving, he buried a lot of detonating charms. Seeing the enemy's retreat, Gu Xingzi said, "After this stop, Sand Hidden Village withdrew from the war in the Kingdom of Rain. As long as third generation's Hokage side is repulsed, the war with Sand Hidden Village can be declared over, and Rain after all, the Hidden Village is a small country and can't last long." Tsunade, "I hope so." At this time Orochimaru and Jiraiya came over, and Orochimaru shouted to the ninja, "Clean the battlefield." Senju Naoki and Namikaze Minato, who learned of the victory in the camp, also came here. "Minato, why do you have to come to clean the battlefield, Naoki?" "Senju, do you understand the prize? Those ninjas have a lot of valuable things on them." Chapter 23 Senju Rope Tree, There are dangers in winning prizes. Senju Naoki and Namikaze Minato rushed to the battlefield and saw a mess. There are traces of scratches from the moon blade everywhere, and the body is corroded by toxins. The sight of the broken puppet makes people feel sick to their stomachs. Senju Naoki shouted, "Sister, where are you?" He was afraid that Tsunade was dead. "Tsunade, why are you shouting so loudly?" Senju Rope Tree, "Oh, I'm afraid that you will die, sister." Tsunade punched him angrily, "I hope I can touch your prize." Seeing this, Senju no longer entangled with Tsunade and came directly to Orochimaru and Gu Xingzi. Senju asked with concern, "Teacher, are you okay?" "Orochimaru, if you have nothing else to do, clean up the battlefield and go back." Senju Rope Tree said hello and jumped into the distance to start his lucky draw moment today. But Gu Xingzi felt more and more uneasy. Before he could think about why he felt this way, a sudden explosion in the distance pulled him back from his thoughts. Orochimaru, the broken Senju Rope Tree wouldn't have stepped on the detonating talisman left by that old thief Hanzo. After every war, Hanzo would leave the detonating talisman somewhere and give it to the destined person. Orochimaru shouted to Tsunade while running towards the Senju Rope Tree, "Tsunade, come here quickly." Tsunade heard this and came over to ask Gu Xingzi, "Why did he call me?" At this time, Gu Xingzi also realized that this is not the original plot where Senju Rope Tree was blown up by the detonating talisman in front of Orochimaru. Gu Xingzi picked up Princess Tsunade and used a three-dimensional mobile device to quickly run towards the Senju Rope Tree. The rope tree touched the detonating talisman array when drawing the prize. At this time, Tsunade lost her doubts and shyness when Gu Xingzi picked up her princess, and turned into worry and fear. After a while, Tsunade and Gu Xingzi rushed over and found the bombed Senju Rope Tree that was beyond recognition, and Orochimaru standing on the side. When Tsunade saw her brother being blown up like this, she immediately jumped out of Gu Xingzi's arms to save the Senju Rope Tree. Tsunade was crying while treating the rope tree, "Why are you so careless? What will I do if you die?" Senju said as he was dying, "Sister, please save your strength. I'm hopeless. I'm sorry." Tsunade cried and shouted, "Shut up, I will definitely save your sister, I will definitely save you." Gu Xingzi came over and pushed Tsunade away and said, "Are you willing to be my wife, Tsunade? Come on, if you say yes, I will save him." At this time, Tsunade heard that Gu Xingzi had a way to save the Senju Rope Tree, and she agreed directly without paying any attention to what Gu Xingzi said. System, congratulations to host for accepting Tsunade as his wife. Because Tsunade did not volunteer, but host took advantage of the loophole, so only 3,000 points will be awarded. Gu Xingzi did not care about the system but directly pulled out the natural tooth and slashed at the two imps who were about to take away the soul of Senju Rope Tree. The two brats died immediately after one blow. After the two brats died, Senju Rope Tree's physical condition was slowly recovering, and his face that was beyond recognition after being bombed also slowly returned to its original state. After a while, Senju Rope Tree returned to its peak physical condition. Even its original shape old wounds are repaired. Orochimaru, what is this? Tsunade saw the Senju rope tree coming to life, hugged him and cried loudly. Senju Naoki couldn't believe that he really came back to life. After reacting, he hugged Tsunade and cried bitterly, "Sister, oh, 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 I will never win again." After crying for a while, Tsunade's mood gradually stabilized. She recalled the conditions mentioned by Gu Xingzi and asked doubtfully, "You want to accept me as your wife? Are you right?" Gu Xingzi put the Tian Shengya back into the sheath and put it away, replying, "Anyway, you have agreed and you can't go back on it. Tsunade, you are looking for death." Seeing that Tsunade was about to run away, Gu Xingzi immediately took out 100 million and stuffed it into Tsunade's arms. When Tsunade saw the money, she immediately calmed down. When asked where the money came from, of course it was from lottery. Tsunade, who was emotionally stable, asked Gu Xingzi, "How come your knife has the ability to bring the dead back to life?" Orochimaru, "Yes, Xingzi-kun, you seem to have killed something with that sword just now, and I think you only hung this sword on your body and did not use it on the battlefield. If I am not wrong, it can be cured." Gu Xingzi, as expected of Mr. Orochimaru, "You guessed it right. This knife is called Tian Tianye. It has extreme healing power in exchange for extreme attack power. It has the effect of bringing back the dead and can repair broken limbs and cleanse toxins. Even if you disfigure him, can be repaired." Orochimaru, "Where did you get such a powerful sword?" Gu Xingzi, "This is what God Bai Qian gave to me. He doesn't want me to die. After all, I am the only person suitable to practice King Kai's sage art in so many years." Gu Xingzi once again pushed the pot to Bai Qian, who was in Gu Xingzi's body. Bai Qian, who was sleeping, was speechless. "Tsunade, okay, there is such a healing blade. You don't need it when healing our ninjas. You are deliberately tiring me in glass, right? Gu Xingzi, please let me bottom out my chakra once. It consumes a lot of chakra. I don't even use it unless there are special circumstances." After hearing this, Senju Shenshu was even more moved and hugged Gu Xingzi's thigh and cried, "Will you Gu Xingzi, you will be my brother from now on." Gu Xingzi pulled down the Senju rope tree. Okay, be careful next time you win." Senju nodded and promised that he would pay attention. "Tsunade, go back to the village in 2 days and discuss with the old man about training more medical ninjas." Orochimaru, "Okay, then the 3 of us will go back to the village in 2 days to persuade the old man. Now let's go back to the camp." After saying this, the group of people walked towards the camp. And Gu Xingzi thought, now that we have reached the main plot, Kato Dan should also be attentive. How come I am not there when Kato Dan dies? This is a good question. Chapter 24 Preparing to return to the village. On the way back, they saw Jiraiya and Minato cleaning up the corpses. Tsunade told Jiraiya about the rope tree, and she would go back to the village in 2 days to discuss with Third Hokage, and told him about adding a medical ninja to each 4-person team. Jiraiya was greatly shocked. "Gu Xingzi, your sword is so amazing, you should really add a medical ninja to increase the survival rate of genin." Gu Xingzi waved her hand and said, "Generally 3rd in the world. Everyone, _" Back at the camp, Gu Xingzi went back to his tent, washed his face and combed his hair. "I was 8 years old when I traveled to the ninja world, and now I am 9 years old. I haven't cut my hair for more than 2 years. Now my hair is long enough to be tied into a high ponytail, and the remaining length is almost to the middle of the spine. Gu Xingzi, if I grow longer and dye my white hair red and add a Madara pattern, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to become 2nd generation?" Although he said this, he didn't dye his white hair red in his heart. "You want to ask why? Of course I like white." Gu Xingzi opened the system to view all his attributes. Host, Uchiha Gu Xingzi. Bloodstain limit, 3 Megatama, 5 minutes of Mangeki Sharingan, 3 minutes of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, 1 minute of Samsara I, 6 Megatama and 9 Megatama cannot be opened. Chakra attribute, Fire style, Lightning style, Wind escape, Hidden attribute. Psychic beast, King Kaiu 9 tails, Shanks Yen Bai Chien. Sage art, King Kaiu Sage art. Weapons, 3-dimensional mobile device, Thunder gun, Sun blade, Natural tooth. Have 5,000 points. Gu Xingxing saw that his points were still 3,000 short of permanent Mangeki, but what puzzled him was what was the hidden chakra attribute. Gu Xingzi, what are the attributes of the system's hidden chakra? System, host, that is the ability brought by your eternal Mangeki. I can only tell you so much now. You will know when you open the eternal Mangeki experience card or even permanently. Gu Xingzi said speechlessly, it's really shameful for you to be so showy _ System _ Back at the camp, Tsunade went directly to Glass and was about to tell him that Gu Xingzi had accepted him as his wife. But after hearing this, Glass was not too shocked. Instead, he touched Tsunade's shoulder and said, "This is not his original intention, Master." Tsunade's little head had a big question mark. What, are you really in love? Glass, it's better to wait until he tells you himself. I'll leave first. After saying that, Glass went to find Gu Xingzi. Tsunade was even more confused. This child is hopeless. Why was Glass so calm? Because the shadow clone next to Glass also heard the sound of the system. After hearing the sound of the system, he immediately took Glass to a place where there was no one. He opened the Mangeki Sharingan and released the left eye pupil technique Kaika Suijutsu. He had just released it. Genjutsu Shadow Clone was released, and the memory was transferred to Gu Xingzi's body, so Gu Xingzi was not afraid of Tsunade going to find Glass. In Kaika Suijutsu, Gu Xingzi told Glass about the system and his background. Glass was shocked when he found out and did not recover for a long time. But after he recovered, he expressed his understanding. Gu Xingzi gave Suijutsu a hug and said thank you, and Kaika Suijutsu was released. Jiraiya and Orochimaru found Shimura Danzo and explained about returning to the village. Shimura Danzo, it can only be the 3 of you who go back. If there are too many people, it will be bad for the news to leak out. Orochimaru and Jiraiya nodded and went back to pack their things to find Tsunade and prepare to return to the village. Chapter 25, wanting to transfer Gu Xingzi away from the front line. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru returned to the village. In the camp, Shimura Danzo was the main commander, and Gu Xingzi led the team of Genin. Although Gu Xingzi is still a Genin, the strength he showed on the battlefield can definitely become an elite Genin. Tsunade and the 3 of them rushed to the village with all their strength. They started from the camp during the day and arrived at the main gate of Konoha at night. The 3 entered Konoha after registering. Tsunade and Orochimaru each went back to their homes to rest and wait for the meeting tomorrow. Jiraiya went directly to the 3rd Hokage to find a ninjutsu. 3rd Hokage saw Jiraiya coming in through the window with a black line on his face. Can't you go through the main entrance? Jiraiya, ha 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 ha, old man, aren't you used to this? 3rd Hokage seeing Jiraiya like this, he didn't intend to pester him but asked, why don't you go back and rest well when you just come back and prepare for tomorrow's meeting? Jiraiya, I'm going to find a ninjutsu for my disciple Namikaze Minato. I can consider it as compensation for not protecting him well on the battlefield. After hearing this, 3rd Hokage said, you can choose the sealed book yourself. Jiraiya, then it's better for me to be respectful than to obey. Jiraiya opened the Book of Seals and quickly browsed through it while saying, this won't work. Minato is too small and it's not suitable. The multiple shadow clone technique won't work either. Although Minato chakra is said to be abundant, it is still too forced to use this. I remember that this kid seems to like speed type ninjutsu. Jiraiya asked 3rd Hokage, old man, are there any speed types? There are too many to see. 3rd Hokage, can that kid with the flying thunder god technique, who has a very high learning threshold and needs to master the sealing techniques, be able to do it. After listening to it, Jiraiya found the Flying Thunder God technique and recorded the learning method and said, "I believe that kid, don't forget that he is with Uzumaki Kushina. Just ask Uzumaki Kushina directly for sealing techniques or something." The third Hokage nodded and said, "Yeah, ha ha ha, people get a little forgetful when they get old." Jiraiya put the scroll back into his pocket and said, "What do you think of Tsunade's proposal?" Third Hokage, "I think it's unlikely. There aren't many resources to train medical ninjas during the war, and there aren't many ninjas with medical talents in the village. It's impossible to let them all go to the battlefield." Jiraiya, "I know, but if each team has a medical ninja, the survival rate will be greatly improved. Tsunade's brother almost died this time if it weren't for Gu Xingzi's rescue." Third Hokage said in shock, "Gu Xingzi, he can also treat ninjutsu." Jiraiya, "I heard he said that Lord Bai Qian taught him." Third Hokage took the opportunity to change the subject, "Jiraiya, I am going to transfer Gu Xingzi back from the front line." Jiraiya asked in shock, "Old man, are you confused? It's not like you don't know how powerful Gu Xingzi is. The large-scale ninjutsu attack and the powerful moon blade can pull Hanzo alone. You actually want to move him away from the front line? Did you know that the battlefield in Yuyan village might end prematurely with him?" Third Hokage, "I know. But the people in Sand Hidden village want to kill him all the time. Letting him return to the village as a guide Jainin can be regarded as a kind of protection for him." Jiraiya, "Why does Danzo mean that?" "Just because he is Uchiha, so you are afraid of his power. Even if he is used by the village, you are afraid." The third Hokage slapped the table and stood up, "That's enough Jiraiya, I just want to protect him." Jiraiya already understood what third Hokage meant after hearing what he said, and said disappointedly, "You know whether you really want to protect him or not." After that, he left to find materials. Third Hokage smoked a dry cigarette and comforted himself, "This is all for the village, all for the village and the will of the teacher." Chapter 26, Cho raids the camp. Early the next morning, Konoha started a meeting regarding the Second Ninja War. At the meeting, Third Hokage asked everyone if they had any suggestions. Tsunade stood up and said, "I hope each team will be assigned a medical ninja. This will greatly improve the team's survival rate." "Go to bed Koharu, I refuse. Now that the village is at war, there are no extra resources to train medical ninjas." Tsunade asked loudly, "Where have all the resources gone?" The third Hokage stopped him at this time, "Tsunade is like this. Now the village is in a two-sided war and has no resources." At this time, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kato Dan stood up to support Tsunade. Tsunade knew that Jiraiya and Orochimaru would definitely support him, but who was this man? However, the proposal that two fists are no match for four hands still failed to pass. After the meeting, Tsunade went to the roof alone to relax her irritable mood. At this time, a man came over and it was Kato Dan. When Tsunade saw the person coming, she remembered that it was the man who supported her at the conference. "Tsunade, thank you for your support. My name is Tsunade." "Kato Dan, my name is Kato Dan. It's okay. I think your proposal is very good, but Hokage-sama doesn't agree." Tsunade said disdainfully, "The old man always pretends to be confused when he should be confused, and he always pretends to be confused when he should be confused. Kato Dan, I will definitely become the fourth Hokage and change this situation." Tsunade asked confused, "Why is the Hokage tired and not free?" "Kato Dan, I like the village and my companions very much and I want to protect them, so I want to be the fourth Hokage." After listening to Kato Dan's speech, Tsunade thought of her younger brother, who also said the same thing but almost died on the battlefield. Tsunade took off her necklace and hung it around Kato's neck and said, "I wish you good luck." "Kato Dan, thank you, do you want me to take you home?" When Tsunade thought of Gu Xingzi taking him as his wife, Her face suddenly turned black and she said, "No, thank you. I need to go to the pub to have some drinks. I wish you good luck when you go to the battlefield tomorrow." After saying that, Tsunade left. After returning to the camp, nothing happened last night. Shimura Danzo thought that the return of the Orochimaru III to the village had not been discovered. But just as he finished thinking about it, he received information from the frontline ninjas. Hanzo was leading a group of ninjas to prepare to raid the camp. Shimura Danzo was furious. "Well, Hanzo, give me an order. Order Uchiha Hashina, Uchiha Guzingzi, to lead the ninjas to stop Hanzo." After hearing this, the ninja went to report. After knowing the information, Guzingzi immediately came out of Glass's arms and formed a shadow clone seal to protect Glass from emergencies. After making all these preparations, he came to the front line and joined Uchiha Setsuna. "Uchiha Setsuna, I didn't expect you to grow up so fast." "Guzingzi, how many people have you praised the other party?" "Uchiha Setsuna, we received information that there are only 500, but most of them are elite Jonin. That old guy Danzo Shimura ordered us to lead 1,000 people to annihilate all 500 elites." Guzingzi was shocked. "If you don't count the injured, there are only more than 1,500 people in the camp now. Isn't that old guy Danzo leaving some people to protect himself this time?" "Uchiha Setsuna, who knows? Let's annihilate these first." "Hanzo, Guzingzi, I will make sure you die here this time." After saying that, he channeled the Sanshou fish and attacked the Konoha ninjas. Uchiha immediately formed the fire-style dragon flame singing technique. The 3 fire dragons flew towards Hanzo, and the ninjas of Omegakure village immediately formed the water-style water dragon bullet jutsu. Several water dragon bullets flew towards Konoha, blocking the 3 fire dragons, and the rest continued to fly towards Konoha ninja. In an instant, Uchiha formed the earth-style barrier again and immediately blocked the water dragon bullet. It should be said that Uchiha Setsuna is worthy of being an elite Jonin because of its large amount of chakra, which can block so many water dragon bullets. "Uchiha Setsuna, brothers, rush to me and annihilate all these 500 people here." After saying that, he drove the 3 Megatama Sharingan and rushed towards the enemy. Because of the numerical advantage, Konoha's morale was high and they immediately rushed towards Omegakure village. Uchiha suddenly opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan and killed the lives of Omegakure village ninjas like a battlefield rose. The two sides began to fight in close combat. Various ninja tools were flying everywhere, and Guzingzi came to Hanzo. "Hanzo, you really underestimate me." After saying that, he controlled the Sanshou fish and started to attack Uchiha Setsuna. He couldn't let Uchiha kill the lives of the Omegakure village ninjas, while Hanzo himself attacked Guzingzi. Although Uchiha Setsuna is said to be an elite Jonin, there is still a certain gap between him and Konoha Sunin and others. Just fighting against a Sanshou Ayu is unbearable for him. In order to avoid hurting his own ninja, Guzingzi did not use the double breathing method. Instead, he attached the lightning-style chakra to the Nichiren sword and attacked Hanzo. Hanzo's teleportation technique is very fast and he sprays some poison on you when nothing happens, which makes Guzingzi uncomfortable. Guzingzi's right hand condensed Chidori to form chakra and released the Chidori flow. The Chidori sharp spear attacked Hanzo. Although Hanzo dodged this attack with the teleportation technique, the large amount of wind caused by the Chidori sharp spear successfully dispersed the poison sprayed by Hanzo. At this time, the battlefield was one-sided, and there were less than 200 ninjas left in Omegakure village. The people who were freed up helped Uchiha attack the Sanshou fish to release the psychic state. "Guzingzi, Hanzo, you are really an old fool. All the 500 elites you brought died here." "Hanzo, first, I am not an old fool. Second, I did not say that these 500 people are elites. You should go back and take a look at your camp. Ha 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 ha. If it is later, you may have to go back to collect the corpses." After saying this, Hanzo immediately gave the order. "Retreat." At this time, Gu Xingzi also reacted and greeted everyone. I was attacked when I returned to the camp. Uchiha asked in confusion, how did you know? Gu Xingzi, the shadow clone I left behind was broken. The old thief Kyande led the ninjas from Hidden Sand Village to attack our camp. Hurry up and wait until later. There will be nothing. After saying that, Gu Xingzi immediately controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and rushed to the camp. Gu Xingzi, Minato Sashu, you two must protect Glass well. Chapter 27 Cho kill him for me. Back at the camp, Cho is confronting Shimura Danzo. Cho, an old woman, leads an elite force of more than 800 puppet troops. The camp is basically full of injured ninjas, and the total number is only over 500. And this Lao Padden also mainly kills medical ninjas. The original retreat was a real retreat, but after the retreat, Cho found Hanzo again because he received reliable news that Jiraiya, Tsunade and the others had returned to the village. As long as Hanzo held back Gu Xingzi and everyone else in the Konoha camp on the front line, Cho led the elite troops. Raid the Konoha camp to leave injured ninjas and medical ninjas, and find an opportunity to kill Shimura Danzo. That's why we came up with the plan. Hanzo led the 500 Geninjnin of Omegakure village to act as cannon fodder, and Cho led the elite troops to kill everyone who stayed in the Konoha camp. When Cho learned that Gu Xingzi, Uchiha Setsuna, and others were fighting on the front line with the people of the Hidden Rain village, he immediately assembled his troops to raid the Konoha camp. The attack on Cho this time was a direct hit. He didn't hide anything and rushed straight to the Konoha camp to keep an eye on the injured and medical ninjas. Shimura Danzo cursed loudly, "You old woman, you will pay for your actions." Cho, I dare to do whatever the price means. I'm not afraid of the price. Shimura Danzo's seal transformed into sexy sun brother, wind release vacuum Rinaya. Shimura Danzo spit out a bullet-like attack from his mouth and attacked Cho. Cho immediately blocked the attack with a puppet. Most of Chiyo's Chikamatsu 10 were destroyed by Tsunade and Gu Xingzi in the last battlefield. This is the new version of Chikamatsu's 10, which is the 10 he fought against Scorpion. After blocking the attack, Cho issued an order, combine ninjutsu large wind release. After receiving the order, everyone in the sand hidden village immediately channeled Kamaitachi. Wind release great scythe attack technique. Countless scythe weasels flew towards the people of Konoha, and violent wind release attacks harvested the lives of everyone in Konoha. The blade-like wind release attacks were not a group of injured trees at all. The leaf ninja can resist it. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo couldn't be too painful. After this battle, Shimura Danzo's prestige as the commander-in-chief will definitely be beneficial to him in fighting for the position of the 4th Hokage, but Cho has been so tough, let alone fighting for him. They are all sinners for the ages. Konoha's loss this time is huge, and the people will not accept a Hokage causing Konoha to lose such huge benefits. In the camp, Gu Xingzi's shadow clone was controlling the three-dimensional mobile device and immediately ran in the opposite direction with Glass, the seriously injured Minato, and the slightly injured Senju Nezuki. The shadow clone was destroyed in one fight. Gu Xingzi had to run. Minato was injured in the last battlefield this time. He wanted to save people this time, but not only did he fail to save him, but he was also seriously injured. The rope tree's melee ability was basically zero and it was impossible. He was also injured when he fought against the puppet. So Gu Xingzi's shadow clone could only take the three of them and run away. Cho also noticed that Gu Xingzi, who he wanted to kill even in his dreams, immediately went to the head. He didn't care whether the front line had heard the news and wanted to kill the three that Gu Xingzi took away with him. Personal. Cho knew that it was Gu Xingzi's shadow clone. After all, the real Gu Xingzi was fighting Hanzo on the front line, but the person who allowed Gu Xingzi to stay in shadow clone to take care of him must be very important to him, so Cho also wanted Gu Xingzi to feel the feeling of losing a loved one. Cho immediately ordered, everyone hunt down Gu Xingzi and the three people around him. Gu Xingzi is just a shadow clone. Don't be afraid to avenge our relatives who died at the hands of Gu Xingzi. Shimura Danzo's lungs were about to explode and he yelled, "Everyone who can move will counterattack and support the ninjas on the front line to come back. If they don't want to leave, don't let them leave. Shimura Danzo needs to kill Cho here in order to restore Konoha's loss this time." Shimura Danzo stopped Cho directly, "UBCH, don't even think about going there." When Cho saw Shimura Danzo stopping him, he knew better than to kill him. There was no way he could go over and order, "Everyone chase and kill Gu Xingzi. Shimura Danzo, everyone stop them." Gu Xingzi was still using the three-dimensional mobile device to escape quickly, but no matter how fast the three-dimensional mobile device was with 3 people on his back, he could not run away at the original speed. He was soon overtaken by the red-eyed Cheyenne village ninja behind him. When Gu Xingzi saw the ninja behind him catching up, he knew it would be a matter of time before he was caught up. He threw the 3 of them forward a short distance with a strong throw and said, "Run quickly." The thrown-out glass and Senju immediately supported the seriously injured Namikaze Minato and continued to run away. Gu Xingzi turned around and summoned the thunder gun to stop the ninjas in Cheyenne village. The thunder gun successfully fired and temporarily stopped the first batch of chasing ninjas. However, the residual power of the thunder gun explosion also successfully destroyed Gu Xingzi's shadow clone. Chapter 28 Opening the Permanent Mangeki Sharingan. The furious Danzo immediately started fighting with Cho. The powerful wind escape and desperate swordsmanship shocked Cho and kept him retreating. An Anbu from Hidden Sand Village saw that Cho was defeated. Shimura Danzo immediately called to several Anbu who were fighting with the roots of Konoha. He immediately put down his opponents and came to support Cho. But the people at the root of Konoha, who were so loyal to Danzo, could see Danzo being besieged in front of them, and immediately rushed to rescue Danzo. "Cho, Shimura Danzo, since you want to stop me, then don't blame me for killing you." A melee broke out, but Konoha's side was basically filled with injured ninjas, and they were no match for Hidden Sand Village. Danzo saw that something was wrong, and immediately retreated under the cover of his roots to distance himself and bit his finger to point. A slap on the ground. Psychic art. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke appeared on the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, a huge psychic beast appeared in the battlefield. The psychic beast looked like an elephant but not an elephant. It was Danzo's psychic beast, Dream Taper. "Shimura Danzo, Cho, you and I are at odds with each other." After saying the harsh words, Danzo immediately ran back. After all, how could he be a Hokage if he died? But Danzo also paid a heavy price and did not notice the people around him when he ran away. Anbu of Hidden Sand Village, who was staring closely at him, was directly attacked. Although he reacted immediately, he received a poisonous needle in his eye and his right arm was cut off. Regardless of the pain, Shimura Danzo immediately formed the seal, Wind Escape Sand Formation. A tornado with cutting power attacked the Anbu who sneaked up on him, and the strong cutting power directly cut the Anbu into pieces. Cho immediately dealt with Danzo's psychic beast, the Dream Taper. At this time, Cho was obviously obsessed and only wanted to kill Shimura Danzo. He just thought about chasing him, but found that there were only a few people left around him, and most of the remaining people were chasing Gu Xingzi's shadow clone. Cho was trying to kill Shimura Danzo, but he could only retreat because he sensed the chakra of the Konoha ninjas coming towards them. "Cho, retreat!" Seeing Chiyo's retreat, the root ninjas immediately returned to Shimura Danzo and called the medical ninjas to prepare for Shimura Danzo's rescue. However, after calling around, they found that most of the medical ninjas were dead, and even if they were left, they were just the kind of people who would do the trick. Not even normal cleaning is possible. At this time, Uchiha rushed here in an instant and saw the tragic situation in the camp and immediately ordered. Uchiha Setsuna, the medical ninja, quickly rescued the people who were still alive. "Chase the remaining people and don't let him escape. He killed so many of us and still wants to leave." After saying this, Uchiha Setsuna led the people to the place where Cho retreated. Chase. On the other side, Glass ran towards the north quickly with the seriously injured Minato, with the Senju rope tree behind him briefly restraining him. But after all, Shenju is a genin and the opponent is an elite puppet master, so how can he stop him? The three of them were caught up while running. Anbu. Hidden Sand Village, why don't you run away? Can't you three run away? It seems that you three are the most important people to Gu Xingzi. After saying that, they controlled the puppets to kill the three of them. When the attack was about to fall on them, a portal appeared in front of the three of them and sucked the attack in. It was Gu Xingzi who arrived and opened the Mangeki right eye ability Space Avenue. He released his power again to suck the three of them into Gu Xingzi's different space to avoid accidentally injuring the three of them. Gu Xingzi drove the Mangeki Sharingan and pulled out the Nichiren sword like a white Shinigami. Gu Xingzi, pay the price. Nishi Yuki Moon's breath. 6 types of long night. Lonely moon infinite. Gu Xingzi waved 5 long moon blades and small moon blades to attack the ninjas in Cheyenne village. With an angry blow to Cheyenne, the ninjas in the village couldn't resist at all, and all the ninjas in the hidden village died with just one blow. Gu Xingzi put the sun blade back into its scabbard and activated the Space Avenue to release the three of them, Minato and Minato. At this time, Minato was already unconscious, and both Glass and Nashu had some minor injuries. Sharingan, who had closed it when he saw the wound on Glass's body, opened the 3 Megatama again, and the 3 Megatama rotated into a star shape again and stopped. System, ding, the host activated the Mangeki Sharingan on his own due to emotional excitement. The Mangeki Sharingan changed from an experience card to a permanent one. The time of the Eternal Mangeki experience card was increased to 5 minutes, and the time of the Samsara Eye experience card was increased to 3 minutes. Senju rope tree, Gu Xingzi, your eyes. Gu Xingzi, please keep it a secret for me. Senju and Glass nodded and said hello. Gu Xingzi did not take care of the system but immediately started treating the three of them. After a while, the minor injuries on the bodies of Glass and Senju were healed. Minato, on the other hand, was seriously injured, and although he has been treated, he is still in a coma and needs to rest for a week to fully recover. Gu Xingzi touched Jiaz's face and blamed herself. I'm sorry I'm late. Glass shook his head and said, it's okay if you go back to the camp and see everyone first. Gu Xingzi nodded and said hello before leading the three of them back to the camp. The camp was full of medical ninjas helping injured ninjas. Glass, I'm going to help too. Gu Xingzi nodded and said hello. When Gu Xingzi agreed, Glass ran over to help. Gu Xingzi handed Minato to Senju and came to Uchiha and Shimura Danzo. Uchiha saw Gu Xingzi in an instant and said, he didn't catch up with that BCH. He just abandoned his subordinates who were chasing Glass and ran away. Is Glass okay? Gu Xingzi shook his head and said, it's okay. How is Danzo? Uchiha Setsuna, with his left eye blind and his right arm missing, he stopped Cho and a group of elite puppet masters alone. Danzo-sama has done a good job. Shimura Danzo, it's my fault this time. Gu Xingzi, it's good to know. I've already informed the village. Just be patient today. Shimura Danzo _ Chapter 29, Return to the Village. The third Hokage in Konoha received information from Gu Xingzi and learned that the camp was raided by Sand Hidden Village and was furious. The most important thing is that his good friend Shimura Danzo was seriously injured and lost one eye and one arm. The third Hokage immediately held a meeting. The third Hokage told everyone about the raid on the camp and immediately explained his plan. Tsunade, Jiraiya Orochimaru, immediately led the medical team to support the camp, and sent Gu Xingzi, Shimura Danzo and a group of the injured ninja returned to Konoha, and Orochimaru took over Shimura Danzo's position as the main commander of the Igakure battlefield. Tsunade, old man, you don't want me to treat Shimura Danzo. I don't believe you don't know how he directs on the front line. Third Hokage, but this time Danzo lost an eye and broke an arm in order to protect the injured ninja. This is enough to prove that he is Konoha's hero. And Tsunade was not used to the third Hokage at all and directly criticized, to put it bluntly, it was his command error and sent all the capable people in the camp away, which led to the fact that basically all the wounded and medical ninjas in the camp were killed, and the heroes were rewarded. It's almost enough to make up for the crime. Third Hokage, after all, Danzo is considered an elder. Just treat him, Tsunade. Tsunade, just this once, I will prepare medical ninjas next time. After saying that, Tsunade left. 2 hours later, a group of medical ninjas and J-ninjan led by Konoha-sun and Kato Dan rushed towards the battlefield in a Megakure village. He drove at full speed and successfully arrived at the camp as the sun set at night to treat the injured ninja. Tsunade came to Glass and said, "Thank you for your hard work and leave it to us." Glass quickly waved his hand and said, "It's okay, master. This is what I should do." "Tsunade, don't be polite to me. The sweat on your head is giving you away." After saying that, he went to Shimura Danzo to treat him. Jiraiya and Orochimaru came to Guzingzi's tent to visit the seriously injured Minato and Senju. Jiraiya, "Oh, Minato, why are you so seriously injured? It's all my fault for not protecting you, but don't be discouraged. I have exchanged the Flying Thunder God technique from the old man. When you return to the village with the injured tomorrow, you can practice now. Didn't you say you like fast ninjutsu? This is perfect for you." Although Minato was speechless, he still replied, "Thank you, teacher. I was injured so badly because I saved my companions." Orochimaru looked at the Senju rope tree and said, "Why was Minato so badly injured, but you only had some superficial wounds?" Jiraiya was also confused after hearing this. "Narutoki, you didn't almost blow yourself up because you won the prize last time, so you won't touch anything dangerous, right?" Senju Naoki, "Oh, sensei, please don't slander me. Minato was so seriously injured because he was already injured and saved many medical ninjas. In the end, when the three of us ran away, I stayed behind and stood behind him. Guzingzi came back just when he was about to be seriously injured. If you don't believe me, ask him." Guzingzi nodded to prove the authenticity of Senju Shenchu's words. "Orochimaru, what the old man means is that you lead the injured ninja back to the village tomorrow." "Guzingzi, will I lead you? What about Shimura Danzo?" "Orochimaru, I will go back with you. I will be the overall commander of the battlefield." As soon as Orochimaru finished saying this, Tsunade and Glass pushed open the tent and walked in. "Tsunade, that old guy Danzo Shimura can't leave. His poison has invaded the brain stem. If I don't keep an eye on him, he will die at any moment. Guzingzi, just let him stay in the camp so that I don't have to take care of one more person. Tsunade, you can also take the rope tree back tomorrow. I'm not worried about him staying here." "Senju, why, sister?" Tsunade heard Senju Naoki say this and gave him a blaster angrily. "You forgot that you almost died a few days ago. Go back and don't cause trouble for me." Senju rope tree, "Oh. Guzingzi, okay, but I want to take away Glass. Cheyenne village already knows that Glass is very important to me. If he stays in the camp, he may be in great danger." "I don't worry." Tsunade nodded and said, "I know it's okay. Get ready. You guys will go back tomorrow. You will be the only one who will lead tomorrow. The others will have to stay here. There are so many injured people in the camp and you can only take care of them yourself." Guzingzi, "Yes, I understand. It's ridiculous that that old guy from 3rd Hokage is starting to fear my power." Chapter 30, Ambush in Cheyenne Village. Early the next morning, Guzingzi, Shumenchensha Glass and several others led the injured back to the village. The atmosphere on the way back was not particularly good. Everyone was injured to some extent. Although we could return to the village, it didn't mean that there were no other ninjas intercepting us on this road. An injured member of the Kurama clan asked Guzingzi, "Sir Guzingzi, will we return to the village safely? In the world of ninjas, the strong are respected, so they call Gu Xingzi sir to respect his strength. Gu Xingzi, I will be here. On the other side, Sand Hidden Village did not retreat from the battlefield of Rain Country. Instead, they stayed on the road back to Konoha and waited to see if they could encounter the wounded returning to the village. If so, they would kill them all. If not, they would be killed. Determine how many ninjas there are in the Konoha camp who are capable of going to the battlefield. Anbu from Hidden Sand Village asked Cho. Cho-sama, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all arrived at Konoha's camp yesterday. What's the point of us still ambush here? Cho, wait a minute, if there are no ninjas who return to Konoha in another 2 hours, we will retreat to help Lord 3rd Generation Kazekage. Most of Gu Xingzi's people here are injured. Except for Gu Xingzi and the half-broken Minato of the Senju rope tree, there are basically no one who can fight on the battlefield. If there is an ambush, Gu Xingzi cannot guarantee that he will save everyone. But the more people worry about something, the more likely it will happen. Gu Xingzi's troops were not walking very slowly. Because they were all injured, they were afraid of being ambushed, so they were always moving as fast as they could. But what people didn't expect was that Cho was guarding the border of the Land of Fire. Soon Cho discovered Gu Xingzi and others. Cho immediately called his men to get ready, and when Gu Xingzi and others came closer, he launched the joint ninjutsu, killing the group of injured ninjas, and then besieged Gu Xingzi together. Ninja from Hidden Sand Village, yes. When Gu Xingzi and others reached the border of the Fire Country less than 200 m away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started cheering for their return to the village. Cho, combining the wind release. Hidden Sand Village, wind release Dalian Kama Ita no Jutsu, wind release wind sand formation. 2 large-scale combination ninjutsu attacked the injured Konoha ninja. The Konoha ninjas who had already relaxed their vigilance were caught off guard by this sudden combination of ninjutsu. Most of them died from this extremely powerful combination of ninjutsu. Gu Xingzi, when the enemy attacks, everyone spread out and organize a counterattack. Senju, take Minato and Glass and walk back to the village quickly to find reinforcements. Senju rope tree, but Gu Xingzi, it's no use anymore. You 3 are just a burden to me if you stay here. Now go away. After hearing this, Senju immediately ran towards Konoha village with Glass and Minato. Cho, stop the 3 of them. Gu Xingzi immediately controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device to stand in front of the ninjas of Cheyenne village, and summoned 10 thunder guns to kill all the people who came to chase the 3 of Glass. Gu Xingzi, Cho, UBCH. I haven't settled the score with you yet. So you came to me first. Cho, Gu Xingzi still talks hard when he is about to die. Today is your day of death. As long as there are ninjas from Konoha here, you can't use large-scale ninjutsu attacks, so you should die. After speaking, Cho and several puppet masters launched elite attacks. To Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi immediately opened the Mangeki Sharingan, opened the portal, and went through it. When he came to the Konoha ninjas, they were almost dead. After all, they were all injured and it was good to have a few survivors. Gu Xingzi quickly came to the only few who survived. In front of the Konoha ninja, the portal was opened again to suck them into a different space to avoid accidental injury. The ninjas in Hidden Sand Village were also blinded and disappeared. Cho was also shocked. Time and space ninjutsu, how can you know time and space ninjutsu? Gu Xingzi pulled out the sun blade and said, there are many things you don't know. You should die, Cho. Cho panicked and immediately ordered retreat. It was not a loss to kill so many Konoha ninjas, but if all the people he brought died under Gu Xingzi's large-scale attack, it would be more than worth the loss. If they all died, Cheyenne village would not be able to recover for more than 10 years. Chapter 31 Gaining 2 Die-Hard Subordinates. Gu Xingzi pulled out the Nichiren sword and rushed towards the ninjas in the Hidden Sand Village. The blade of the Nichiren sword immediately changed from black to pure purple. Cho knew that this was a sign that Gu Xingzi was going to launch a large-scale confirmation attack, and immediately shouted, "Run away!" Gu Xingzi, do you think it's possible to run away? Qiuzhiqi's breath 3 types. Hatred of the moon eclipse. Gu Xingzi quickly waved 2 moon blades with small crescents to attack the fleeing Cheyenne village. This blow killed all the slow-running ninjas, and some even broke into 7 or 8 pieces and died in extremely tragic ways. The surviving shinobi of Hidden Sand Village used all their strength to run faster. The length of the sun blade in Gu Xingzi's hand immediately became longer and blades appeared on the upper and lower ends. You are all going to die. Breath of the Moon 7 type Mirror of Misfortune Yuying. Gu Xingzi swung the sword with a huge martial arts shock wave and attacked the escaping ninja. This attack had a wider range, higher damage, and killed a large number of escaping ninjas. Cho was completely panicked at this time. He did not expect that Gu Xingzi's attack range could be extended again. He had already begun to regret blocking Konoha's disabled ninja. Gu Xingzi immediately activated his Manjiki Sharingan ability to open the portal and walked in directly to the middle of the escaping ninjas. Gu Xingzi, hello, everybody. Gu Xingzi used the handle of the knife to hit the ninja on the sole of the foot, and it was embedded in the soil with 1 blow. At the same time, he kicked his left and right feet to both sides, kicking away the 2 ninjas beside him. After landing, he continued to use the extended version of the Nichiren sword was swung to both sides and cut several ninjas in half. Kicking left and right, the inspiration comes from Uchiha Madara's physical movements when fighting against the Ninja Alliance. It is the same as Sasuke's movements when fighting Uzumaki Naruto. I will post the picture when I finish writing. Gu Xingzi, Breath of the Moon. 8-shaped moon dragon wheel. A sword energy like a dragon's tail with a small crescent moon attacked the farthest ninja and directly annihilated Cho and some ninjas who were running in the front. Gu Xingzi did not believe that Kunio and others could survive this blow. He took back the Nichiren sword and returned to the place where the battle started to see if anyone was still alive. But Gu Xingzi forgot that Cho had also changed most of her organs into puppets. The breath of the moon just now. The 8-shaped moon dragon wheel successfully cut off half of Chiyo's body, but she didn't know whether it was luck or missed it. Half of his body was made up of puppet parts, which allowed Cho to survive. Cho made sure that Gu Xingzi was not chasing him, so he held on to the remaining half of his body, got up from the corpse and looked around. All the ninjas he brought were dead. Gu Xingzi, Cheyenne village, and I are at odds with you. After roaring, he picked up some broken puppet parts on the battlefield, temporarily assembled half of his body and limped towards Cheyenne village. On the other side, Senju Naoki used all his strength to successfully arrive at the gate of Konoha with Minato and Glass. And told Konoha security guards about Chiyo's ambush of the injured Konoha man in Sand Hidden Village and Gu Xingzi's own resistance there. After hearing this, Konoha security immediately reported it to the 3rd Hokage. After the 3rd Hokage found out, he immediately took Enbu and rushed to the border of the Fire Country. Senju took Minato to the hospital and then followed the 3rd Hokage to the border with Glass. Gu Xingzi returned to the battlefield and looked back at the corpses of ninjas all around. Gu Xingzi opened the Manjiki Sharingan and released the ninjas in the Yi space. More than 10 ninjas were released, but 8 died and 2 were seriously injured. Gu Xingzi family, who knows? I led more than 500 injured people and only 2 were left alive. Damn it, didn't this give 3rd Hokage a reason to punish me? Gu Xingzi looked at the 2 ninjas who were still alive. One was from the Kurama clan and was the one who first asked Gu Xingzi if he was safe. The other was from the Nara clan. Gu Xingzi pulled out his natural tooth and said to the members of the Kurama clan, "Are you willing to swear allegiance to me to the death? If so, I will save you." Kurama Swafeng, I am willing to swear allegiance to you, Your Majesty. My name is Kurama Swafeng. Gu Xingzi, okay. After saying that, he waved his natural teeth, and Kurama Swafeng's injuries healed immediately. Kurama Swafeng immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you, sir. My life in this life belongs to you." Gu Xingzi, well, let's go see if there are anyone alive. Kurama Swafeng replied and went to clean the battlefield to see if there were any ninjas alive. Gu Xingzi knew that there were basically no living ninjas on the battlefield, but if he wanted to drive away Kurama Suifeng, he needed to brainwash this Nara clan member with Kaika Suijutsu. Gu Xingzi waved Tian Shengye, a member of the Nara clan, and his injuries healed immediately and he woke up. Gu Xingzi, are you willing to be loyal to me? It doesn't represent the village, it doesn't represent the family, it only represents yourself. A member of the Nara clan, I am ABD and I am discriminated against in my race. It would be less troublesome to follow you than to follow the family. Gu Xingzi did not expect to say so easily, tell me about your life experience. Nara Luxing, my name is Nara Luxing. My mother is the puppet master of Hidden Sand Village. Only my tribe knows about this. Gu Xingzi, well, after you find out, just be my tool or my advisor, that'll be fine. At this time Kurama Suifeng also came back and said, Sir, there are no living people, but there are a few corpses of ninjas from Hidden Sand Village who can check the information. Gu Xingzi, just wait for the people from the village to come over and give them to them. By the way, you two should get to know each other. You are all mine. How can anyone not know his teammates? Kurama Suifeng stepped forward, stretched out his hand and said, Hello, my name is Kurama Suifeng. Nara dear star, what a troublesome thing. On the bright side, he still stretched out his hand and said, Nara dear star. Gu Xingzi looked at Nara Luxing's expression and clearly saw that he was in trouble. This alone proved that he was 100% from the Nara clan and must have a good mind. Chapter 32 I am willing to spend money on my wife. Gu Xingzi told Kurama Suifeng and Nara Luxing not to expose the fact that they have Manjiki Sharingan and Tianzhenjia. Kurama Suifeng raised his own question at this time, then what if you ask us too why we are not injured? Nara Luxing, because Gu Xingzi has superb medical ninjutsu since we too have recovered. Gu Xingzi, smart as expected, he is the tool I like. Everyone knows that I can do medical ninjutsu, but they don't know how good my medical ninjutsu is. Kurama Suifeng nodded to show that he understood. Not long after the three of them finished their discussion, third Hokage rushed over with Anbu. The third Hokage and many Anbu couldn't help but shudder when they saw the corpses on the ground, because the corpses were basically chopped in half, and the three of them standing there discussing Gu Xingzi urgently needed an answer. Third Hokage, what on earth happened here to Gu Xingzi, that old woman Cho? Ninjutsu, Cho wanted to leave after killing everyone, but I chased hard and killed all the ninjas of Cheyenne village who were ambushing here. The third Hokage said in shock, why is it that most ninjas died because they were cut in half? Gu Xingzi, my moon blade attacks are basically focused on cutting in half, and we are all cut by the wind. Third Hokage, what about these two people? Gu Xingzi, they are the only two survivors. I used the King Kaiu medical skills taught to me by Master Bai Qian to save them both. The third Hokage was furious, that old woman Cho is really endless. She succeeded in 2 sneak attacks. Gu Xingzi, this time it was my mistake, last time it was Shimura Danzo-sama's mistake. Upon hearing Danzo, third Hokage immediately reacted and asked, where's Danzo? He didn't come back with you, or? Third Hokage didn't dare to think the worst. Third Hokage, that's good, then let him heal at Tsunade's place. At this time, Glass and Senju also rushed over and saw the messy bodies on the battlefield and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Glass immediately came to Gu Xingzi and asked, are you okay? Gu Xingzi touched Glass's head and said, it's okay. After that, he asked Senju Naoki, where's Minato? Senju Naoki, he's recovering in the hospital. His left waist was scratched when the opponent played the combination ninjutsu. It's no longer a serious problem now. Gu Xingzi, little son's waist is almost gone. Can the injured waist still give birth to Uzumaki Naruto? It's a good question. Gu Xingzi, Master Third Hokage, in the distance, the three of us are cleaning up the battlefield and found corpses that can be used to extract information. Please go back and hand them over to the Yamanaka clan. The third Hokage nodded and let Anbu go back with the body. Third Hokage, go back first today, take a good rest today. Most of the elites who have lost these two loss of Cheyenne village have been killed. Hitaki can be easy to order. Gu Xingzi, after all, the two main forces, Zhang Laohai and Kunyo, are dead, which is enough for them to suffer for a while. Third Hokage nodded in approval and walked back. Back in the village, Gu Xingzi said goodbye to Shenshu, and left the addresses of Karamaswa Feng and Nara Luxing, and then walked with Glass to the Uchiha tribe's land. On the way, Jiazi and Gu Xingzi said, "Can you give me one of your three-dimensional mobile devices?" Although Gu Xingzi had doubts, she immediately realized that Glass probably didn't want to hold her back. Glass was really gentle and loving. Gu Xingzi immediately opened the system store and exchanged 1,000 points for a complete three-dimensional mobile device. System, 1,000 points have been consumed and the host has 4,000 points left. Please use it with caution. Gu Xingzi didn't care about the system but told Glass that I would teach you when I get home. Glass nodded and said, "Okay." The two of them walked home. Chapter 33 Great Elder, have you awakened Manjiki Sharingan? After returning home, Gu Xingzi and Jiazi changed their clothes and took a shower, then went to the yard to practice the three-dimensional maneuvering device. Gu Xingzi activated the Manjiki Sharingan and launched the right eye pupil technique Kaika Suijutsu to pull Glass into the Genjutsu space, where he told Glass various techniques for using the three-dimensional mobile device and how to cooperate with the Thunder Gun, and Glass lived up to expectations and only used it in less than 3 days. God learned it. 3 days in Kaika Suijutsu. This is a second in reality. After practicing in the woods for a while, the two of them controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and arrived at the Great Elder's mansion. The Elder took one look and said, "It turns out to be Gu Xingzi and Jiazi, come in quickly." The two came in and sat on chairs. The maid next to them poured 2 cups of tea and then left. "Great Elder, Glass, I heard that you were accepted as a disciple by Tsunade." Glass nodded and said, "Yes, my father, Tsunade-sama, said that my medical talent was very good, so he accepted me as his disciple. He also asked me to sign a psychic contract with Shijulin." The Great Elder smiled and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, you can teach me, you have become a ninja in your own right." Glass, "Thank you father for the compliment." Great Elder, it's okay, and Gu Xingzi, your reputation on the battlefield is not small. The large-scale Moonblade attack directly gave you the title of White Moon God. It seems that I was right to entrust the Glass to you. Choose. Gu Xingzi, "Thank you, father-in-law. Even if you don't entrust me with Glass, I will come and propose marriage as long as I have the chance to get to know Glass." Glass immediately blushed after hearing Gu Xingzi's words. "Great Elder, that puts me at ease. It just so happens that when you two come today, I will tell you two this matter in advance." Gu Xingzi expressed doubts about this. What's so mysterious? "Great Elder, Uchiha Yu's father is dying. If nothing happens, he will let his son Uchiha Fuyu be elected as the next leader of the Uchiha clan." Gu Xingzi, "I know that Uchiha Fuyu was elected as the next clan leader, but is there something wrong with Uchiha Ufu's health?" Great Elder, a person's old age and injuries suffered when he was young are all factors that lead to his poor health. Also, I feel that my time is almost over. Are you interested in my position, Gu Xingzi? Glass immediately said, "Father, what are you talking about? You are in good health." Gu Xingzi, "Sorry, father-in-law, I am not particularly interested in the position of elder. You can hand him over to Glass or Mikoto." The Great Elder, "As people get older, they will always be sick and die. This child is too gentle. He will be the elder of the Presbyterian Church and the radicals will not accept him. And that girl Mikoto will not be able to afford to be the patriarch's wife after she is engaged to Uchiha Fuyu. This location." Gu Xingzi, "I think father-in-law, you should have expected that I would refuse." The Great Elder laughed and said, I have expected it, but I still want to ask you. If you are not willing, leave it to Uchiha Setsuna. Guzingzi, why is it him? Great Elder, his age and strength are consistent with his prestige in the family, and he can be considered half of my disciples. Guzingzi, that's it, then I support it. The Great Elder, ha 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 ha, you kid has awakened Mangeki, right? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became serious. Seeing this, Guzingzi opened the Mangeki Sharingan without any further concealment. Guzingzi asked doubtfully, Father-in-law, how did you know? Great Elder, I turned out to be a famous genjutsu genius. I am particularly sensitive to people's mental power. And your mental power far exceeds that of other clan members and me. There are only two proofs. One is that you are also a genjutsu type master. The other is that you are a genjutsu master. Awakened Mangeki Sharingan. After all, Mangeki Sharingan's mental power is not comparable to that of the three Megatama, and his ability will make you blind if you use it less. After all, the two adults have it on record. Guzingzi thought to herself, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Guzingzi closed Mangeki Sharingan and said, not a genjutsu genius. Great Elder, if you please show me your majestic moon blade uploaded on the battlefield. Guzingzi, okay. After saying that, the three of them came to the woods of the Uchiha clan's home. Guzingzi pulled out the sun blade, breath of the moon 2 types Zuhuanongyu. Guzingzi waved 2 moon blades. The 2 moon blades had small moon blades attached to them and cut off all the trees in front of them. The Great Elder clapped his hands and said, the lethality and range are both superb. Where did you learn that? Guzingzi, Sir Bai Qian taught me this. This is just one of the attacks. I'm afraid I won't be able to use any more moves in the forest. The Great Elder nodded to express his understanding, and then a Uchiha tribesman came here. Uchiha, the Great Elder received a letter from Master Hokage and informed Guzingzi to go to the Hokage building. Great Elder, okay, you can go back. After saying that, Uchiha left. The Elder said to Guzingzi, you can go too, I'm catching up with glass. Guzingzi nodded and controlled the three-dimensional mobile device towards the Hokage building. Chapter 34 9 years old Jainin. Third Hokage General Guzingzi told all the news about Cho and the elite of Sand Hidden Village, Orochimaru and Hitaki Sakumo, who were the 2 battlefield commanders. Yuyin Village envelope. Cheyenne Village has completely evacuated the battlefield of Yuyin Village this time. All you have to do is to end the war quickly without fear of being attacked later. Orochimaru read the letter and said, Zingzi-kun is really awesome. Tsunade, that BCH Cho is going to die. Does the old man want us to attack? Jiraiya, it's easy for the old man to say it. I really think Hanzo is so easy to defeat. Shimura Danzo, who was lying next to him, also interjected, ha 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 ha, that BCH Cho is finally dead. Without any worries, we can start a general offensive and try to end the war as soon as possible. Orochimaru Jiraiya Tsunade _ Tsunade, if you have the guts, come on. How do you feel about making sarcastic remarks here? If you keep pushing me, I won't treat you. Shimura Danzo immediately shut up after hearing this. Kusagakure Village envelope. Cho and the elite puppet troops were basically wiped out by Guzingzi. It might be easier for you there. I will send them to support you when Jiraiya and the other 3 end the war in the Land of Rain. Hitaki Sakumo, Guzingzi has grown so fast in such a short time. It seems that the battlefield here is almost over. Kazekage of 3rd generation may have returned to the village to mine. Ha 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 ha, hand over Kakashi. Guzingzi may be the right choice. I'll discuss it with him as soon as I go back. On the other side, Guzingzi had already controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and arrived at the window of the Hokage building. Guzingzi opened the window and jumped in and asked 3rd Hokage, I wonder why Mr. Hokage came to see me. 3rd Hokage, I called you here this time because I want you to take the Jainin test. Guzingzi, Janin assessment? I'm only 9 years old, 1 year older than Genin who graduated from them, and I haven't gone to the Ninja Academy yet. Third Hokage, age and education are not a problem. With your current strength, you can become an elite Janin in 2 years. Only strength is the last word. Gu Xingzi, I don't deserve it, you old BD Janin works so hard. Gu Xingzi, I don't think this proposal is particularly good. Third Hokage, I have decided to send you the test notice soon. Someone will send it to your home. After the test, you can stay in the village and be the guide Janin for a while. Gu Xingzi, what about Senju Nawaki and Namikaze Minato? Orochimaru and Jiraiya-sensei said that the 3 of us should form a team. Third Hokage took a puff of cigarette and said, that's good. You take 5. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, damn it, MMP. Third Hokage, tomorrow I will send the Chunin assessment notice to both of them. In this way, you will be Janin, take 2 Chunin and 3 Genin. When Gu Xingzi couldn't say anything, Third Hokage could only agree and then controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device to fly away from the window. Gu Xingzi, they are all excuses. They just want to keep me in the village. They don't want me to go to the battlefield. They don't want me to be more famous than you and become the 4th Hokage. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Sarutobi Hiruzen will pay the price for this decision. Third Hokage, why are they all going through the windows? Isn't there a door? After saying that, he took out a crystal ball from his arms, poured it into chakra, picked up the toilet paper, and started he. Chapter 35 Notification. Gu Xingzi came to the hospital to visit Bo Fengshuman. Namikaze Minato has woken up and is almost in good health and will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. Minato is currently learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu that Jiraiya gave him. Gu Xingzi, oh Minato is so diligent and worthy of being the little Sunday. Namikaze Minato made his classic move, smiled, scratched his head and said, I just want to quickly increase my strength to protect the people I cherish. Gu Xingzi, you must be a top student in this world. Namikaze Minato asked in confusion, what is this world? Gu Xingzi realized that she had made a mistake and quickly changed the subject and said, Third Hokage asked me to take the Janin test tomorrow, and you and Senju Roptree will take the Chunin test. Minato was confused, when did it happen? And you are only 9 years old. Gu Xingzi, I don't want to either. Janin's work is tiring and hard work, but the money is small and it's easy every moment. If I could refuse, I would have refused. Namikaze Minato, are those all for singles? Gu Xingzi, I don't know, they should all be practical examinations. They will be over after the examinations. After all, there is not so much free time during the war. Namikaze Minato, well, that feels okay. Gu Xingzi immediately retorted, it's okay, I think Janin needs to take you, Senju Roptree, 2 Chunin and 3 Genin. Namikaze Minato? The Hokage asked you to be the guide Janin. Why do you still need to take the 2 of us with you now that you have become the guide Janin? Gu Xingzi would definitely not tell Minato that it was his own talk that caused this result. Gu Xingzi, 3rd Hokage said that the 3 of us are originally a team, even though we have different positions, we can still form a team, so I have to lead 5 people and 5 people. Who knows about my family? Namikaze Minato, wait a minute, then if this happens we don't have to go to the battlefield. Gu Xingzi, he was smart and said that if I stayed on the battlefield, I might be the first person killed by the enemy. You and Senju Shenshu were both injured, so they stayed in the village. Minato, half and half is good and bad. Gu Xingzi waved her hand and said, okay, study the ninjutsu that Mr. Jiraiya gave you. I'll tell Senju about the ninjutsu. After that, he controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and flew away. Minato saw the speed of the 3-dimensional mobile device and became even more determined that he would learn the Flying Thunder God technique to become faster and stronger. Gu Xingzi controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and came to the Senjuo ancestral home. Although the Senjuo clan had erased their surnames and became commoners, this symbolic ancestral home was still left for Tsunade and the Senju rope tree. When Gu Xingzi came to the yard, he saw Senju rope tree reading a book. Senjuo Shenshu, Gu Xingzi, why are you here without glass? Gu Xingzi sat next to him, picked up the tea on the table, took a sip and told Senjuo Shenshu about the assessment. Senjuo is not as smart as Minato. After hearing this, his first reaction was that he could no longer go to the battlefield and still be a Chunin. Senjuo laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Gu Xingzi interrupted him directly and said, I am Jainin. Senju Hashirama immediately became depressed and squatted there drawing circles exactly like Senju Hashirama. Gu Xingzi kicked him angrily and said, don't be so depressed. Hey, what are you looking at? Senju stood up from the ground, sat back on the stool, picked up the notes and said, oh, this is my second grandfather's ninjutsu encyclopedia. Gu Xingzi? What the hell is this complete list of forbidden arts? Senju no Jutsu? No, it's the ninjutsu encyclopedia. It's all water style and earth style ninjutsu recorded by my second grandfather Senju Tobirama. It's just a bit difficult to learn. Gu Xingzi, Lu Nangxiu, you might as well use your second grandfather's Thunder God sword to practice close combat. Senju, that thing's sword blade is too brittle and it's not easy to use. Gu Xingzi, then you practice physical skills. Senju rope tree, let's talk for a while, and take a break. Gu Xingzi stood up and said, if you still want to fight in close combat, you will be killed by a knife and then rest for a while. The Hokage is not weak in close combat. After saying that, he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and flew away. Senju immediately understood after hearing this. In order to become the fourth Hokage, he returned to the house and took out the Thunder God sword and began to practice taijutsu. Chapter 36 Giving Out Sweets. Gu Xingzi controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and came to the elder to tell the two of them that he wanted Jainin to take the assessment. The great elder, ha ha ha, keep pushing forward. You are really outstanding. You broke the record of Uchiha and Konoha's Jainin as the youngest. I feel more and more that it is the right choice for me to hand over the glass to you. Gu Xingzi, haha, of course I am a man who inspires me to become Madara. Great elder, the ambition is good, but you still need to work harder. It's getting late. You two should go back. After all, I can count the time you two have spent alone on one hand. After hearing this, Jiazi immediately blushed and said, Father, what are you talking about? Great elder, ha ha ha, okay, let's go. Gu Xingzi picked up Princess Glass and said, goodbye, father-in-law. After saying that, he controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and flew towards his home. Glass, I can control the three-dimensional mobile device myself. Gu Xingzi, I want to hug you, can't I? Jiazi immediately blushed and buried his head in Gu Xingzi's chest. After a while, the two of them returned to their yard. Gu Xingzi put down the glass, placed the three-dimensional mobile device of the sun blade, the natural tooth, on the cabinet, then put on an apron and came to the kitchen. Take a fish out of the refrigerator and get ready to cook. Glass immediately walked in from outside and said, let me do it. Gu Xingzi immediately pushed the glass out and said, how can I let my wife cook? You should first remove the three-dimensional mobile device yourself. After hearing this, Glass had no choice but to slowly remove the three-dimensional mobile device in the living room. Gu Xingzi, who was in the kitchen, first cleaned the fish and soaked it in water for later use. At this time, he cut the tofu and cabbage, boiled the water, put the fish, tofu, and cabbage in the pot and started to stew the soup. I steamed some more rice and fried a spicy and sour potato shred. I put the fried potato shred on the table and went back to the kitchen to squeeze 2 cups of juice. At this time, the rice is ready. Put 2 bowls on the table, put some salt and some other seasonings in the fish soup, put them in the bowls and bring them to the table. Gu Xingzi took off her apron and said, "Dinner is ready." Glass, who was watering the flowers, immediately put down the water glass in his hand and came to the dining table. Glass put his hands and palms on his chest and said, "I'm starting." Gu Xingzi, "Why talk so much? Just eat it." Glass, "This is called a sense of ritual." Gu Xingzi picked up the juice and said, "Eating with your lover is a ritual." Jiaz's face immediately turned red when he was teased by Gu Xingzi. Seeing this, Gu Xingzi stopped teasing Glass and filled a bowl of fish soup and pushed it in front of Glass. Gu Xingzi, "Okay, drink it quickly, it will get cold in a while." Glass nodded and said, "Okay." The 2 of them finished their meal, polished the bowls, and suggested going for a walk in the village. Glass, "I've been on the battlefield in the Kingdom of Rain for the past 6 months and haven't visited a village for a long time." Gu Xingzi nodded in agreement, put on the 3-dimensional mobile device, and prepared to go to the village with Glass in his arms. Glass refused to be carried by Gu Xingzi, but instead put on his 3-dimensional mobile device and flew with him. Glass, "I need to practice more." Gu Xingzi, "Okay, you have to follow me, I'm very fast." After saying that, the 2 of them controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and came to the business street of the village. Glass took Gu Xingzi to a clothing store and bought a traditional warrior uniform for Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi asked doubtfully, "Why did you buy this for me?" Glass, "It looks really cool with your knife and your braids." Gu Xingzi, "Ha ha ha ha, listen to you carefully." But when it came time to pay, Gu Xingzi found that he had no money, which made him embarrassed. In the end, it was the money given by Glass. Gu Xingzi, "Is this what it feels like to be taken care of? Don't be too happy." The 2 of them walked out of the store and went to the flower shop owned by the Yamanaka family to buy a pair of roses. Gu Xingzi, "Hold the rose in front of you." Although Glass didn't know what Gu Xingzi wanted to do, he still did it. Glass held the rose in front of her, and Gu Xingzi pushed away Glass' hand holding the rose, exposed her face and kissed her. Glass was confused but he reacted and immediately pushed Gu Xingzi away and said shyly, "There is someone else." Gu Xingzi, "What's the matter?" A single guy next to me said, "Who in the family understands how it feels to be treated like shit?" At this time, the sound of fireworks sounded outside the sky. Glass looked at the fireworks and said, "It's so beautiful, but who would set off fireworks at this time?" Gu Xingzi thought to herself, "Are the fireworks such a coincidence? In the previous life, you jumped off the building under the fireworks, but now you are kissing me under the fireworks." Gu Xingzi, "I don't know, maybe whose family is getting married." Glass, "You have such a rich imagination." System, this system has hinted that the host will figure it out on its own. Gu Xingzi? The system set it off. Wait for the fireworks to have another meaning? It can't be Nazuna. Glass waved his hand in front of Gu Xingzi's face and said, "Why are you so dazed? Let's go home." After reacting, Gu Xingzi controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and went home with Glass. When they got home, the 2 of them unloaded the 3-dimensional mobile device and went back to the room to prepare for bed. Gu Xingzi and Jiazi did sleep in the same room, but there was still some distance between them. And what kind of person is our male patron Gu Xingzi? Can he still be called LSP if he doesn't do something? When Gu Xingzi came to Glass, the distance between the 2 people suddenly narrowed to less than an arm's length. Jiazi's face turned red again but he did not stop Gu Xingzi from approaching. Gu Xingzi held up Jiazi's face, kissed her and said, "Good night and sweet dreams." Jiazi blushed and nodded before getting into bed. Gu Xingzi shook her head and thought, sure enough, 2 9-year-old children are still too young. Although children in the Hokage world are very precocious, it is still too advanced to do those things. As a pure love god of war, it is not special to do those things so early. It's easy to accept, after all, she is Jiazi, after all, he was so pitiful in his previous life. I really kept it in my mouth for fear of melting and holding it in my hand for fear of getting damaged. Gu Xingzi thought about the hint from today's system again. It seems that he will meet his fourth wife, Nazuna, in 2 days. Since the system hinted, it seems that he will definitely meet him. When he was watching the anime fireworks, he was very nervous. Oh, how could he not meet her? Is she the tragic heroine? After thinking about it, Gu Xingzi returned to her quilt and started to sleep. After all, in the land of rain, she had not slept well in the past 6 months. It had been raining and it was damp. It was so humid that no one could sleep well. After a while, Gu Xingzi fell asleep. She wanted to be in good spirits for tomorrow's exam so as not to wake up early. Chapter 37 Give Cheats to 2 People. Early the next morning, Anbu came and knocked on the door again. Gu Xingzi slowly got up from the bed and opened the door for him. Anbu handed the Jainin assessment notice to Gu Xingzi and told him to arrive on time at 1 p.m. and left. Gu Xingzi, you're sending me your FG afternoon exam at 8 o'clock now. Are you sick? Gu Xingzi closed the door and went back to bed and fell asleep. But before Gu Xingzi could sleep for 3 or 4 minutes, Minato and Senju came knocking on the door again. Gu Xingzi reluctantly got up from the bed to give these 2 people the gate of opening, fearing that these 2 fools would wake her up. Gu Xingzi, you did it on purpose, right? Minato and Naoshu also knew why Gu Xingzi didn't come with Anbu. Shenshu, ha ha ha, I panicked when I saw Anbu, so the 2 of us waited for him to leave before coming back. Gu Xingzi rolled her eyes at them and let them in. Gu Xingzi took out 2 glasses of juice from the refrigerator and put them in front of them and said, Jiazi is sleeping in the room, you 2, please keep your voices down, and why are you looking for me to wake up so early and not sleep? Minato, 1 inch of time, 1 inch of gold. A year's plan lies in the morning. Gu Xingzi, it seems that you 2 had a good sleep in the Kingdom of Rain. Senju Naoki, it's okay, hehe. Anyway, you're awake and you can go exercise with the 2 of us. Gu Xingzi, do you 2 have to take the exam in the afternoon? Minato nodded and said, you will fight a veteran Jainin first, and then the 2 of us will fight an elite Chunin. Gu Xingzi, okay, since you 2 came to me, don't say that I bully you 2 during training. I'll leave a letter for Glass first. After saying that, Gu Xingzi wrote down what he was going to do. The paper was placed next to Glass's pillow. Then he put on the samurai uniform bought by Glass, put on the 3-dimensional mobile device, picked up the Nichiren sword and Tensenga, and followed Minato to a small river for training. Gu Xingzi pulled out the sun blade and said, should you 2 go up together or together? Minato Senju _ of course we will come together. After saying that, the 2 of them rushed directly to Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi said without any panic, Little Yang, why are you following him in a sneak attack? This is not in line with your character. The sun blade in Gu Xingzi's hand turned purple, breath of the moon one-shaped night palace. A huge moon blade with a small full moon blade attacked the 2 people who rushed over. Gu Xingzi only used half of his strength in this attack. He was afraid that one of them would use too much force and stab both of them. The Senju rope tree immediately formed a seal, double earth flow wall. The 2 layers of earth flow wall blocked the moon blade. Gu Xingzi, Shenshu, it seems that you have read the 2nd Hokage's notes a lot. Senju rope tree, you have time to look behind you. Gu Xingzi turned around and found that Minato was holding a kunao and was about to give him a millennium kill. Gu Xingzi, FK. Gu Xingzi immediately waved the sword, breath of the moon 6 types, long night lone moon Wujian, and immediately released the 6 paths moon blade to protect himself. When Minato saw Gu Xingzi react and attack him, he immediately retreated and used the decapitation technique in his heart to escape. Minato emerged from the soil and immediately formed a seal. Wind escape vacuum wave. Gu Xingzi used the three-dimensional maneuvering device to avoid the attack. Gu Xingzi, little son, I knew you were the one who handed over the Millennium Killing to Kakashi. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. After saying that, Gu Xingzi immediately summoned a thunder gun and bombarded Minato. The explosion of the thunder gun caused a large amount of smoke, but the smoke dissipated, and Minato and Senju were not seen. Gu Xingzi immediately realized that it was Shadow Clone. When he turned around, he found Senju with the Thunder God Sword and Minato with a katana sneaking up on him. Gu Xingzi, I will hurt myself if I use the breath of the moon at this distance. This plan is what you thought of, Minato. Although he said so, the movement of Gu Xingzi's hand did not stop. The sun blade changed from transparent purple to become a dazzling red. Gu Xingzi, breath of the sun 4 types. Magic Sun Rainbow rotated at high speed and waved the sun blade with the burning flames, successfully forcing Minato and the two back. Senju Rope Tree injected the Thunder God Sword into Chakra and stabbed a straight yellow Chakra attack towards Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi, breath of the sun, 2 forms, blue sky. Gu Xingzi immediately stopped spinning and used the 2 forms to cut off Senju Rope Tree's Chakra attack. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Senju immediately said, if I don't fight, those 2 things of yours are so rogue. How can you still have sword skills like fire style? Gu Xingzi, have you never heard of the sun and the moon? Immediately the Chidori seal changed into Chidori, and a straight line was drawn to open the ankles of Minato and Senju. Senju Rope Tree, ah, Gu Xingzi, your sneak attack hurts so much. Gu Xingzi, it's not often that you two sneak up on me. Gu Xingzi controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to come to the 2 of them and used medical ninjutsu to restore their wounds. He did not want to really hurt them, but just taught them a lesson. Gu Xingzi, do you want to learn this ninjutsu called Chidori Lightning Style Chakra? Senju Shenshu nodded immediately. When Gu Xingzi saw his agreement, he immediately activated Manjiki Sharingan and activated Kaika Suijutsu, letting him slowly learn it by himself. Gu Xingzi, Minato, I will also teach you a forbearance calculation. You lack explosive power. Minato, is this true? Thank you so much. Gu Xingzi, you're welcome, we're all brothers. After saying that, a small ball formed in his right hand, and it was definitely Nathan. Gu Xingzi, this is Rei's Nan. You should go to Kyoka Water and learn it yourself. After saying that, he glared at Minato and Minato fell into Genjutsu. Chapter 38 Why do I have so many boats? After about 5 seconds, both of them woke up from Kaika Suijutsu. The Chidori that Gu Xingzi gave to Senju Rope Tree is not the complete version, but the Chidori flow that can possess the Thunder God Sword to form Chakra transformation. Senju, this Chidori style is so difficult to learn. It took me 5 days to learn it so I can hurt others without hurting myself. Gu Xingzi, this ninjutsu requires Sharingan, and the one I gave you is the castrated version. Senju, let me tell you, you can always accidentally hurt yourself. Gu Xingzi ignored him and asked Minato, why are you so slow? You shouldn't be with your talent. Minato made his classic move again, scratching his head and smiling and said, I tried to add chakra properties changes into Rei's Nan. When adding wind release, I always accidentally hurt myself. After a few days of hard work, I have succeeded. Gu Xingzi, damn it, you finished it even if your son didn't finish it. You're awesome and you deserve to be his father. And don't do this, it's so stupid. Minato didn't care what Gu Xingzi said about his son because Gu Xingzi was used to saying weird things to him, but what he cared about was whether his actions were really stupid. Minato turned to Senju and asked, is it really stupid? Senju nodded and said, a very handsome guy looked like an idiot after doing that move. Minato TT. Gu Xingzi, okay, why don't we continue to compete? Minato, okay, let's just practice. Senju Nawaki also had no objection. Seeing that the two agreed, Gu Xingzi immediately controlled the three-dimensional mobile device, pulled back the distance and pulled out the sun blade. The Nichiren blade's blade immediately changed from black to purple. Breath of the moon, Ichi no Miya, a huge moon blade with a small full moon blade, attacked the two. Minato discovered that when Guzingzi was attacking with a crescent moon, a purple crescent moon appeared on his forehead. This was not there before. He could only observe whether his sword turned purple. Minato, wind release spiral shuriken. Minato threw the raised Nan shuriken formed by a kunao as the carrier kunao at Guzingzi. The principle is that rubbing the meatballs with hands becomes rubbing with pain, which is equivalent to having a kunao in the raised Nan. As long as Minato holds this kunao spiral shuriken, he can't be hurt. The two attacks collided and the Rasen shuriken cancelled out the moon blade attack. The rope tree next to him immediately used the Thunder God sword to activate the Chidori flow and stab Guzingzi. Guzingzi's blade immediately turned red. Breath of the Sun 4 types, Magic Sun Rainbow. Use high-speed rotation to offset the Chidori flow. Minato, when the blade turns purple and a purple crescent appears on the forehead, it's a moon blade attack. When the blade turns red and a red birthmark appears on the forehead, it's a fire-style attack. If there was a mirror, Guzingzi would be able to identify this as a Madara pattern. Guzingzi, it seems that you two have indeed made great progress. You didn't waste my pupil skills. Senju, of course you don't know who I am. I want to be the 4th Hokage. Minato, tell Guzingzi my observations. After hearing about the red birthmark, Guzingzi knew it was a Madara pattern, but why are there crescents on the face using moon breathing? Could it be Jiguo Yunshen's exclusive Madara pattern? Oh no, who cares? Guzingzi put the Sun Lun knife back into its scabbard and prepared to go home and cook for Glass. Just as Guzingzi was about to say goodbye to the two of them, he spotted Glass coming from a distance. Glass came to Minato and the other two, greeted them, and then said, "Let's go eat ramen together." Guzingzi, Ichiraku ramen, can you go? The two Minatos also nodded in agreement. Guzingzi, it's been so long since I've been in the Hokage world and I haven't even tasted Ichiraku ramen. The four of them came to Yule. It was just 12 o'clock. There were not too many people nor too few people, so they just happened to have a seat. All four of them ordered traditional ramen, and Guzingzi ordered some more Naruto rolls in his bowl. After a while, when it was hot, he came over with 4 bowls of ramen and placed them in front of the 4 people. Minato Glass Senju Nezuki put his hands together and shouted, "I'm starting." Guzingzi, on the other hand, was not so particular. He just blew the hot air from the ramen and started eating. The 3 of them are already used to this. Guzingzi always does this. Guzingzi finished the bowl of ramen in a short while and ate the remaining Naruto rolls 1 bite at a time. While eating, he would add a slice to the glass from time to time. Senju Rope Tree saw it and immediately said, Hey, don't spread the dog food, there are 4 of us and I am the only one who has no partner." Guzingzi, you don't even have Minato, what did you say? Senju, Minato has a partner. Minato was just about to scratch his head and smile when he thought of Guzingzi saying that his action was stupid, so he couldn't hold back and said, "Why don't you find a partner yourself?" Senju Rope Tree, my sister will kill me if I find a partner now. Guzingzi, whatever you are afraid of, your sister will always be my target. Senju Nawaju Minato? What? Senju, it's not what you said, but what is the glass? Guzingzi, my second wife. Senju Rope Tree, what about my sister? Guzingzi, what's wrong with my third wife? After hearing this, Senju Naisha closed his eyes and fainted as he pinched himself. Guzingzi looked at Minato and said, "Is it so exciting?" Minato, maybe for him. Glass smiled and said, "Don't tease him to wake him up. It's time for you to take the exam." Guzingzi, yes. After saying that, he kicked the Senju Rope Tree awake. Senju Rope Tree, you, why do you have so many boats? Guzingzi, I'm sorry, my brother's charm is so great, and I have many wives so I can do whatever I want. Besides, my wives didn't say anything. What did you say? Senju rope tree, because one of them is my sister, hey pi_pi. Chapter 39 Pass the Assessment. It was already 12:30 when Gu Xingzi and others left the Il Ramen shop, and they went directly to the assessment location. Gu Xingzi and others arrived at the assessment site and handed the assessment materials to Anbu, who was in charge. After Anbu observed that there were no problems, he took the people in. And the examiner inside turned out to be the third Hokage. Third Hokage, you guys are here so early. The four of them said hello, and then Gu Xingzi said, after the exam, go home and go to bed early. Third Hokage didn't know how to reply for a while and could only say, young people can't be too lazy. In this case, you should take the exam early. After saying that, Anbu called Jainin, who was fighting against Gu Xingzi, and the two came to the duel field. Gu Xingzi thought to herself, during the war, there could still be Jainin from the Shimura clan in the village. Since there are Shimura clan members, there must be Jainin from the Sarutobi clan. It's really the two of you. Third Hokage explained the rules above. Gu Xingzi, you only need to survive 5 minutes with Jainin of the Shimura clan to pass the test. Gu Xingzi, are you looking down on me? Then don't blame me for slapping you in the face. As the examiner started speaking, the two began to fight. Thinking of a quick victory, Gu Xingzi pulled out the Nichiren blade, and the blade immediately turned purple and lengthened, with blades growing up and down, and a purple crescent appeared on his forehead, breath of the moon. 8-shaped moon dragon wheel. A dragon-like shape ties large moon blade and an attack with a small full moon blade attack Jainin of the Shimura clan. Jainin of the Shimura clan immediately formed the seal, earth-style wall. He immediately released an earth-style wall to block the attack. Gu Xingzi, just one? Who the hell do you look down on? The result can be imagined. The moon blade cut through the earth flow wall like a piece of paper, and the huge attack annihilated the master of the Shimura clan. Gu Xingzi did not use all his strength with this blow, only 8 points, but it also hit Jainin of the Shimura clan until he was breathless. Seeing this, Gu Xingzi put away her strength and put the Sun Lun knife back into its sheath, and walked over to treat him. Although Gu Xingzi gave him treatment, he was not completely cured. He just promised not to let him die here. Who asked him to underestimate Gu Xingzi? Such a big attack, using only a layer of earth current wall, in other words, underestimated the enemy. The third Hokage on stage shocked himself for 10,000 years. The third Hokage thought to himself, Danzo's suggestion is correct. We can't let him go on the battlefield anymore because he will threaten us. Can I withstand such a big attack if it's me? Looking at the dazed third Hokage, Gu Xingzi knew that his goal had been achieved, and shouted to him, Master Hokage, is my assessment over? The third Hokage reacted immediately and said, you passed the Jainin assessment. I will send your notice and Jainin vest to your home tomorrow, and send the injured to the hospital for treatment. After hearing this, Gu Xingzi immediately controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and came to where Glass and the others were. Senju Naoki, you didn't use your full strength when you were sparring with us. Third Hokage. Anbu immediately came to Minato and Senju Naoki and said, Third Hokage-sama has some matters temporarily, so I will supervise the assessment of you two. If you two pass against a Jainin from the Sarutobi clan for 5 minutes, even if you two pass victory. The two Minatos nodded after hearing this and came to the duel arena to fight against Jainin from the Sarutobi clan. Gu Xingzi thought while leaning on Glass's shoulder, as expected, the remaining Jainin in the village are basically the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan. It seems that this person will go to the hospital soon. As soon as the examiner gave the order, the battle between the three people began. Senju and Minato stood separately, one on the left and the other on the right to attack. Minato rolled up the meatballs, Rasen Shuriken. Instead, Senju took out the Thunder God sword and controlled the Chidori style to stab Jainin of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Jainin immediately took out his shuriken and threw it at the two of them and began to form the seal, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly countless shurikens rushed towards the two. But he underestimated the damage of Minato's two ninjutsu. The spiral shuriken and Chidori flow collided with the shuriken, directly shattering the shuriken. Sarutobi Jainin shook his head and said in disbelief, "No, no, this is impossible." Two attacks hit him under his shout, successfully injuring him seriously. Medical ninjas immediately began to rescue him and carried him away. Anbu on the stage touched the cold sweat on his forehead. "Are kids so fierce nowadays? You two have passed the exam and you can go back and wait for your Chunin notice and vest." Gu Xingzi, is it really Jainin who is so weak? It seems he came in through the back door. Minato and Senju returned to the stands, and Senju shouted, "Haha, I became a Chunin. To celebrate, I went to our house to have a drink and show you the things my second grandfather left." Gu Xingzi became interested right away. "We are all brothers and I definitely want to celebrate you. I definitely don't just want to see the things left by your second grandfather." Chapter 40. It's really a waste of good things if you don't use them. The four of them were walking towards Senju's residence. After walking for a while, Minato suddenly said, "Minato, Gu Xingzi, I think the name you gave for the Rasen Shuriken is not very nice." Gu Xingzi said nonchalantly, "I'm just giving my opinion. After all, you can just mention the one you like in the future." Minato, "Then it's called Rasen plus Kunao Rasen Tornado Mariko. Glass Rope Tree." Gu Xingzi, pi_pi, you have a weird habit of naming cats, right? Minato, doesn't it sound good? Gu Xingzi, as long as you are happy. Although there were some hiccups on the way, everyone still came to Senju's ancestral home. Gu Xingzi looked around and said to the rope tree, "It's not bad, it's quite big, but it's a bit desolate." Naisha said awkwardly, "My sister and I are both pretty lazy, so that's why." Gu Xingzi, "Desolate as it is, take me to second Hokage's house quickly." In this way, several people arrived at Senju Tobirama's laboratory. Gu Xingzi observed that most of them were notes, and basically all the experimental materials had been moved away. Gu Xingzi, "It's really just notes. Shenshu, after my second grandfather died, my sister sold this stuff to get money for gambling." Gu Xingzi, "Okay, this is very Tsunade. Shenshu, you guys first watch me go find the daughter Hong that my sister has hidden. Glass, aren't you afraid that the master will beat you to death?" Naisha ran away without hearing what Glass said. Minato picked up a notebook that was on the table and started reading it. After watching it for a while, Minato was shocked. How come there is an S-level water-style forbidden technique in this notebook? When Gu Xingzi heard this, she quickly came over and picked up the notes in Minato's hand to look at them. Water-style S-level forbidden technique, 1 Tian Li. Shijir summons a dark cloud to rain. It can turn the rain from the dark cloud into silver needles with super penetrating power and fall from the sky, causing penetrating damage to the enemy. It can also control the amount, distance, and if you attack someone without a large amount of chakra, you may accidentally injure your own people, so please use it with caution. Water Style S-Level Forbidden Technique 2 Water Dragon Bite summons a huge water dragon and several small water dragons. When attacking the enemy, the small water dragon will resist all attacks from the opposite side that block the large water dragon. After resisting all attacks, it will merge with the large water dragon and bite together. Holding the enemy tightly towards the enemy will cause suffocation and crushing injuries to the enemy. Water Styles Level Forbidden Technique 3 Water Style Hard Vortex Water Blade, turns the hand into a sharp water blade, thrust forward to cause penetrating damage to the enemy. If you are not particularly skilled in this skill, it will hurt your own hand, please use it with caution. Water Styles Level Forbidden Technique 4 Water Knife turns all water resources around you into blades to attack the enemy. The blades are very sharp and hard, and the enemy's attacks will penetrate through the water blade and cannot be destroyed or blocked. And you can also hold it in your hand and use it as a kunao. The water jet is only for attack but not defense, so use it with caution. After watching it, Gu Xingzi could only say, "Damn, this is so FG awesome. And this is reserved for future generations." As expected, everyone has selfish motives. At this time, Senju Naoki also came back with her daughter Hong. Gu Xingzi came to Senju Nangshu and asked, "Have you learned the ninjutsu in this notebook?" Senju took the notes over and looked at them and said, "It's been 3 days since I learned about it." Gu Xingzi, Tian Li Shijer, if you're not skilled enough, don't use it. I'm afraid you'll accidentally hurt me. Senju, I know this. I also learned a ninjutsu that specifically restrains Sharingan and Byakugan. What is it called? Oh, I remembered it. It's called Dark Walking Jutsu. Gu Xingzi, pi_pi you learned this thing on purpose, right? Senju Rope Tree, hehe, it was intentional. Nit, okay, don't make trouble. Senju Rope Tree, haha, I'll find the bottle. After a while, the Senju Rope Tree took a big sword and walked over to open the bottle. Minato, you use this thing to open the bottle cap. Gu Xingzi, why does this thing look so familiar? Senju Rope Tree, this was used by my grandfather. I don't know if it is true or not, if it is said to be passed down from ancestors. Gu Xingzi carefully observed that it was indeed the sword Senju Hashirama used when fighting Uchiha Madara. Gu Xingzi, I suddenly feel that this is more suitable for you than the Thunder God's sword. After all, the Thunder God's sword is too brittle. If you encounter something that cannot be cut, use this to cut it. It is very suitable for people like you who are not good at close combat. Senju Rope Tree, why? Gu Xingzi, because it's very sharp and big. You can kill the enemy if you chop it casually. Minato, that seems to be the case. Senju Rope Tree, TT. Glass, how can I get it so big? Gu Xingzi, I remember that this sword has an exclusive seal scroll. Senju Rope Tree, indeed there is. Gu Xingzi, isn't this the end? You just listen to me and take 2 swords. If one is gone, use the other. You chop with the big sword first, and then take out the Thunder God sword and attack in a sneak attack. Minato, isn't this a little despicable? Gu Xingzi, you will understand after you learn Bai Thunder God's technique. Although Minato was confused because he didn't know what the Flying Thunder God had to do with despicability. Senju Rope Tree, listen to you, but let's drink it now. As soon as I finished, I was ready to open it, but I was alone outside the door. Anbu, Gu Xingzi, you lead your team to the Hokage building to receive the task. Gu Xingzi, isn't it for me to be Jainin in the village? Why is there still a task? Chapter 41 If you let me work, you have to pay me. It is now late Konoha 37, and the third Hokage has received information that makes him furious. The content of the intelligence was that the daimyo of the Land of Fire sold food and supplies to a Megakure village during the war. You know that the 2 countries are at war. Why do you have so much confidence in selling supplies and food to the enemy? The third Hokage was very angry but had no choice. After all, the entire village needed the daimyo to support him. The third Hokage could only send people to kill the team transporting supplies, but the problem was that basically all the Jainin that could be dispatched in the village were on the battlefield in the Omegakure village and Kyogakure village. In other words, there was no one in the village. Third Hokage had no choice but to ask Gu Xingzi to take action. Gu Xingzi and others came to the Hokage building, and the third Hokage gave Gu Xingzi the task. After reading the information, Gu Xingzi thought to herself, afraid of me and asked me to work again. None of the donkeys in the production team would do this. Third Hokage, this mission depends on you. You must intercept the team transporting supplies. This is related to the battlefield of Omegakure village. I will personally question the daimyo. Gu Xingzi, the relationship in Daming Mansion is in chaos. It's in vain if you ask the other party. What's wrong with the food I sold to my relatives? Gu Xingzi, understood, Master Hokage, let's set off now. After saying this, several people left the Hokage building and went back to their homes. They picked up the equipment they needed and gathered at the entrance of the village. Gu Xingzi said to Minato, I'll leave it to you to hand over tasks and take over tasks from now on. Minato, obviously you are Jainin, why me? Gu Xingzi, because you are the best at it. After saying that, he and Glass controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and rushed towards the walking route of the mission target. Senju Naoki, hey you two, slow down. After saying that, he and Minato chased the two of them desperately. After a while, several people arrived on the route of the team transporting supplies. After all, the supplies they had just purchased would not be able to leave the country of fire no matter how fast they were transported, plus a few people were traveling very fast. Senju Naoki, what kind of narration? It's obvious that they are running in front, and the two of us are chasing after them. After waiting for a while, a few people discovered the team transporting supplies. There were 3 Jainin, 5 Chunin, and 10 Genin. Gu Xingzi, it seems that Yuyan village is really short of supplies, so they sent so many people to guard this team. After saying that, he pulled out the round knife and prepared to take action. Senju Naoki immediately stopped Gu Xingzi, who was about to take action, and said, let Minato and I come and try out the new ninjutsu. After hearing this, Gu Xingzi put the Sun Lun knife back into its scabbard and said, okay, don't let them escape. Just keep the supplies if you can. The Senju rope tree immediately formed a seal, water-style water dragon explosive bite. A huge water dragon with attached small water dragons quickly attacked the 3 Jainin in the lead. The 3 Jainin immediately reacted and prepared to intercept and attack the protective supplies, but all 3 people's attacks were blocked by the small water dragon. In the end, the small water dragon merged with the large water dragon and immediately bit the 3 people and controlled them on the tree. By the time the large water dragon's body was completely impacted, the 3 of them had been suffocated and shattered to pieces. Minato didn't take any time and immediately rolled up the balls and threw them at the 10 Genin. Minato, Spiral plus Kunao, Spiral Tornado Mariko. The powerful cutting power of the Rasen Shuriken immediately cut all 10 Genin. Senju rope tree made a seal and cast, water-style water sword. Senju rope tree used the puddle left by the water dragon's explosive bite to cast water sword, and threw the sharp water sword at the 5 Chunin, 3 of them dodged. It's not as good as being stabbed to death by a flying water knife. Senju rope tree untied the scroll and took out his ancestral sword and hacked 2 people to death, while the remaining 1 fled. Gu Xingzi saw it and immediately shouted, hey, hey, one of them ran away. At this time, Senju took out the Thunder God sword and used Chidori Flow to stab the fleeing person. Just when he was about to stab him, he was killed by Minato with a Raise Nan. Senju rope tree, take my head. Minato, you can't do it, you're too slow. Gu Xingzi ignored the 2 of them and checked the remaining supplies to see how much could be used. Gu Xingzi, basically, it's just that some water was sprinkled on the supplies. It's not a big deal. You can take them back and squander them. Chapter 42. The Dutiful Son appears. Minato, isn't that bad? Gu Xingzi, do you still have money to buy a kunao? Minato, excellent. This proposal is perfect. Senju, Minato is short of money, and Gu Xingzi is still short of money. Gu Xingzi, there must be a shortage. The rich one is Glass, not me. Glass, I can support you. You won't steal the village's supplies? Gu Xingzi, men can't eat soft food, so I will swallow him up with this material. Minato, yes, I think it's perfect. Since the invention of the spiral kunao whirlwind pellets, the consumption of kunao has been extremely large, and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu also seems to require special kunao. Gu Xingzi, right? This mission is judged to be sea level at most. Who can eat with so little money? I'll put it in my space first and wait until we run out of money. After saying that, Gu Xingzi opened the Mangeki Sharingan to display his ability space. Tadao put all the supplies in the truck into his own alien space. Gu Xingzi closed Mangeki Sharingan and said, "Let's go back." After saying that, the few people went back to Konoha. Just after taking 2 steps, a black object suddenly appeared from the ground. This person is our filial son Heiju. Black Zetsu, Mangeki can be used, go back and tell Madara. After saying that, he escaped and walked away. Bai Qian in Gu Xingzi's body said to Gu Xingzi, "There is a black object in the ground, and it was looking in our direction just now." Gu Xingzi came to the consciousness space. "Black, it should be black, don't worry about it, it is still useful to me." Bai Qian, "Okay, then you can go, I'm going to bed." Gu Xingzi, "Why do you sleep every day recently?" Bai Qian, "I have recently been condensing the chakra of the immortal body. I will not sleep after this period of time, and you can also activate the primary immortal body." Gu Xingzi, Oh, then go to bed quickly, little one." After saying that, Gu Xingzi left the conscious space. Bai Qian, "Where did the Sichuan opera in national costume come from? Some people are happy and some are sad." On the other hand, Hanzo, who is in the land of rain, is furious after knowing that his supplies have been robbed. Hanzo, "Okay, you Konoha, give me the order to start a general attack, and fight him to the death." The men under him responded and started to prepare. But Konoha didn't know that it made Hanzo anxious. Gu Xingzi and others returned to Konoha village. Little Taeyang went to report, and the remaining 3 came to the hot spring to wait for him. "Glass, it wouldn't be good to let Minato go by himself." Gu Xingzi, "It's okay, he's good at this." Not long after I finished speaking, Little Sun arrived. Gu Xingzi, as expected of Little Sun, he can do anything quickly. Minato, haha, 3rd Hokage really gave me a C-level reward, saying that if I keep the supplies, I'll be a B-level. Gu Xingzi, what did I say? I searched that old guy. Gu Xingzi, now that everyone is here, let's go to the hot springs. Minato, I called Kushina and he should be here in a minute. Gu Xingzi, your girlfriend doesn't recommend mixed bathing, right? Minato, probably. Senju Tree, you're not going to spread dog food here, are you? Gu Xingzi gave him a look. After a while the whirlpool Kushina came. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato Glass, here I come. Gu Xingzi came to Glass and whispered to him, do you still know him? Glass. We are friends in school. Gu Xingzi, that's it, let's go in. When you come to the hot spring, the whirlpool Kushina and Glass are on the far left, while Gu Xingzi and the others are on the far right. Gu Xingzi hit Minato next to her, Minato, please give your wife back to me. I want to have S*X with my wife. Minato, I tried to pull him away. After saying this, Minato pretended to be brave and came to the whirlpool. Kushina was ready to pull him aside. Uzumaki Kushina, who was talking to Glass, felt someone pulling him back and saw that it was Minato. He punched him with his backhand and said, get out of here. Just like that, Minato Fei looked back at Xingzi. Senju, flying here? How much effort did it take? Minato stood up and scratched his head and said, failed haha. Seeing this, Gu Xingzi spread her ponytail and went to the hot spring alone in depression. Senju Tree, looks like you don't have to eat dog food anymore, hehe, long live it. Chapter 43 The Fourth Wife. In a dark cave, there is a white-haired old man under a huge strange object. A huge strange object stretches out a tube and connects to the back of the old man's head. This is the old Uchiha Madara. At this time, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and told the Uchiha class all the information he saw Gu Xingzi opening Mangeki and other information. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and said, "This person is not good. Without great love in the heart, it is impossible to completely darken. Wait a minute. This person cannot be controlled." After saying that, he closed his eyes and looked like a dead person. On the other side, Gu Xingzi and others were changing clothes and washing their hair after taking a bath in the hot spring. Because Nisa's hair was short, Gu Xingzi helped him dry it after a while, but Gu Xingzi had extremely long hair, which could reach up to her buttocks when she stood up. Gu Xingzi is now 9 years old, 1m7 tall, and her hair is almost 1m long. As a result, Gu Xingzi was sitting there blow-drying his hair, and on the right was Minato blow-drying Kushina Uzumaki's hair, while Senju was watching blankly. Senju rope tree. Will you die if you don't spread the dog food? Uzumaki Kushina, my hair is very long, so I blow it very slowly. Gu Xingzi, mine is longer, so you must eat this dog food. Senju, you can't cut it short, it's as long as mine and Minato's. Gu Xingzi, too short, too short. It took a full 15 minutes for everyone to come out of the hot spring. By the time everyone came out, the sun had already set. Uzumaki Kushina suggested, "Let's go have barbecue. During this time, you are all on the battlefield and there is no one to accompany me." Everyone nodded and had no objection, and just like that, they arrived at the most luxurious barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Gu Xingzi, the rich people of Konoha are so terrifying. Uzumaki Kushina came to the front desk and booked a private room, and a few people came to the room to eat barbecue. After a while, the barbecue came up and everyone started eating the barbecue. At this time, Bai Qian came out of his body and snatched the barbecue that Gu Xingzi was about to eat. "Gu Xingzi, FK, you almost bit my mouth." Bai Qian swallowed the roasted meat and said, "Next time, be careful that someone is watching you." Gu Xingzi handed a piece of cooked barbecue to Glass and said, "Keep an eye on Nine Tails." Except for Glass, the remaining people around him looked confused. At this time, the Whirlpool Kushina recognized Bai Qian and said, You are White Nine Tails." Even the Nine Tails in Kushina's body sensed the whirlpool, and immediately prepared to snatch the body and ask why. Uzumaki Kushina immediately suppressed the Nine Tails in her body and said, "I didn't even ask, why are you so anxious? Bai Qian, have you seen me?" When Gu Xingzi saw this situation, he immediately smoothed things over. "I've met Bai Qian, the goddess." Minato, oh, this is the fox of your psychic beast King Kaiu." Gu Xingzi nodded, "Yes, it's possible that he smelled the aroma of barbecue and came out on his own." Senju Naoki, if you didn't tell me, I would have thought he was a relative of Nine Tails. Gu Xingzi. The colors are different. Bai Qian ate the meat Gu Xingzi had just grilled and said, "Someone is watching you." Gu Xingzi, "Me." Bai Qian, "Here we come." As soon as he finished speaking, an Anbu walked in with 3 children. Anbu handed the 3 vests and 6 reports to Gu Xingzi and said, "These are your middle school Jainin reports and vests. These 3 children are your students." Anbu left before Gu Xingzi could react. Gu Xingzi, damn it, I was asked to take care of the students so late at night, and they even rushed to get lunch. Gu Xingzi stuffed the vest and report into Senju Shenchu's arms to see how his 3 students looked. It doesn't matter if Gu Xingzi doesn't look at it. The next thing he sees is a big jump. There are 2 Hyoga and 1 Uchiha. Wait, the more Gu Xingzi looked at this Uchiha, the more familiar he looked, as if he was the same person. Gu Xingzi said to the Uchiha, "Look up, what is your name?" Uchiha Nazuna, "Hello, Mr. Gu Xingzi, my name is Nazuna." Gu Xingzi. The system's hint came so quickly, but why should I reincarnate my Nanako into Uchiha? Guzingzi immediately reached out to Nazuna and said, "Will you be my wife?" Nazai looked shocked. What was shocking was not that Guzingzi accepted him as his wife, but that he and Nazuna were good friends. If Guzingzi accepted him as his wife, what would happen to the seniority? Senju Minato Uzumaki Kushina looked shocked. Uzumaki Kushina, scumbag. Chapter 44 Discussion. Nazuna blushed and said, "I do." System, congratulations to host for getting his fourth wife. He will be rewarded with 2 lucky draw opportunities and 3,000 points. Please use it with caution. After hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina immediately told Glass, "You don't care, your husband cheated on you, and he did it in person." Glass touched Uzumaki Kushina's shoulder and said, "It's okay, just calm down." Minato Senju, scumbag. Guzingzi ignored them and brought Nazuna to Glass. At this time, Nazuna also recognized Glass and said hello happily. Guzingzi asked Glass, "Do you two know each other?" Glass nodded and said, "We are good best friends. We are only 1 year apart in age." Guzingzi, "That's easy. You take care of him first and I'll go check on the 2 students." Guzingzi came to the 2 people and said, "Let me introduce them. Hyaga Yuan, if the teacher is good, I will be Hyaga Yuan. I am the branch house of the Hyaga clan. I have no father and no mother. I am good at Taijutsu and Byakugan. I hate the clan and like Hyaga Chisame." Hyaga Chisame, "Hello, teacher. My name is Hyaga Chisame. I belong to the branch house of the Hyaga clan. I have a father but no mother. I am good at Taijutsu and Byakugan. I hate the clan and like Hyaga far away. My dream is to find my father Hyaga Chihoki who works in the Hyaga family mine outside the village." Guzingzi, "You two really dare to say that? Since it's time for dinner, let's eat first." In this way, the 2 of them sat next to Guzingzi. Guzingzi, "Eat it first and I'll rub it first." The 2 Hyaga's branch houses can be trained as one of their own, and Hyaga actually has a mine. He found an opportunity to steal it and rescued Hyaga Chisame's father and also raised him as one of his own. It's just a bit difficult to deal with being a caged bird. System, do you need a method to release the caged bird in the host system store? Guzingzi, "No need for now." Guzingzi looked around. On the left were 2 passionate Hyagas, on the right were the 3 glasses who were feeding Bai Qian at 8 trigrams, and Minato and Senju were discussing right in front. After a while, Ziran finished his meal and came out of the barbecue restaurant. Senju Noten tree, Uzumaki Kushina is a treat. Uzumaki Kushina, who was in 8 trigrams with Natsuna Glass, ignored him. Guzingzi, "Let's go to the woods and train." Senju Naoki, "Aren't you training at night?" Guzingzi, "Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon will help you exercise." After saying that, he walked towards the grove. Although Senjurasha was speechless, he followed behind. After a while, a few people came to the woods and there was a small river beside it. Guzingzi summoned the 3 students he had just accepted. Guzingzi, "The 3 of you and Senju Minato will fight against me. If you can survive 5 minutes in my hands, you will win." Nazuna, "That's not good, but she is your wife." In the anime, Nazuna's character is very cheerful, so I wrote it in a cheerful way. Guzingzi, "Shut up and talk again. I'll watch you and beat you later." Nazuna immediately asked for help from Glass who was watching the battle from a distance, but Glass ruined his cheering look. Guzingzi used the 3-dimensional maneuvering device to distance herself and said, "Start." The 3 little ones immediately stood behind and waited for Minato and the others to attack first. While they stood behind and prepared to hit the target. Senju rope tree, 3 smart little guys. After saying this, he started to form the water-style water dragon bullet technique, and a water dragon rushed towards Guzingzi. Guzingzi pulled out the Sun Lun knife. The blade was purple and a purple crescent appeared on his forehead, breath of the moon 3 types, hatred of the moon eclipse. The two moon blades directly cut off the water dragon bullet. At this time, Minato on the side also launched an attack, Spiral plus Kunao, Spiral Tornado Mariko-chan. The Spiral Shuriken attacked the unprepared Guzingzi. The three little ones also saw the opportunity to hit the last hit on the right. Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. 8 trigrams Air Palm, for 2 people. Suddenly Guzingzi was surrounded by ninjutsu from all directions. Guzingzi's Breath of the Moon 6 types Long Night Lonely Moon Infinite. Several moon blades directly scattered the attacks coming around, and successfully injured the three little ones and Minato. Guzingzi used the teleportation technique to come to Senjuroku tree and kicked him away. Guzingzi put away the sun blade and said, "You lose." Glass came to Minato to treat him. Guzingzi directly pulled out the natural tooth, and a white crescent appeared on his forehead, and swung the knife at Senjua Shenshu. Senjua Shenshu immediately felt that the pain from the previous kick was gone. Then he came to the three little ones and swung 3 knives again, repairing the wounds scratched by the moon blade on the 3 bodies. Nazuna, thank you Zingzi. Hyaga Duo, thank you, teacher. Guzingzi, that's it for today's exercise. Go home and exercise here on time at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, Guzingzi carried Glass and Nazuna and flew home using the 3-dimensional mobile device. The healed Minato also walked home with Senju Uzumaki Kushina, leaving only Hyaga and the 2. Hyaga Yuan took Hyaga Chisami's hand and said, "Let's go home too." Hyaga Kyunyu nodded and went home holding hands with Hyaga Yuan. Chapter 45 In the Name of Konoha Sunin, Kato Dan's Death. Guzingzi and others returned home and prepared to sleep, because the house prepared by Uchiha Yu's father was large enough to sleep 3 people in one room. As a result, Guzingzi was in the middle of Dong Nazina and Nishi Glass, and there was still a big gap between the 3 of them. Although there was a gap, the 3 of us still slept soundly, but our third Hokage on the other side couldn't sleep because he learned a piece of news that he regretted very much. After knowing that there was no supplies, Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village gathered all his troops to launch a general attack on the Konoha camp, catching Orochimaru and the others by surprise and suffering heavy casualties. During this period, Jainin Kato Dan died protecting Tsunade. At the last moment of the battle, only Sunin and Hanzo were left. Hanzo gave the 3 Orochimaru the title of Sunin and then withdrew. Aim Hidden Village battlefield. Tsunade knelt in front of Kato Susan's incomplete body and cried bitterly. At that time, he and Orochimaru Jiraiya were fighting against Hanzo, and they did not pay attention to the attack from behind. After Kato Dan found out, he immediately used the spiritual transformation technique to kill the ninja who was sneaking behind him, but his own body was also exposed and was punched by the enemy ninja. He was knocked away. All the organs in his body were broken, even Tsunade couldn't save him, and even the body was not complete. Tsunade, I want to go back to the village. I want to go back to the village, find Guzingzi and ask him to use that knife to save him. It will definitely be possible. After saying that, he was about to take Kato Dan's body back to the village, but Jiraiya stopped him. Jiraiya, Tsunade, calm down. Have you forgotten his last words? At this time, Tsunade's body trembled as she thought of Kato Dan's last words before her death. Kato Dan, I protected you but did not become Hokage. Please lead the village to win this war and my niece Kato Shizuan. I leave it to you. Tsunade sat helplessly on the ground. The war was won, but you can't come back. Although the 2 were not lovers during this period, they were still very good friends. Tsunade, I will leave the village after Jiraiya's war is over. The old man has grown old and only sees profit and is very cowardly. Jiraiya, where are you going? Tsunade did not answer him but said, if Guzingzi's presence would not have destroyed our entire ninja army, Kato Dan wouldn't have to die. Orochimaru, life is so fragile. Jiraiya, let's go and take Kato Dan's body back to the camp. At this time Orochimaru stopped him and said, there are 3 children, kill them. At this time Orochimaru threw several shurikens into the grass behind and successfully forced the 3 children out. But unexpectedly, a purple-haired girl immediately threw a thunder gun backhand. Orochimaru immediately dodged and said, "Oh, 3-dimensional mobile device thunder gun, Guzingzi, who are you?" At this time, the faces of Konan and Nagato Yahiko were exposed to the eyes of Jiraiya and the others. The 3 of them now have Konan as the main body while Nagato and Yahiko are hiding behind Konan. "Konan, what happened to my husband?" Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were extremely shocked, but Jiraiya discovered that Nagato's eyes were the legendary eyes of the immortal. Jiraiya. Uzumaki clan sage eyes, you are the destiny child mentioned by the great toad sage. Yahiko retorted at this time, "Nonsense, my brother is just an ordinary person." Jiraiya, "T is actually by my side." Guzingzi, who was sleeping at home, sensed Konan using the thunder gun and woke up immediately. "Guzingzi, have you met Jiraiya and the other 3? After saying that, he put on his clothes, opened the Mangeki Sharingan and used the Space Avenue to come to a few people. Chapter 46. A gay man is by my side. Guzingzi, who suddenly came out of the portal, successfully surprised everyone. The first person to react was Tsunade. She immediately came to Guzingzi holding Kato Dan, whose body was even incomplete, and asked him to save him. "Guzingzi, as a doctor, you should know best that I can't save him in this condition. Besides, I don't even have natural teeth." Tsunade, "I just know it, so what are you doing here?" Guzingzi, "Come and see my eldest wife." Konan reacted, ran over and hugged Guzingzi and said, "Ugh, do you know how I spent this year?" Guzingzi touched Konan's head and asked, "What's wrong? I can tell this is your first time using a thunder gun. It turns out you've never used it before." "Konan, it's true that I've kept it even if I haven't used it. Do you understand the pain of raising 2 boys in life?" Guzingzi looked at the 2 Nagatos in the distance, "No way." Konan, "Yes, I found the 2 of them when I was looking for real objects using a 3-dimensional mobile device. At that time, they hugged each other and held them high." Guzingzi, Jiraiya and Tsunade. 6. Jiraiya, Guzingzi, you know these 3 children, so do you know about his immortal eyes? Guzingzi shook his head and said, "I only know those 2 boys Konan and I have never met them before." Jiraiya, "Well, now that the battlefield in Omegakure village is over, I'll stay and teach the 3 of them. Orochimaru, you can do whatever you want. I'm going back to study life." After saying that, he walked towards the camp without looking back. Tsunade, "I brought Kato Dan's body back to Konoha, and then took his niece to travel around the ninja world." After saying that, he walked back with the mutilated body in his arms. Guzingzi, "In that business, I feel relieved to have you watching over Konan." After speaking, he took out a bunch of detonating charms and a bunch of money from his arms and handed them to Konan. Guzingzi, "Save your detonating talisman. You won't be able to produce one in 5 minutes." Konan nodded to show he understood. Guzingzi, "By the way, the blonde-haired sister just now is your 3rd sister, also my 3rd wife." Konan. 6. Jiraiya, "I can't get better, you can't get better, by the way, give this scroll to Minato. This is a contract signed by Mount Maiboku, for psychic use." After saying that, Jiraiya summoned a small toad, and from the mouth of the toad, he summoned a little toad. "Take out a scroll." Guzingzi took the scroll. "I know what I'll give him. I won't tell you." "Okay, I'll go back first. I came out of the village secretly." After saying goodbye to Konan and others, he opened the portal and left. Went in and returned home. After seeing Guzingzi leave, Jiraiya followed Konan and the others back to their cave stronghold. After returning home, Guzingzi walked into the room, woke up the 2 of them, and then went to the kitchen to make lunch. After lunch, the 3 of them put on the 3-dimensional mobile device and the equipment needed for training, and then came to the woods to prepare for today's training. While waiting for them, Gu Xingzi opened the system and started 2 draws. System: the lottery has been successful. Congratulations to host for drawing an S-level lightning style Kirin and 2000 points. Currently, host already has 7000 points. Please use it with caution. Gu Xingzi: not bad. After a while, Hyoga and Minato Senju came here. Senju Naoki: why do we two have to come here to train too? Gu Xingzi: because I am your leader Jainin. Senju Rope Tree: 6. After saying this, Senju Rope Tree seemed to suddenly think of something and took out a seal scroll from his pocket. Senju Rope Tree: look, this sword also belonged to my second grandfather. I remember that my second grandfather named him Nana. Gu Xingzi: Nana Izuna. Gu Xingzi immediately took the sword and took a look and found a small line of small characters on the hilt, which were the characters used by the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. Engraved on it is none other than Uchiha Izuna. Gu Xingzi: okay, the case has been solved. That boy Senju Tobirama must like Izuna. Senju Nezuna: who is Uchiha Izuna? Glass and Nezuna looked shocked. Others may not know who Uchiha Izuna is, but they know it as members of the Uchiha clan. Gu Xingzi: I told you, I don't understand. You will know when I resurrect him later. Senju: you are speaking human language, but why can't I understand you? Chapter 47 Kailan. Gu Xingzi planned a training plan. The 3 little ones ran 10 times around the forest with heavy weights, while Minato and Senju competed with him on the rope tree. Nezuna: Xingzi, can I run 9 laps? If I have a weak body, I will get sick if I run 10 laps. Gu Xingzi: no, you can't even open Sharingan like this. If you don't run away, don't force me to use Kaika Suijutsu to control you and run away. When Nezuna heard what Gu Xingzi said, she immediately ran with Hyoga and Yuan in the distance. Minato: I'm offended. Gu Xingzi threw a scroll to Shimon: this is the psychic contract for Mount Maiboka for you. He stays in Yuyan village to teach 3 children. Minato took the scroll: Jiraiya sensei is still as unreliable as ever. Gu Xingzi: when has he ever been reliable? How about we discuss this time and I don't use the sun blade? Senju Rope Tree: I approve with both hands and feet. Gu Xingzi: okay, just use ninjutsu. Don't be afraid of being beaten to death. If you die, I will use the natural teeth to save you. Senju said: then don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, he immediately started to form seals. Water-style water whip. Senju spit out a slender whip from his mouth and controlled Gu Xingzi's right hand. Minato on the side immediately rushed towards Gu Xingzi with a kunao, and Gu Xingzi made a seal with one hand. Fire-style Great Fireball forced the water gate back, and then used his left hand to transform into a chakra scalpel to split the whip that controlled his right hand. Gu Xingzi controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device to retreat back, and began to seal a fire style to attack the 2 of them. Gu Xingzi's huge chakra turned B-level ninjutsu into an S-level forbidden technique. A huge sea of fire attacked Minato and the 2. Senju Rope Tree Seal, Water Style, S-level forbidden technique, and Water Dragon Bite, successfully extinguished the fire-style fire and attacked Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi clapped his hands and danced in the fire style, colliding with the water dragon, causing a large amount of smoke and water vapor. Minato used the cover of smoke to use the teleportation technique to get behind Gu Xingzi and raised the Raise Nan in his hand to attack Gu Xingzi's back. But what Minato didn't expect was that Gu Xingzi was just a shadow clone, and Gu Xingzi's real body was standing on the top of the tree, using the large amount of smoke caused by the collision of fire style and water style to summon dark clouds and cast Kirin. Senju Rope Tree, you interrupt my spell casting. After saying that, he activated the hard vortex water blade in his right hand and turned into a rotating blade like an electric drill, rushing towards Gu Xingzi. Gu Xingzi freed up his left hand to activate the Chidori flow. The Chidori flow stabbed the Senju rope tree, rushing towards him in a straight line. Senju took out the Thunder God sword with his left hand and activated the Chidori flow. The Chidori flow of Gu Xingzi collided and cancelled each other out. Gu Xingzi formed a seal and used the shadow clone technique, and two shadow clone immediately appeared. The two shadow clone immediately pulled out the blades of the three-dimensional mobile device to block the rushing Senju rope tree. Minato in the distance immediately rolled up the balls. Spiral plus Kunao whirlwind spiral pellet and threw the spiral shuriken at the shadow clone. The two shadow clones turned into smoke under the cutting of the whirlwind pellet. Senju rope tree took this opportunity and rushed directly to Gu Xingzi, preparing to interrupt the spell. Gu Xingzi, it's too late. After saying that, the huge unicorn emerged from the clouds and fell to the ground. Minato in the distance saw that something was wrong and immediately activated the teleportation technique and ran out of the casting distance. The rope tree in front of the skill was scorched black by the electricity. Minato saw that Kirin had finished and returned here and said, "It seems that with the progress of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I will have to speed up the distance. Senju rope tree, you won't get better if you betray your teammates." Gu Xingzi immediately pulled out the natural teeth and treated Senju Shenshu. With only one knife, all the injuries on Senju Shenshu's body caused by Kylan's electricity were repaired. The resurrected Senju immediately found Minato and tried his best to avenge him for betraying his teammates just now. Chapter 48 Excessive Chapter. In this way, Gu Xingzi's recent life has basically been training with three little ones, competing with Minato and Naoki, and discussing life with Natsuna in the evening. This is how he arrived at the beginning of Konoha 38. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and all the ninjas of Konoha withdrew from the battlefield of Omegakure village, and signed a peace contract with Omegakure village at the end of 37 years. At present, Konoha only needs to repel Sand Hidden village and the Second Ninja War will be over. In 1938, this was the first time in the 2 years since Gu Xingzi came to Hokage Konoha to celebrate the new year in an upright manner. The atmosphere of the new year is very good in Kusagakure village, and most of the ninjas have returned to the village to celebrate the new year. Gu Xingzi, Nanatsuna, Tsunade Jiraiya, Orochimaru Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina Shizuan gathered at a barbecue restaurant to celebrate the new year together. Gu Xingzi actually wanted to bring Konan over to celebrate the new year, but Konan rejected him because he didn't trust his two younger brothers. Although Gu Xingzi was speechless, she respected his choice. Tsunade also accepted that she was Gu Xingzi's third wife, so she planned to wander around the ninja world with Shizuan after the new year, but she didn't expect that Gu Xingzi came up to her as soon as she saw Shizuan and said, "Will you be my wife?" What made him even more angry was that Shizuan also agreed, which caused the relationship between him and Shizuan to directly change into that of the third sister and the fifth sister. Gu Xingzi is 10 years old and 1.75 meters tall. He usually wears a samurai uniform and his long white ponytail gives people the feeling of a warring states warrior. Others have also undergone some changes. After everyone finished eating, they discussed where to go. Tsunade, Shizuan and Jiraiya have to leave the village, Orochimaru stays in the village to conduct experiments, and Gu Xingzi continues to stay in the village as a guide to Jainin. The wonderful times are always short-lived. In February, Tsunade and Jiraiya left the village one after another. Orochimaru stayed silent in the laboratory all day. Gu Xingzi went to provide him with materials when he had time. During this period, Gu Xingzi also went to find Nara. Lu Xing handed him the puppet technique he learned while spying on Zhang Laohai. The two exchanged a few words, and Gu Xingzi left and handed Zhang Laohai's body to Orochimaru. In April 1938, the national strength of Sand Hidden village was still inferior to that of Konoha. Materials and manpower were scarce. The third-generation Kazekage was mining. Socho, who was seriously injured, sent his daughter-in-law and son to raid the fire country Konoha to prepare for the signing of the agreement. Bite another piece of meat before the peace contract. In this way, Scorpio's parents began to go to the battlefield. After all, the raid was a successful raid. Hokage Sakumo was caught by surprise and immediately sent people to the village to rescue him. After the third Hokage learned about it, they immediately sent Orochimaru to lead a group of troops and Guzingzi Senju's Minato team to support. Everyone moved forward quickly and arrived at the battlefield of Caoyin village. The advantage of the battlefield was originally in Sand Hidden village, but when Konoha's reinforcements arrived, the disadvantage was reversed. Orochimaru and others cleaned up the miscellaneous soldiers and Guzingzi came directly to Hokage Sakumo. The battle between Hokage Sakumo and Scorpion's parents has reached its climax. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Hokage Sakumo has the upper hand, and Scorpio's parents are ready to launch a full-force attack and kill Hokage Sakumo together. Hokage Sakumo avoided the two men's fatal blows and was about to kill them back when Guzingzi stopped him. "Guzingzi, Senior will catch you alive." After hearing this, Hokage Sakumo immediately stopped the killing and left two people alive. Xia's parents immediately prepared to commit suicide when they learned that Guzingzi and others were going to capture them alive. "Guzingzi, think about Scorpion. Parents love their children." After hearing this, the two of them stopped moving and became prisoners. Guzingzi was afraid that the two of them would commit suicide midway, so he activated Kaika Suijutsu to let the two of them see the lives of the two scorpions after death. After the observation, the two of them no longer wanted to die. During this period, Guzingzi also secretly did something and added a little brainwashing. It can be said that the Xia family is already half of Guzingzi. At this point, the war with Sand Hidden village ended successfully, and the name of Konoha White Fang spread, and Konoha's son in Guzingzi, Hokage Sakumo, was praised by the Fire Country daimyo Hokage Sakumo, and Guzingzi got Hokage half-sleeve, Konoha White Fang. The name of the White Yuetian spreads more and more. In the end, Sand Hidden village and Konoha signed a peace and non-aggression contract. Sand Hidden village redeemed Scorpio's parents at a high price and paid high compensation to Konoha every year. Guzingzi, Minato, Senju Nashu and others acted as negotiators, but they were ambushed by Onoki on the way back. Chapter 49: A carefully planned ambush. Okanmu led a lot of elites to ambush the negotiations. Guzingzi, 3. Senju Rope Tree, old man, what do you want to do? Oh no, kill you, get a bounty from the wood leaf, there is a piece of meat. Guzingzi pulled out the Japanese wheel knife directly and said, what is forced to lie, just wait for us. Senju, why don't you just run away? Shuman, yes, he is ready to see. Guzingzi, if you want to run, chop him twice before running. After saying that, the blade of the sun blade changed from black to transparent purple, and a blade grew, and a purple crescent appeared on the forehead. Onoki, are you going to attack with the moon blade? Everyone is preparing to use the aggravated rock man technique. Behind them, the ninjas from Iwagakure village immediately formed seals to rise up one by one, and used the aggravated rock man technique on the stone men. This technique greatly increases the tankiness and damage. Guzingzi, Breath of the Moon, 7 mirrors of disaster, moon reflection, 5 purple shock waves rushed towards the stone man quickly, but this highly damaging blow only cut off the stone man's arm, and the people hiding behind the stone man no harm was done at all. Onoki, who was flying in the sky, said proudly, my observation is correct. Although your moon blade attack damage is very high, it is beginning to be weak against the stone man blessed by the weighted rock technique. Guzingzi, aim at me, then come on. Breath of the Moon. 8-shaped moon dragon wheel tail. The huge dragon tail-like moon blade attacked the stone men, successfully shattering all the stone men. But before he could be happy for long, the enemy once again summoned the stone man with the weighted rock technique. Guzingzi, your mother. Breath of the Moon. Pick up type. Face piercing slash. The overwhelming moon blades and moon blade attacks of the waning moon in the leaves blast directly towards the enemy. This time the attack range is wider and the damage is higher. But it can only break the enemy's stone man into pieces, and cannot hurt the people behind at all. Senju Naoki, this won't work. You can't defeat the group of stone men on the opposite side, and that old man Onoki hasn't taken action yet. Guzingzi said to Minato's Senju rope tree, the rope tree brings good fortune. Shijir, Minato, hurry up and make balls. The two of them immediately understood that Guzingzi was going to let Kylan go. Immediately start forming the seals Tenri Shijir and Spiral plus Kunao Whirlwind Spiral Small Ball. Guzingzi immediately summoned two Shadow clones to release Fire Style Fire Extinguishing and Storm Dance respectively. Guzingzi controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to fire 10 thunder guns. The enemy ninjas summoned earth flow walls and stone men to block most of the attacks, but a small number of them failed to prevent and were injured. But Tenri and Shijir fell from the sky, and the enemy didn't even react before being pierced through the head by the water needle falling from above. Onoki immediately launched against the dark cloud. Dust-style original realm peeling technique dissipated all the silver needles above his head into ashes, but the dark cloud remained. Guzingzi immediately summoned Kylan and released it instantly without charging it. Although the damage would be greatly reduced, Guzingzi urgently needed to disrupt the formation of the stone man on the opposite side. Onoki did not expect that Guzingzi would possess such a powerful lightning-style ninjutsu. By the time he reacted and used the dust-style original realm peeling technique again to turn the Kirin into ashes, most of his stone man troops had already been killed or injured. Onoki said angrily, "Boy, I'm going to kill you." After saying that, he was about to activate the dust-style original realm peeling technique to turn Guzingzi into ashes. Guzingzi immediately controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and escaped the attack with Minato and Senju. Guzingzi said to the two of them, "If you rush into the crowd, you can kill one by one. At worst, you will run away in time and space." Before the two of them could reply, Guzingzi took out the knife and rushed towards the crowd opposite. The Nichiren sword blade returned to its original length, its color also changed from purple to transparent dark red, and red Madara lines appeared on the forehead. Guzingzi, the breath of the moon can't cut it, so let's try the breath of the Sunday. Chapter 50 The Second Ninja War ends. Guzingzi, breath of the sun one-style round dance slashed forward with a flaming knife, successfully splitting the stone man in front of him and burning the people behind him. The person hiding behind wanted to fight back, but Guzingzi directly sent him home with a knife. Senju's sacred tree also took out the Thunder God sword and activated Chidori style to stab and kill the enemy. Minato is relatively monotonous. He only has Kunao and a lot of Kunao, but he can make balls. Although most of the enemy has been injured by Kylan, there are still many ninjas who are capable of fighting and are all elites. Guzingzi immediately formed multiple shadow clone techniques to summon two shadow clone to help Senju and Minato. And he continued to wave the Nichiren sword in the center of the crowd and used the breath of the sun second form, blue sky, and the round flame lifted up to kill another person. Breath of the sun 3 types, burning sun red mirror swung 2 flaming blades to kill the 2 people around him who wanted to sneak attack. Guzingzi, too slow, too slow. Guzingzi immediately adjusted his breathing, breath of the sun 11 type, dragon of the halo head dance. Guzingzi moved at high speed and wielded the sun blade. A huge fire dragon appeared on the battlefield, killing most of the ninjas in an instant. Upon seeing this, Onoki immediately came down from the sky, preparing to fight Guzingzi alone, but little did he know that Guzingzi was waiting for him to come down. After Guzingzi's 2 shadow clone helped Minato and Senju kill the ninjas besieging them, they immediately opened Mangeki to launch the Space Avenue to send them back to Konoha. Now Guzingzi has nothing to worry about on the battlefield. The Sun Lune knife in Guzingzi's hand once again changed back to a purple blade that grew in length, and a purple crescent appeared on his forehead. Onoki also realized at this time that he had been fooled, and immediately launched the light and heavy rock technique to fly high into the sky. Guzingzi, it's too late. 2 clones returned to Guzingzi to stop the ninjas who wanted to stop him. Guzingzi's body immediately wielded the sun blade, breath of the moon 9 types of falling moon connecting faces. The sword skill against the air produced multiple interlaced wind blades connected together and followed by countless round moon blades to attack those who were escaping to the sky. Onoki. Seeing that Onoki couldn't escape, he immediately turned around and launched the Dust Style's evaporating moon blade attack. But Gu Xingzi had already controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to his right and waved the Sun Blade, Breath of the Moon. 8 shape of the moon dragon wheel. The huge dragon tail swept across Onoki. Onoki was absorbing the 9 types from the front, and Ryutsuki Renman had no extra hands to block the moon blade of this huge dragon tail. At this time, a man with yellow hair similar to Deidara and Ino came to Onoki's right side and summoned a stone man to help block the attack. But his stone man did not apply the weighted rock technique, which caused the stone man to be as brittle as paper, and he was cut in half along with the man behind him. However, this obstruction successfully gave Onoki a chance to escape. Onoki shouted loudly, "Deidara! Deidara, Tsuchikage-sama, please go away quickly. Please help me take care of my newly pregnant wife, and tell him that I can't go back." After saying that, the man fell down and died completely. Gu Xingzi, Deidara? Deidara! Damn it, this is Deidara's father. Onoki, who successfully escaped, immediately ordered the entire army to retreat. But how could Gu Xingzi do as he wished? Chidori concentrated with his left hand and used the inertia of the three-dimensional maneuvering device to sprint and successfully killed several slower ninjas behind him. Onoki spent a lot of chakra to give all the remaining ninjas the light and heavy rock art so that they can run faster. Seeing this, Gu Xingzi was too lazy to pursue him. He was thinking that Yunyan Village would suffer such a big loss. Would Yunyan Village launch a war against him? But Gu Xingzi didn't know that Eight Tails went on a rampage again. Third Raikage was stopping Eight Tails from wreaking havoc in the village, and there was no extra time to invade other villages. Gu Xingzi cleaned the battlefield and put all valuable things into the alien space, such as detonating talismans, sealing scrolls, kunao, etc., and took them all away. Ever since Gu Xingzi took Tsunade as his wife, every time Tsunade ran out of money to gamble, she would write to Gu Xingzi in her wife's name asking for money. Gu Xingzi could only give him all the little money she had, which made it even worse for him who was already not rich. After a while, Konoha's reinforcements arrived. What they saw when Konoha's reinforcements arrived was Gu Xingzi sitting on a stone to rest, and a battlefield full of ninjutsu and moon blades sweeping across. Gu Xingzi told the leader Jainin the information and asked him to tell the third Hokage, and then asked the third Hokage to go to Iwagakure to ask for war compensation. The third Hokage immediately severely condemned Onoki after learning about it. Basically all the elites led by Onoki died and could only swallow their anger and sign a war reparations and non-aggression treaty. In this way, Konoha's second shinobi war in 38 years ended successfully.